could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. As long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Moment of darkness.
rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Leave it all in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Clash of steel, spill but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
I was in the field, realized I could make it. Sacrificed all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates me. I never know it's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire. When I'm taking it home, I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. And I'll never know what's coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone, stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
You know I'm a bad little mama. I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back again, against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared we told ya. Been in that backseat. Facts speak, move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G-M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I leave. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it around, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud, willing to fight and we proud. Bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just want guap, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock, came too far, now we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, I rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dotted in my sights, see it 2020.
What you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that poofy, it's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only fucking you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, Hennessy is my new lean. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl, when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you talk? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you talk? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Good afternoon and welcome to ESL 1 Germany 2020. The last day of ESL 1 Germany 2020 powered by Intel. And that means today we have one series, just one, just casual series, finding out who is the champion of this series. It's going to be either Liquid or Na'Vi today. They're going to play in a best of 5 grand final Sunday coming your way.
All you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat.
Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz pre-show. And for these grand finals, I'm going to be together with Kyle and Synderen for the last time. And that's actually where I want to start because it's been a week filled with Dota 2. Unfortunately, all 2-0s, but we'll get to that at some point. But I'm just curious, like, how are you guys doing? You know, we're coming to the finales here on this Sunday, Synd. You feeling good for it?
Yeah, I am. I mean, it's obviously been really surprising what the finals outcome is here. We didn't expect any of these teams to maybe even make top 4. So really cool storylines. Yeah. I think it's been super interesting to watch and just inspires a little more hope in Europe in me that it's not just Secret and the rest, but these other teams have really caught up. So that's awesome to see.
I feel bad for people that have to play in Europe because every day it's just it gets harder and harder. You know, looking forward to whenever future lands, future tournaments. How are you gonna Na'Vi coming into it? I thought it would be a success just for them to make the playoffs. Now they're here in the finals, but it's just this region's so stacked.
It really, really is. And you know what? More teams keep joining the fray as well. As we saw yesterday, in our lower bracket finals, we had Team Liquid taking on Mud Golems. Mud Golems, they're a fresh team in Europe, and they're already able to perform the way they did. They came third. Sure, they would have loved to go further in the tournament, but going third as a team that is 1.5 months old, Kyle, that is super impressive.
Oh yeah, and they were close to taking at least one game off Liquid. I mean, this was they had tier 4 is dead. This was back and forth the whole way, and really nothing to be ashamed of. I think this squad's got a bright future ahead of them. I just hope that they keep grinding. It's again stacked, but you got to be happy with third place at really your first big tournament with top tier competition. They eliminated, they were the first team to beat Secret in 2 months.
Yeah, something
That's
like
W.
That is a massive W. They just need a sponsor. You think still? Yeah, Mud Golems.
Or a logo.
They have said in interviews that their DMs are open, but I'm sure that's gonna work out because they already showed great prowess in game. They do get left behind though on third place, and we now have 2 teams remaining. It has been it's been quite the ride for Team Liquid and for Na'Vi. These 2 teams, these 2 organizations, I should say. This is not the first time that they've been in the finals of an ESL 1. Anybody wanna take a gander?
Let's think.
It's gonna be something from 2012,
No. That is
TI3.
It has to have been an ESL 1 specifically.
Oh,
Na'Vi versus Liquid.
It was Na'Vi versus OG
Frankfurt
in Frankfurt 2016. And Team Liquid, as the organization, has been in the finals twice. Once in 2016 in Manila, and once in Genting in 2018.
That was against OG in Manila and against Newbie.
Against Wings in Manila and against Newbie in Genting.
I remember that tournament.
Oh, I thought you said we've had this specific matchup in the finals before. Na'Vi versus Liquid. I was trying to remember which time that happened. Okay, gotcha.
No, and these 2 teams haven't won an ESL 1 ever either. They did have a fantastic road towards these grand finals. We can see here Na'Vi's road has been in the upper bracket. Some might say they've had the easier opponents, but their performance was stellar. They were able to knock out OG in their first round, and they really haven't dropped a single beat since they dropped that 1 game against OG. They've just been clean sweeping every opponent under the sun.
And they've not been close to losing in any of those games. They've always seemed in control. I don't remember them really being behind in any of the games either, maybe slightly, but just very solid execution from them. I love the way they play too. It's really nice to see because it's always something that the CIS region has been good at, has been aggression. But I think they've got a much deeper understanding of strategy that it's not just, we're going to run at you and fight you. There's more finesse to it, understanding when you should fight, how you should fight, when item timings matter.
They have the benefit of V-Tune as well. I haven't been as impressed by a CIS carry. It reminds me of Ramses when he first came onto the scene. You're like, damn, this kid's good. He's got, this guy can win lands. Yep. I feel the same way when I watch a V-Tune play, and I think that he's really just been the missing ingredient for this squad. Because again, we've seen Always Want to Fly and Iceberg and General and Roger. They've been playing, they've been grinding, but just haven't seen them at this stage of a tournament. But you had V2, and this kid, he's something special. And I that's the guy I'm watching for this whole series. I think if he shows up, Na'Vi actually could take this series.
Yeah, and we have seen him show up in a lot of games. We've had 2-0s mostly, but the games have been absolutely phenomenal. And I want to talk about those games a little bit also with 2 people that have been very close to the screen for basically all the games. I'm here with Odie Pixel and Fogged in the virtual studio right here. Hey Owen, hey Fogged. first of all, finals day, how are you doing? And also, is there any particular match that stands out to you when you look back over, what is it, 4 weeks of commentary?
I mean, honestly, we've had a lot of fantastic games. There's been a lot of very good games here in this tournament. That's been an absolute pleasure to cast. But you know, funnily enough, my favourite one really was the one that we had as the last game of the series yesterday, because it just sort of had everything. You know, it had rapiers, it had Liquid having Mickey diving high ground, feeding away an advantage, and it had a support bristle fogged. It had so many exciting different things to take a look at.
Yeah, I liked it quite a lot too because I feel like it showed a lot of finesse and a lot of just discipline in particular from Liquid. Like we look at this game and we look at the, you know, just looking at from what we see right now, you know, they're behind. The majority of this game, they were behind, at least in gold and just the aggression from Mud Golems, but they kept their cool. They knew exactly how to play. This game, they actually didn't play with stacks, which was very different for Liquid. It was actually, I think it was Mud Golems who had more stacks in this game, but either way, they kept their composure, and it wasn't just the Mickey show. I actually thought Koikfa in the later stages of the game, he stepped up super hard. This was a really exciting game to watch.
Yeah, and sort of talking about Quake for that whole sort of dynamic that Liquid showed here again, the sort of their magic trick by switching Boxy into the mid lane. They've done it, I think they did it one of a time in this tournament, and it worked out. It without a doubt, it's just some sort of, you know, thing that they do have going between them, where Boxy, he's sort of a man of all roles. He can be put on the off lane, he can play that position 4, he can be playing in the mid lane. So a lot of flexibility that I'm very excited to see what Liquid's able to continue to come out with.
Yeah, I'm looking at this one and I'm a little worried because of how great I've seen Na'Vi play with their aggression. Well, I feel Liquid, this whole last game, it looked great, but they were on the back foot heavily, which it concerns me when you're playing versus Na'Vi, because Na'Vi, I think they're going to try to run at them. I think they're going to try to make them play from behind like that. And I feel like Liquid, they can suffer a bit like that. It's like, it's weird though, because Liquid, sometimes they can just explode and surprise us in those type of games when they're behind, but also sometimes they can just fall really flat.
Yeah, no, for sure. A lot of Liquid's wins, or even their losses, have always been these games where they fall back. There's Mickey that has all the power on him, and that, as you say, could definitely be something that Na'Vi punish. And you know, coming back against Mud Golems is one thing, but you know, as the panel said, the wins that Na'Vi have had, you know, they've stayed ahead. They've been ahead and they've stayed ahead. Yeah. So it's really going to be exciting to see if Liquid's actually able to shake that from Na'Vi, because so far Na'Vi, they don't really let an advantage get lost right now.
Can I just quickly ask, you know, cheeky series prediction from you guys? I know unbiased casters, but I am still really curious because we are split on the desk as well.
It's so tough. I probably would go with 3-1 for Na'Vi. I think I have just been that impressed by them, and as much as I love watching Liquid play, there's a reason why I love watching them play. It's because crazy stuff happens, and that crazy stuff doesn't always work out. Whereas with Na'Vi, it just seems a little more well-oiled and not as sort of random and chaotic as Liquid's gameplay. So I think I would have Na'Vi to take it 3-1.
You robbed me. That was my answer. I was going to say Na'Vi 3-1, yeah. I think Liquid, I think they're going to be really contested games. I think we may even still go the full, we might still go the full length, but yeah, I think Na'Vi, they've been showing just how aggressive they can be, and Vtune, he's always that backup carry. I think these guys definitely have a real good shot at it for this final tournament, finally for Na'Vi, for them to come back.
All right, well, thank you very much. We'll be back to you, of course, for the games, for the grand finals. You guys go and prepare, and we are going to continue talking about the series. There's a lot to talk about. We do need to take a quick break. But before I do that, I want to just reiterate that you guys still have a little bit of time left to vote for your Mercedes-Benz MVP. Go to ESL.com/MB-MVP and then fill in the player that you think is going to... Hey, look! Oh, I love this! You know, it just takes some time for everybody to catch up, but Vtune actually rising in the ranks here from Na'Vi. We always want to fly as well.
I've seen a lot of the CIS talents and personalities, like leading campaigns, like, go vote. Your vote is very important. And it's split between Vtune and Always Want to Fly, and it just, it makes sense in that case.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course, you can also continue tweeting #ESL1. Let us know what you're doing. How are you watching the grand finals here on this Sunday for ESL1 Germany? Looking forward to seeing your pictures. And of course, we're going to be back after the break, and we're going to leave you with a pro tip from Jenkins.
Dota 2 is an extremely unique game in the fact that historically it has always been updated based on balance and current meta rather than consistency. As a result of this, we have a game that is inconceivably deep, not only strategically, but mechanically as well. Some of the most interesting mechanics and tricks in the game revolve around skill shots. To give you an example, only recently did people start picking up a Meteor Hammer and Eul Scepter on Phoenix, abusing this massive Icarus dive range to Eul's into Meteor Hammer combo people in a way that is borderline impossible to stop, even without the Eul Scepter. Icarus dive into Meteor Hammer alone can be used to clutch teamfights, clear creep waves, and push towers. An even more recent patch opened up an extremely strong combo on Mars that wasn't remotely possible before. If you stand directly on top of a target and cast Mars Ultimate at the maximum possible range, you can now spear into Arena as opposed to the traditional Arena into Spear combo. Why is this combo better than the traditional one? Because it's instant. If an enemy has BKB or some other way of dodging the Arena into Spear combo, you can catch them with a clutch instant spear into Arena instead. If you get the right neutral items in a game, it opens up some really nice combos for a lot of heroes as well. The Ironwood tree, for example, can be used with Wind Ranger to easily set up a Blink Shackle into Ironwood tree combo, guaranteeing that you will always have a tree to shackle your target to. This item can be used similarly with Timbersaw to always have a tree to Timber Chain to. However, if you're looking to completely style on your opponents with a hilarious but also inconsistent trick, you can sometimes backwards hook on Pudge by targeting the ability on your hero portrait.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on. Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. Chances, fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running, I know.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Grand finals time here with Na'Vi taking on Team Liquid in a best of 5. 5 games between two teams that have shown improvement and dedication and growth throughout the entire tournament. It has been fantastic to see them play. A player that actually impressed us a lot. We've talked about him at length at the panel, and we're gonna do it again. Is Vincere. I want to start there because that is the key player for Na'Vi. I feel if we were to say one player is a key player, it's Vincere for Na'Vi, Sind.
I think he's also the most standout player in most people's minds relative to expectation going in. There's a lot of people that don't even know him by name. Like in the audience, if you haven't watched Dota in this last week and you just tuned in, you're like, wait, who's Vincere and why is he playing for Na'Vi? Just an incredible up-and-coming carry player from the CIS region. I think in terms of MMR right now, not necessarily the most important metric. He's definitely solidly in the top 10. He's playing very, very well in his pub games, and in the pro scene, it's no different. We asked him in the interview one of the other days after they won. We asked him how does he prepare, and he says it's all about the mentality. It's about being in the zone, feeling comfortable, not being nervous, and that's really something the other teams are echoing as well. When we talk to Liquid, play with no fear, right? And he's really just playing super aggressively. We're seeing a little bit of a highlight here of how he's just playing very aggressive in the bottom lane, putting pressure, immediately converting his pressure into advantage. This is something both Vincere and Mika do very well, is where they play aggressive and then they earn their spot in the jungle, basically, by pushing out first.
It is always a blessing when I watch a carry player take his lead that he gets from the laning phase and use it to take farm from the enemy. You'll see a lot of carries that prefer the more passive rotation. They take their own side, then they will go over to their next. But Vincere is almost always trying to play across the enemy territory when he has this bit of a lead. And especially when he is on heroes like Lifestealer, it allows him to just obtain this massive advantage. It reminds me a lot of how Ramses used to play. And I can't come up with a better comparison where you would give this guy an edge, then you leave him alone in lane. He's still going to body it, and he'll take map control for you. Like, it's so valuable, and there's not enough carry players that are looking to do this. And I think that's going to be the key to Na'Vi's success if they're going to take this series.
And I think also one of the things that I still want to mention when talking about Vincere, I see a lot of carries is like, yeah, they are going to fight, but they're going to take this one creep still first. This one camp. Vincere doesn't do that. He doesn't carry. It's like if there's kills, he'll go straight away. And that extra second or so, makes a difference in the grand scheme of things and can turn the games on their heads. Now, they are going up against Team Liquid, and we have also given a lot of credits to Mickey as his counterpart, especially when we saw him yesterday on the PA. Mickey had a fantastic game. How does he compare to Vijun?
I think they're relatively similar. I would say the bigger difference is in the team dynamic, where I think Liquid are maybe a little less kill hungry on average, and they leave Mickey a little bit more alone, involve him a little bit less, but it's still the same type of heroes they play. It's these like meta carries like PA, Spectre, Lifestealer that you're going to see these players on. So
I think it's really just how the team composition works. I think Liquid focuses a lot more on the macro game, and they try their best to give Mickey these big advantages through stacks and through ensuring he has like an optimal laning phase. And he's always buying Battle Fury, let's be real. Vtoon, it's much more of a like linear progression where he tries to get ahead and then stay ahead through pressure.
Yep.
Mickey, typically when he begins this pressure, you'll see him with like 4 items. Vtoon does that the moment he's got phase boots. Not to say that really either is better than the other. I think that they're both standout players who we're going to see on top of the scene for some time. But the support duos as well, like they just complement the carries in different ways. Liquid's almost always grabbing at least 1, oftentimes 2 defensive supports. Na'Vi, always want to fly, loves his Phoenix. We could potentially see the Undying as well, which I suppose technically is defensive, but it's just different styles of play.
And both teams really like the Willow as well. I want to, get people a little bit excited for that, because Roger and Taiga both play it quite a bit. I'm going to ask it to you two guys. I asked it to Owen and Fogg, and they seem to be in the agreement that even though Liquid's going to make the series competitive, they're not going to take it because they're not consistent enough the way that Na'Vi has been showing their consistency. Who do you guys have for taking the series?
I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I said yesterday I think the least likely result is a 3-0. I still think so. I have Na'Vi favored to win the series, but I don't think it's going to be fully clean. So 3-1 or 3-2. 3-1. It's kind of boring. I didn't think they were both going to say that, but it's actually how I feel about it too. So
I think Liquid's got this. I think that we've criticized them a bit for perhaps taking too many chances, but I actually love to see that from the squad.
Yeah.
I think that when they were a fringe, top 8, top 6 team for most of last year and some of this year, a big part of that was that they seem to, and even Taiga said himself in the interview, like they get nervous when they play these big teams in big matches. It's natural, but they're playing with no fear, and the new mentality seems to be like, just make the play.
Yeah.
And yeah, they'll backfire. We saw them like get killed trying to get a pick off on high ground, but that's still a great play. And if you don't push your limits, there's a line somewhere, but if you don't cross that line, you don't know where it is. And I like that they're making mistakes almost every game because they're trying to push their advantage just a little too much. And I think that that's what you got to do to beat a squad that's as aggressive as Na'Vi. Can't be afraid. No fear.
All right, well, we're going to see if that new mantra from Team Liquid is going to pay off in the Grand Finals. We're getting ready for our first match. When we're back, it is time for the draft of Game 1 of the Grand Finals of ESL 1 Germany 2020.
It's a feeling. We watch the waves wash over the shore. The horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. And we never thought we'd get this far. I'm gonna stay true. These songs I wrote for you, oh, they make me blue. They make me blue. What did you say to me? You wanted to be free. Do you believe? I want you to believe. I want you to believe. I want you to believe. In paradise we burn through the night, getting brighter. And the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun never goes, and the sun. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Oh, this could be the end of the world as we know it. We never thought we'd get this far. want you to believe. I want you to believe.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing.
It is grand final. Wow. We're opening up. Oh, there they are. All right. It is grand finals time here at ESL 1 Germany 2020. We're going to see Team Liquid taking on Na'Vi. We see Insania getting ready to start the draft. It is very close to kicking off, but you know, they just needed it.
It is grand finals time. Empty chair. Love it. Well, they were definitely getting in. They were getting ready. And we saw Blitz in the camera shot. I think for the first time, showing his face there a little bit, getting the guys pumped up.
Yeah.
He's got to be super proud and happy about this. He's really poured a lot of time and energy into these boys, mainly outside of, I would say, drafting and strategy. He's more of a life coach, if you will, just keeping morale high, keeping on building up team spirit. And it's been one of the things they've been praising themselves for this term, is that attitude that's really spilling off.
It's like, Blitz did this, I did this, basically.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. And I think that that's something that we'll see other teams branch out into. It's really underrated to have a beacon of positivity within a Dota team, because it's very much a zero-sum game. It's very easy to get demoralized, depressed if you have a couple of losses that hurt. And it's nice to have somebody that can talk to the team as a whole and also try and sort of what's it called? To like
deep pressure?
When you
de-escalate?
Diffuse, de-escalate. Yeah, different interpersonal grievances. When you have one-on-one conversations, you get feedback on the team from this person, and it helps you sort of find solutions for all the problems people are having.
Now, we don't know about any official word, but obviously when we saw some of the team cams from Na'Vi throughout their run, we might have seen a person in the background that would fulfill the same role. He fulfills two roles in one, because he has that calming personality and the Dota knowledge as well to back it up.
Blitz doesn't have any of that.
Talking about Mag. Well, Blitz shares it with Jabs. It's going to be Jabs that is going to sit next to Insania.
I know, it just sounded like a really, like a stab at Blitz there. How well
I give Team Liquid a lot of stuff over the tournament. Not always the most positive regarding their performance, but I do support the guys, and I think they have grown. And I mean, I went for them in the grand finals to win this all.
Because they keep sending you free merchandise.
Has nothing to do with it. However, they are in the Netherlands, so you know, I do also feel kind of like it's my home team, and it has some power as well. As we do have the draft on the way. Want to point out to people that Lone Druid is in the pool. Is something that we see banned out first against Team Liquid a lot. The Doom, however, on the side of Liquid is banned.
Yeah. I love that ban.
Because we've seen Na'Vi play it on multiple people very successfully as well.
I think both opens make a lot of sense. You got to get rid of the Oracle against Team Liquid. I think more than any other hero, that just activates too many of their strategies. And I don't want to play against Na'Vi's Doom. Especially if you think about the way Liquid play. It's a lot around Mickey. They don't want to be playing some PA or Morph strat with the Doom as a potential just, well, like, you can't be good when you're doomed. I think there's some Dendy line about it. Like, there's no way to outplay. You're just doomed, literally. You're eliminated from the game.
But there are ways to outplay. It's just not on you personally. Your team can help you out. Positioning makes sense. Knowing where to move and knowing if you can still maybe move in, do the last bit of damage with the last remaining health you have. There's a lot of things to do. Well, you do.
No, you can't. You're doomed.
I think
still punch people.
So I think the thing about Doom as well is that there's just a lot of the heroes in this meta are not very good against Doom. Like, when you get doomed, there are some heroes that are like 10 times more useful than others. The ones that are useful are the ones that have something activated that keeps running, like Death Prophet ulti or Razor. Razor's just not good right now. Wraith King can have a second life, not very good right now. So all of the cores that people play, Alchemist gets picked occasionally, but not that much. Most of the cores that are played hate getting doomed.
Yep.
So It makes it really valuable. So we're going to see the Slardar picked here from Liquid. This can't come as a surprise to Na'Vi at all. It's been banned against Liquid, and when Liquid have had it, they've felt strong. They're going to respond with Spectre, so actually giving a bit of a good lane here to Slardar Rubik. If the Rubik is a 4, it could be a 5.
I'm a little bit confused. Liquid took about 40 seconds of their bonus time to pick up the Slardar.
The Phoenix matchup's annoying.
Yeah, but they knew Phoenix was going to get picked because so far, if Always Wanna Fly is not playing Oracle, he's mostly playing Phoenix. Like, it's his most played hero. He's going to play it for the 9th time this tournament.
They're probably thinking about the core matchups like later in the draft. It's because there's this pick is huge for them because they're locking in the Boxy hero, and I think that they're comfortable with it. But to Since like, it's just not a great matchup against Phoenix style lineups. But it does pair well. We probably will see a PA ban coming out if I'm Na'Vi here. They got to think about the Sven as well, perhaps, and the other stuff that we've seen Liquid utilize with the Slardar. Lone Druid, another core to keep in mind.
I think the reason they took this much time is that they're expecting now with the Slardar pick that he will be laning against Phoenix. And everything Slardar is about in lane is hitting. He needs to get those bash procs, and you can't do that if your attack speed is slowed by 100 by Phoenix. So they were I think they were weighing the pros and the cons. They were like, okay, we get Slardar against Spectre, which is awesome. We get Slardar 4-hour strategies, which is awesome. Does that get outweighed by Phoenix? And the conclusion is no. And a lot of the times this is the kind of position you're in a grand finals when you're drafting, is that you've seen the teams know each other so well that you're not going to get that perfect hero anymore. You're going to get the best for you in the given situation. And I like it. I like it from Liquid. It's that mentality of we're going to play what we like and what is good for us rather than seeing weakness everywhere.
Yeah. These two teams, by the way, we haven't mentioned it, but earlier on in the group stages, they actually did face each other. It was Team Liquid that won 2-1. I do think that Na'Vi has grown a lot since then. Na'Vi was on the verge of not making it to playoffs. Like, they were one game away. They had to play, like, through everything.
I just realized maybe I messed up. You know, I'm obviously a big fan of the Liquid boys, but technically Na'Vi is my home team. They're playing like 10 minutes from my flat in Kiev.
You went for Liquid.
Oh, no.
You did not think about the flight back tomorrow.
No. If I see, I've actually seen Fly at restaurants at the summer randomly. He'll be very disappointed in me if his team wins and I didn't believe in them.
Yep.
There's the PA ban, as we can expect. After yesterday, I don't think that we'll see another Mickey PA game in a game that he hasn't dealt with. If they want it, I think they're going to need to first to it. It's just too strong. And it fits the Liquid style, as we discussed. Like that defensive support, the amplification from the Slardar, and it means Mickey at a point can win you the game.
Yep. I think what they might go for now that they don't get this is, so what good options are there? There's Lifestealer, which is a possibility with Slardar, good against Phoenix. There is Juggernaut, similarly good against Phoenix and good with Slardar to an extent.
Yep.
Probably one of those two. Na'Vi, not sure what they're going to ban.
By the way, you guys might have remembered that there is a hero that has like 75% win rate. He's called Faceless Void.
Oh, wow.
He's ignored.
We completely forgot about it because it's always picked.
It's
always banned,
It is always first phase banned.
It's been banned like every game.
Well, you can't pick it if you're Na'Vi, and I don't really like Void against Spectre, personally. I think Spectre's kind of built to deal with Void because you just tank through the chrono.
Ooh, also, extra tidbit of information. Last time they faced in the groups, first game, Na'Vi also let the Faceless Void through, so Liquid's like, yes, we'll take Faceless Void. They lost that game. So even though Faceless Void has a 75% win rate, it's not from Team Liquid because they played it once and they lost.
It is kind of telling, though, that they picked Spectre over Void, right? You have Phoenix. It's a classic combination. It's super strong. The Chrono with Supernova. You have the Sunray in the Chrono. They must think Spectre is just a tier above. Or that it suffers too much against Slardar if you're playing Void, maybe.
I also, I don't know about the Storm ban when they have the Spectre, because it's one of Iceberg's best heroes, and it's just an excellent combo. And I think that Death Prophet is much more valuable in the hands of Liquid right now, especially when you consider it has lane versatility. It's also very good against the two heroes they already have selected. I don't think Liquid's thinking Storm as is, and it just removes that as an option for them to pick up for Iceberg. Lena's already out of the pool. Obviously, you're still gonna have more options, but it's weird to me that they got rid of that.
I'm not sure how sold I am on DP yet for Liquid. I think it looked better yesterday. To me, Phoenix versus DP is kind of a double-edged matchup where, yeah, you can get silenced on Phoenix and that's a problem, but usually if you have the range, Sunray is one of those abilities that DP hates. It's just so much damage, and your hero doesn't kill the egg whatsoever.
Clockwork.
Clockwork! Love this hero.
Yeah, they
First time we
played,
see it since we got here.
Yeah, they played on both. They've played it on both Roger and General during the tournament, during the group stages mostly.
My opinion, great hero against Slaughter. He's very mobility based, and the battery assault is very annoying to deal with. It can interrupt your attacks mid-animation, slow down that progression on getting the Bash of the Deep in.
This is such a sick Wisp pick, though. It's so good here. Yeah, you can sustain a lot. There's very limited burst on the side of Na'Vi. You now have damage amp along with a steroid that'll likely be a general bat rider, and I'm just a bit concerned because Na'Vi they have some solid pickoff now, but their sustained DPS is very low. They have a lot of emphasis on the Spectre having just insane influence. And also to note, Sheev, you said that Liquid picked Dire. Was the day of first overall selection?
No. First overall selection was Always Wanna Fly saying he wanted second pick.
Huh.
And then Liquid came back and said Dire.
Because Liquid got to play second pick both games yesterday, and this time Na'Vi take that away from them. So it's curious because typically I think first pick is almost always preferred, but both of these teams preferring second, which does make sense though because it gives them the last pick overall mid.
I think Liquid want Dire when they have to pick side because it's the easier side to stack on.
Yeah.
It's where Insania has been finding clearly the most stacks, just retreating a little bit from the top lane and then stacking 2 or 3 camps at once. It's a lot harder to do in
I
Radiant.
love the upper jungle area. You get those two.
It's really, really
It's
good.
so easy. Yeah.
We do
So
get
here's
the
the Void.
Faces Void.
Yeah. I think what Liquid have to do in this position is there's a Batrider, and we've talked about this. If Batrider has 2 awesome side lane matchups, the hero can just be absolutely godlike. So you pick at least one. This is going to be a musical chairs start, I think. I think Batrider really wants to face Slardar in this game, and whichever support he's with is actually not that important. As long as he's against Slardar, he can play it with either the Phoenix or with the Clockwork. It's completely fine. The perfect lanes for Na'Vi are probably Bat versus Slardar, and Phoenix actually also versus Slardar. Why not? Like, just double down on ruining Boxy's game. That's a terrible lane.
I just don't think you can put Clock with a Spectre. I think that's not going to end well for you.
I think you can against IO Void. That's a weak lane. It doesn't really do that much. Yeah, you have overcharge and you can hit a bit. Clock can just zone them every time with cogs.
I suppose, but it's a really low armor hero. Void has like 15 damage on Spectre plus the bash procs.
It can work at least for some time. Like let's imagine you start Phoenix against Slardar and you wait until level 3 or 4 in bat, and then you could leave.
Okay.
Possibly something like that. I could see it, but like either way, even the clock bat against Slardar is also great. So the options are definitely there. I like how it's looking for Na'Vi in the laning stage here. I feel like Liquids are a little bit weak.
That's what they're facing. They ban out the Furion Invoker now for Na'Vi. Quap is a possibility for Liquid. I'm not a big fan of the hero most of the time, but there's just no real disable, no real lockdown from the support duo of Na'Vi. And yeah, Lasso is annoying. So, but you need something that either is going to tank Lasso for your team or something that can avoid it. And it's either a mobility mid, or in theory, they could still go for something like a Death Prophet.
Banned. Last ban.
Good ban.
I also want to point out that Na'Vi did maybe lead them into the same trap when they faced the first time around, because they did go for Queen of Pain in that game as well. Again, they lost that game.
Yeah. That's the trouble when you play against this Na'Vi lineup. Like, you want to abuse the fact that they have limited damage and lockdown, but the trouble is they're still... Yeah, this is the other option. So instead of mobility, you get something beefy. And we discussed this yesterday when Mudgolems picked the 5 passive lineup. But even just against Spectre, it's a great Viper game. It removes the ability of the Spectre to play without BKB, which is what we've seen from effectively every Spectre so far in this tournament. They don't want to buy BKB, but otherwise, you just stand in the goo. With no Dispersion, no Desolate, you are not the same hero.
The break is good, but the problem for me here is it doesn't know its matchup, first of all. Viper, to me, is a lane dominator and really thrives when it has a good matchup, and now Na'Vi get to counterpick it with Iceberg. The other thing is, I think both Batrider and Phoenix are actually very good against this hero at all stages of the game. Viper hates getting sticky napalmed. It gets super slow, can't really turn, can't move. And the Sunray, once again, the outrange, the high damage against tanky heroes could prove to be a problem. So I'm not really completely sold here, but I feel like I've said that about Liquid a couple of times.
Yep.
True,
and they pulled it off.
I do love it with Wisp, though. You were like, it
definitely helps a lot.
So much better if you have the relocate as a possibility. You can actually split from your teammates a little bit more efficiently, and it's good synergy with the Void. If they get the Spectre in the Chrono with Nether Toxin,
that is very true. Then
there's no save.
Nether Toxin, Corrosive Haze,
There's
and
no
Avoid.
save yet. We have seen OD banned a couple of times. Maybe it's finally time for this hero to show up.
You know, it's not bad here.
Not a bad idea.
But they have 0 tower pressure. That's the thing with Na'Vi. Yeah, okay. That works because they needed some catch too. But again, you just pick DK into Viper.
Yeah, I don't know about that. If that was the right choice, I think So obviously Viper has the break mechanic. I think Dragon Knight does okay in the lane.
Yeah.
Again, later on, you will be very susceptible to getting chronoed as Dragon Knight in this game. And then you can die to another Toxin plus Corrosive Haze. So
it's just
tankier with the Phoenix, though.
Na'Vi have just a harder draft. They need to get more kills than Liquid. Whereas Liquid, it's that same thing we discussed yesterday.
They like kills.
But Liquid just need one fight. They need one Aegis. Na'Vi, you got to stay ahead. They need to execute. Bat Clock are not real heroes if you're not getting at least a kill or two every minute or two. And I just think Liquid is in a driver's seat in the sense that they're not in a rush and they only need one shot to take a decisive lead in the game.
I like Na'Vi. I think the laning stage is going to go very, very well for them. And they're going to double down on it until they get the lanes that they want. And that is going to decide the early outcome of the game. And then they'll snowball.
So you're both... you're both sticking
with
to
our team
predictions. Yeah, sorry, I had to think there for a second. But that's good. And to be honest, a kill per minute.
That's a lot of kills.
I like it. I mean, it's game one of the grand finals, right? There's a little bit of a different psychology coming out when it's a best of 5 compared to its best of 3. So let's find out how this first game of this best of 5 grand finals is gonna pan out with ODPixel and Fogged.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game one of the grand finals here, ESL 1 Germany 2020. I'm ODPixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ready for this first bit of action between Na'Vi and Liquid. Fogged, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm really happy to see my favorite set in Dota 2 at the moment. Roger's rocking it. The new Clockwork set, everybody.
I'm not sure if we can quite hear you. I hope you're all right, Fogged. Anyway, let's get ourselves into the game here and see what we've got going on. Some love already being shared between the two teams. The Tiger sending some love out to Iceberg, even though he didn't spell his name right. So, come on, I don't think he did at least. Well, here we go. Let's go and see what happens as we look at this. Fogged, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I'm still not hearing you, Fogged. Hopefully you're going to be able to get that sorted.
I'll fix it in a moment. Not sure what's going on.
Gentlemen, let's have a look at the lane setup. So Tiger on the IO, standard starting here. Picks up the bracer. That's the way to go right now on an IO. Down bottom, Boxy on his Slardar. Pretty much the best hero, the hero to play and pick. And over in the mid lane, of course, Quakefer. I think Quakefer, we'll see what sort of a time he has here. Iceberg, of course, coming in with that response, that last pick DK. So obviously not seeming to bother too much about the Viper, even though he's a melee hero in that matchup. Top lane, Mickey on his Void. He'll be supported up by Insania on his signature Rubik. Roger on the support clock. It's going to be making moves around. Whilst I always want to fly, as sort of the panel said, going to be looking at what sort of lane setups they're able to force as the supports move around in an attempt to try and make things work for Vitu. Vitu on his Spectre. Fogged, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm still not getting you, Fogged.
Still not getting me.
I think maybe the stream can hear you, but I cannot right now.
I think the stream can hear you, but ours must have gotten some type of mess up. But I think people heard me say how much I love this Clockwork set.
So they're going to start things now, with V-Tune up on this top lane. Roger, using the cogs here to control the creeps and try and block them off as best as he can. And that does mean that down bottom, General's going to be left on his own here to play things solo against Boxy and Tiger. And we'll see how well this mid lane matchup goes as Iceberg versus Quakefer will go down. Fogged, I believe the stream can hear you, so Fogged, take it away whilst I just double check there's nothing going wrong on my side.
I'm reconnecting as well, Owen.
I can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes, you fixed it, Fogged. You fixed it.
Something must have gotten messed up on our end there.
All right, we're good. We can hear each other. Let's go. Fogged, I'm sure you were saying amazing things, or at least trying to, whilst I probably talked over you. So take it away again. What are you sort of saying about what we're seeing here?
It looks like Na'Vi, they got the lanes they wanted, right? They wanted to have V2 and dodge the Slardar IO pressure lane. I think this is exactly the lane setup that they did want to have. And Mickey is going to be slowed down a decent amount by it. Iceberg should be able to get some decent farm in this mid lane. So, yeah, I think Na'Vi's very happy with this setup.
Yeah, and sort of overall, what does the prospects of this game going on look like to you for Na'Vi? Like, how scared do they need to be of this Chronosphere plus the break of the Viper? Is that going to be that deadly, or is it not as scary as it actually seems mechanically?
I think it's definitely going to be very deadly. I think Na'Vi, the other day, what I saw them do to Mud Golems is going to be the exact style they approach here. They're not going to give... They're going to try not to let Liquid set up for those type of plays. They're going to try to break these initiations. And if the Chrono does go off, I'm assuming we're going to see them just heavily focused to stop the Viper from getting those breaks off in there with either Roger or some other, you know, the lasso coming out from the Bat Rider. A couple different things they can use to trip that up. Well, definitely looking like a strong draft coming out from Na'Vi in terms of just being able to battle as well, too. And just being able to battle where they choose to take the fights with this Bat Rider and with this Clockwork. They've been really good about this on the side of Roger in general. Specialists.
I see in mid lane, CS-wise, yeah, it's pretty even. Yeah. I mean, so in this matchup, is that something like you would expect when you saw these two heroes being picked? Despite Iceberg being the DK and melee hero, is it just... the regen from the passive is enough to allow you to withstand the harassment from a Viper in lane?
Yeah, you're not going to stand in the break, you know. You don't have a stun that's holding you in or anything like that. You can manipulate where the creeps are, and most of the time with these Vipers, when they go for this skill build, it just pushes into your tower, and then you're DK farming under tower, which is quite easy.
Yeah, he's certainly showing that, keeping very close to Quaker in CS, 22 for 1, he's 25 for 2.
On bottom, General, they're getting aggro on him. Should be able to get him here.
No, definitely with the setup that they have, he's going to be the one that has a bit of a tougher time, and it's showing. But definitely paying off in the sense that top lane, Farm the Boys be slowing down. Mickey is going to try and turn towards Roger. Just have to opt for the jump away. Doesn't want to try and jump in aggressive onto the Clockwork, whilst Roger's got always want to fly by his side.
I feel like it's really important and it's really significant for Liquid that they are getting this much farm in bottom. Sure, I'm happy. Like, Na'Vi is definitely very happy with the way the lane setup is, but I don't think Liquid's very upset at all. Boxy, when he's playing this Slardar, he's an animal. Like, he's honestly like the best Slardar that I've seen for a long time now, because they've been playing it for about a year now, for 8-9 months, while other teams weren't looking at this hero that much. He knows and understands this hero so well. Getting aggressive on General again. We'll give some respect though to the Firefly. Yeah, this hero can change so much because it changes how much damage your entire draft does and how aggressive you can play. Because then you just have this frontline beast that contributes so much in the game. He gives you almost everything. He gives you the Roshan, he gives you great team fighting, maybe lack in tower pushing, but it's just a phenomenal hero to lead the charge.
Yeah, and it's a hero as well that's probably going to be able to run into Na'Vi's lineup without dying too quickly at the start. I guess the biggest threat down the line is sort of the burn from the stun ray. But other than that, Boxy is going to be pretty survivable against what Na'Vi's lineup's got. Roger. And the rune is going to try and block off Tiger from getting it. Tiger's still able to grab it, and he's also able to tether away. Back over to Boxy. Gets away from Roger and General.
Ooh, General, he's in the water now too. Boxy, he's speedy there. Got the sprints going off, but Firefly goes off. Again, they'll give respect, especially around the cliff when there's a flame break point.
Well, that's true, yeah.
I want to get cliffed up there.
Instantly running away there, Boxy and Tiger.
Yeah. But yeah, there's some things that Boxy definitely does have to watch out for besides just that Sunray. There is some hard lockdowns that he has to worry about. You know, the lasso as well as that Dragon Tail. They do trip up Slardar decently. These long duration disables that just hold him in place can be pretty annoying. And I think that Sunray is going to be a big thing we have to keep our eyes on for Na'Vi this game, because there's not the craziest amount of ways that Liquid actually does have to just stop it. They'd have to commit either the lift, the Chrono, the Void has to get on top of him, or the Slardar has to get on top of that Phoenix in these situations. So that's one that we'll have to see in the later stages how much it's going to have an impact.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On top lane, Mickey and V-Tune farming just as well as one another right now. Mickey, of course, with the lane setup, having that XP advantage though. So hitting the 6 and having that Chronosphere ready for plays before V-Tune's going to be able to turn up with Horns.
And important to point out too is Insania, he's doing Insania things. You know, Mickey is free farming top, but he's also leaving the lane, and Koikfa just farmed a triple stack with his Nether Toxin. And they, I think that's actually the only stack they had. I saw he made a couple mistakes on stacking the camp to the south of that, but yeah, they still enabled their Viper to get a bit more farmed up. But Iceberg still, he's actually the leader of net worth right now still after this matchup. Very tough for him to take advantage of his DK form, though, versus that Viper, especially with Koikfa being already up to level 8. And I do love the build from Koikfa. He's going for that Atos, just having his own form of lockdown to keep these heroes inside of that break. Because since he is playing versus double heroes, right? He can break the DK and the Spectre. It's that much more valuable this game.
Bottom. Another attempt here towards what, General or Roger. Roger. He's got the cogs down. Boxy, he'll actually just turn back over towards General. And here they go with that overcharge. Trying to get that last few hits onto General, but General's able to keep the distance.
Now Roger might get turned on.
And battery assault causing some issues, but the crush back down. Roger, you know, push them back once more with the cogs, and they're being able to keep themselves alive here, Roger and General. A little too tricky for Boxy and Tiger to take down at the moment, but still taking a lot of damage from these moves from the Slardar IO duo lane, meaning that Roger and General are being very limited in terms of what they can actually find down here.
Yeah, I mean, General's actually not getting that much farm at all down here.
Okay, he's going to drop the chrono. Sees the opportunity to grab the two of them in. They'll burst down, always want to fly.
Easy kill. Able to, I mean, that's from Insania just walking away from the lane so much, right? He's giving that solo experience to that Void. V-Tune's still not quite that level 6. Iceberg starting to try to threaten that mid tower, but every time he steps up, he can't even get a hit on the mid tower, actually. It's only got 4 damage taken so far. Very nicely done by Koikfa guarding that tower. And Liquid they're just playing the lanes right now, and it's working phenomenally for them. Navi's trying to move around and do some adjustments with some of these heroes, and not working at the moment. Liquid's still able to just apply too much pressure until there are those level 6s that come out, in particular for General. This bottom lane is very problematic for him until he has his lasso.
And even then, you know, for General, it's not quite like he gets the 6 and then he's going to be very likely to get active. He's going to have to farm up the boots to travel. He's got 850 gold into the recipe, but definitely not going to be one of the quicker timings we've seen from General's bat, as he has had this hard lane to go against at the start.
He can still punish in his lane with Lasso if they overplay, and they do have this huge stack that he's going to look to farm probably really soon here with his Firefly. That'll enable him to get that, and Liquid, they might have to actually come down and contest with Koikfa if they want to. Boxy, he's getting stacked up, and there's the rotation. Koikfa, he's got Atos. They can take this stack. I don't know if Navi can actually contest it when Koikfa sets up for it.
Yeah, I think
this will be a big denial of farm for General.
They step up, get Atos into the crush stun control of Boxy.
They'll just die so fast, especially with the overcharge of the IO behind. Koikfa, look, he's wrapping around. They see General. And
they go with the setup. Rod to start off the action. Viper strike down. Boxy's able to close the gap, and General will fall. Quick move and a nice reveal there of that Atos completion, getting them the kill, and will secure the space for Liquid to clean up this stack for themselves.
Yeah, now Iceberg immediately, he sees that movement bottom. His DK form is actually coming back up. He's going to get a lot of damage on mid tower out of that. Insania is near to be able to slow down the push a little bit, but it's only level 4 Rubik. Just
at bottom. Roger, he's tried to grab the rune, but Tiger was able to get in there before him, and Roger's going to die for his attempts. It's Liquid getting another kill. DD rune also spawning in the river as Boxy will pick that up. Not likely to be able to find Iceberg, though, as Iceberg gets back up to the high ground.
We got
Tiger there, going to smoke actually, and move to quickly get down to this bottom lane and either go for a surprise. They're trying to dive in on Mickey. He's got time walk up in a second. General with the lasso. If they got the damage, only just, but they do. General moving up top, and Na'Vi also bringing Iceberg in to continue to use the rest of this Elder Dragon form to put some damage onto this top tier 1, knowing that this is, out of the 3 towers, the one that Liquid's most likely to not be able to defend.
What a nice move from General. He was actually playing on the side of the trees there with Always Want to Fly, waiting for Mickey to make a mistake, waiting for him to step up too far. Gets the perfect
they're coming in with a relocate. Iceberg is trying to TP out, but Boxy's got a bash prepped. Instantly in, and Iceberg's out for 30, and no way to TP back to lane. They knock him out, and
they got the tower, though. So they got what they came for. The Void and the tower did get taken out before they did get cleaned up, so Navi, they lose Iceberg, which hurts because he's worth so much, but did come and get what they wanted. Koikfa now backs up. Insania still looking to have just continued doing Insania things. Triples and quad stacks all over the jungle for this Viper to keep being enabled. Koikva's actually so farmed. Treads Atos Windlace at the moment. Still can die quite easily, even though he is this strong. There's a lot of different factors that Na'Vi does have to be able to bring him out. Some repositioning from the Bat Rider. And that Sunray, as we keep saying, will be really important to kill that Viper. But now Liquid, they're able to do what they want to do in this game. Back up, just chill and farm. Now the Void's getting to be able to farm all these stacks as Insania and Taiga, they've been preparing. Na'Vi don't have the tools quite yet to be able to invade. No bots on General, and Iceberg, he had the blink queued up initially, but he was having such a good time. He's now just decided to go for the BKB instead to protect himself, but that's going to limit their initiations. It's going to limit their aggression that I feel like Na'Vi usually really likes to play with.
Sure. I mean, they've got other heroes to get in on the front lines, though, right? You know, General and Roger, they'll be looking to make the initiation. I mean, even Vincere with the Hawk.
Yeah. I feel like he still might need a blink dagger though, like right afterwards. Him, General, still the blink daggers are so damn valuable when you have something like Spectre, because then you can just pick and choose every time who you do jump. So that'll hurt. And I mean, Liquid, they've already got their blink on boxes, so they're going to be able to look to fight themselves quite often.
Yeah, Boxy is still, I mean, both him and Quoifa have a huge amount of kill potential right now, and they're teaming up continuously. Top lane Quoifa just hiding behind Boxy. Na'Vi's bringing some numbers in, though, and Roger is going to start things. Goes in with a hook shot. Haunt's going to come out. They'll look to take down Boxy, but Boxy's too tanky. Just stands
now General.
Roger. General's going to get Viper Strike. Relocate brings Mickey in. Liquid easily able to hold their ground up top. As Na'Vi, they really tried to force that fight.
And mid, Iceberg, has to, if Insania gets the lift, he might just die. We're able to back away. But yeah, Na'Vi, they try to bring some numbers, but Liquid, they bring more, and now Boxy's found V-Tune.
Vincire's got the blade bow, so Boxy will have to back away. But yeah, a fight that Na'Vi go hunting for. They put a lot into it as well, using the Horn to try and get it going their way, and Liquid, they're able to just calmly react with the relocate. And already, just 14 minutes in, it's 8-1, and it's a 4K lead for Liquid. It's really starting to build up. You can see on the net worth, all three of their cores in a fantastic position, whereas for Na'Vi, the one really falling behind is General.
Yeah. And it's this move that I don't know if we're going to see Na'Vi make again. I think that's the one mistake that you can, you know, when you're playing versus IO, sometimes you make this mistake where you try to bring the numbers and you get relocated and outnumbered. I think from now on, they're probably going to look to set up those ganks around where the IO is rather than on the opposite side. Liquid was just so prepared. They literally had Koikva sitting there behind, and they just, it was so read. It was so perfectly read by Liquid. So Na'Vi have to have a little bit more careful time when they do look for those type of plays. Just always have to remember about the IO numbers. But Liquid still looking to take these fights, Na'Vi. They've got Iceberg's fresh finished BKB.
That's going to make the jump, Boxy. He's on to Roger. Dive forward here, always want to fly. Not going to commit with the egg yet. Looks like they're just going to let Roger go, as they don't feel confident anymore, Na'Vi, now that they've lost someone immediately at the start of it all. Iceberg tries to turn them, pop the egg. Iceberg with the BKB, but Liquid, they can step their way outside of the range of the Supernova and then jump back in. Boxy will get caught out by the instant Dragon Tail stun from Iceberg. Mickey's chrono in 25 seconds, so not quite yet. But again, really seeing Na'Vi struggle to fight back into Liquid right now.
Yeah, even without Chrono being up, like Mickey, like you said, he's going to have it up in 10 seconds. So this fight, it's going to get a lot harder for Na'Vi in a sec.
Boxy, he's in. He just jumps straight away onto General. General's going to go down. Roger, he comes in with a hook shot. We'll be able to push the two of them back with the cogs, but there's no kill potential from Na'Vi. As Liquid, they're fine. They'll push on, and yeah, now Chrono's up. Na'Vi's got to be very careful. Mickey, if he wants to,
waiting.
He might just go for the jump.
Opportunities.
Boxy, Roger walks into him. Boxy's going to just continue the action onto this Clockwork. Another kill for the Slardar, and he's already starting to hunt down more, laying him down with the Corrosive Haze. The space is there. Liquid take the tier 1 tower. Na'Vi getting pushed back completely, and I know it's early days, but I think you said it to me before, there's a lot of teams that will just ban out Boxy's Slardar, and I think we're seeing why here.
I mean, especially with the IO in combination. It actually, you know, Slardar is already such a good hero versus these melees. Give him a free Moon Shard so that he can just literally get like 3 bashes during his Corrosive is insane. As they jump forward, Boxy now might have to be careful, General. Nice knockback.
Have they got the damage here? Dragging Boxy in. Dragon Tail stun as Boxy, yeah, he's going to get left here. Na'Vi able to punish the Slardar, end his streak, and Get a nice chunk of money there into Iceberg's bank account.
Beautiful knockback by General. The flame breaks. This is why he's known as this top-tier Bat Rider, just getting those up, able to get the lasso. Liquid all set up here. They still do have their chrono.
Quite fair. Got a lot of damage. Iceberg, he's got to put the BKB. Mickey.
Mickey's looking for him.
Oh, he's not quite in range. Can't lay it down onto the Dragon Knight as Iceberg's able to walk away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm going to go for Roche, by the looks of it. They're the overcharge and the Mask of Madness and the Bashes, they do it pretty quickly. They've got the Chronosphere if Na'Vi do
full
start
HP.
to come.
He's not taking any damage during it because of that IO on the sidelines there. Na'Vi, they're going to have to try to contest this, but yeah, Chrono is going to make it hard, and no DK form is going to make it pretty impossible.
Already on the side, Boxy's going to jump onto General. Moving in as well with the time dilation. General's getting bashed, he's getting taken out. The Bat Rider falls. Na'Vi having to back away from the pit without General. Very unlikely they can make some sort of steal unless Always Want to Fly can find some phenomenal dive.
Roger's trying as well. He's trying to find the angle, but he's being stalked.
Oh yeah, he just managed to get in. Roger is in, but already it's been killed, and the Aegis have been picked up by Mickey. I mean, an excellent effort from Roger to actually find his way around the heroes and get in, but wasn't quite in time. As Liquid they stay on top of it.
Looking for a play here, Mickey. He's got the chrono at the ready.
Boxy. There's the opening crush. V-Tune, he's got the blade mail, but they'll just fight on through it. With the Mask of Madness and the heals, the Dio, this blade mail does not bother Mickey one bit right now.
This is getting out of hand. Liquid's just steamrolling. 14-2. They've got Aegis control. They didn't have to use Chrono to kill the Spectre. Now they have it for when he respawns. Na'Vi is just getting run over right now.
Boxy, he's on the hunt. He knows Iceberg went this way. He's going to step back into vision, and if he's not careful now, Iceberg actually plays it smart. Edson to the camp and TP's out before he goes back under that opposite ward. He was very close to doing so. The angle that he went in meant that he was able to get away.
They've shown that they can kill the Spectre without the break quite easily now. That is, I mean, it's a huge concern. Na'Vi, with their draft, with this DK, with this Bat Rider, this is not the position they want to be in. They want to be able to be much more even, have the Spectre be able to have some decent places to farm. But yeah, Liquid just, they're closing the map way too fast here. And yeah, these relocates are always going to be available for them to outnumber. These chronos are going to be devastating in these next few moments. And it's actually Liquid the one who's... I feel like Liquid's doing what I thought Na'Vi was going to be doing in this series so far. In this first game, Liquid's just been the one dictating the pace, making all the aggressive moves. Na'Vi just totally on the back foot.
Tier 2 tower going down, and look at the timing.
Right before the outpost. Experience going to be denied from Na'Vi.
Na'Vi, how are they doing on V-Tune? V-Tune's nearly got his Manta. I mean, him
Still
and
doing
Iceberg still with decent farm, yeah. It's just the fact that at this moment in time, Liquid, they've got 3 cores and Na'Vi's only really got 2. General's still suffering.
And the 2 cores that are farming well, they're playing into break, and both of them suffer from break so heavily, and there is so many different forms now that Liquid has a lot of different ways to keep them inside of it. And Boxy, he's 5-1-7. He's about to have BKB finished, so he's going to be able to deal with, you know, some of these annoying things that we mentioned earlier that could trip him up, as we see Mickey get himself a nice little free kill. BKB, he doesn't have to worry about these stuns, this Clockwork Battery Assault, this Phoenix. This game is going to start looking more and more impossible for Na'Vi.
This is a very tough one for Na'Vi. General at least did finish his Blink Dagger before he went down there. So we'll have that when he's back up. Relocate's coming in.
Bullying away Iceberg.
He's setting up. Boxy's in. He's able to close the gap with the jump. Iceberg has to put the BKB. Liquid, they'll back off. They won't want to fight into the DK's BKB, but it's another charge down on Iceberg.
Na'Vi can't even fight back there when they know that they have all this number advantage. And Sania just walks in as a 5-position Rubik versus a DK and just lifts him. Just knowing how confident they are, how far ahead they really are here. And I mean, this 5-position Rubik is also incredibly farmed, if we haven't pointed that out. 8th with Ghost Scepter, he's a beast. I mean, that's what people, like, I feel like we're really going to beat this one in, especially after this series finishes, but stacking. Stacking gets you so much gold as supports.
That really does make all the difference. Absolutely one of the reasons why we do see Insania consistently just being a support that's got a lot of money.
Yep.
In pretty much all of the games that Liquid's had.
They have this ward in the mid lane. Always want to fly. Has to be careful. Boxy looking to invade. He's got the bash primed.
Oh, they'll start on Roger. They found the clock, and Roger's gone. Whew. General just hiding on the cliff.
That's a scary place to hide.
Yep. Haven't got any vision though, so General will be fine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just spotting things
Now
out.
they do.
Now he's on the retreat. Boxy.
He's got the bash primed.
He wants to, and he's going to go for it. Just diving in straight away onto General. General has to use the lasso to save himself, but it's only going to buy him another couple of seconds. He still dies. As Liquid, there just seems to be no stopping them here in this game one. 17-2, 9k lead.
This IO Slardar duo is just absolutely... I think you have to get rid of one of these two. They're way too comfortable with it.
Look at this down bottom. Boxy opens up. They bring Mickey in. He tries to BKB TP out, but they've got all the bashes in the world between the two of them. I mean, absolutely. There's no way. There's no way we see Slardar IO again this series.
No, it's applying way too much pressure. They even got the Void getting away with it all too, so he's able to get all this farm because of the pressure that Boxy and Tiger are applying all over the map. Like, yeah, this the Slardar specialist, as we said. Boxy runs away with a lot of games like this. 8-1-7. He's crushing it. Na'Vi, they're gonna have to try to get some pickoffs while Liquid is split, while they don't have relocate right now. Any types of hopes and dreams for them to come back is just gonna have to be from taking advantage of those cooldowns. Setting up for Insania down bottom.
And they'll get him. And find the Rubik. Insania finds himself a little more time, but nothing he can do to save himself. And the rest of Liquid are sweeping across now, so Na'Vi's got to be careful about how they decide to stick around here. Mickey TPing over to the tier 1, and he has Chrono. Full MKB as well.
Yep.
They've got to get out of here, Na'Vi.
They're still sticking around. Vtoon is TPing top to set up. He has Haunt available too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna see Mickey for a second.
They're gonna see Mickey, and they're gonna want to get out. They're not gonna want to go for this, and
without lasso and without clockwork hood, it's really hard. Iceberg's actually connecting though. They're thinking about making a move, maybe trying to pop Mickey. But Taiga's in the area.
It's gonna be hard. Can they do it? They're gonna try. They're in.
By Taiga.
Mickey. It's gonna be tethered, and he's able to run. He's actually going to pop the Chrono, look to turn.
Egg is down.
Is out. They have the damage to kill General. Mickey jumps to the side. Boxy with the BKB out. The Supernova Stun heading on to Boxy and Quaitha. As they're turning, Atos controlling Roger, as well as the telekinesis box. He's able to get the jump over onto Always Wanna Fly with Mickey backing him up. As 3 go down on Na'Vi. General coming in with the buyback. And they are going to
smoking again.
Him and Vtoon.
I think this is just to get away because Vtoon doesn't have a TP.
They can't get back in on this.
No. The three cores of Liquid are just far too strong. They killed the 2 supports, but then, you know, the 3 cores they handhold together. Boxy, Koikfa, and Mickey start standing next to each other, and Na'Vi can't commit into this. They can't commit into this Viper, who just breaks their whole lineup. Now, though, they're looking for the wraparound. Lasso is ready. Clockwork respawning. There's a DD as well right on top of Vtoon.
Okay. See what he can do with this DD there. Lasso's down. Vtoon's trying to move in, but Boxy's in with the crush. And turnover towards General. Hookshot from Roger comes into play. They keep it Vtoon safe. Vtoon turns onto Quaitha. Quaitha trapped him with him. Quaitha's going to go down, but the bashes and crushes from Boxy will end the life once more off the Spectre. Mickey jumps in with the bashes onto the Phoenix. Roger falls as well. It's a double kill for Mickey. It's just, again, another fight. Na'Vi trying to make some sort of move. But Liquid are just too far ahead and too farmed right now for Na'Vi to deal with at all.
And, you know, they may have gotten the Viper, but they ended up cogging everybody inside of it, and the Viper did drop Nether Toxin inside of the cogs. So Spectre was completely broken. No Desolate, no Dispersion. He just gets melted in a matter of seconds.
And you can see, I think, just sort of a sign of how desperate Na'Vi feel right now with the build of Vtoon. I think this nullifier that he's queued up, I can only imagine it's because he wants to try and stop this Slardar from bashing, right? Because you can do that, right? You can dispel the bash. Or is that not true?
I don't believe you can dispel it.
Does it not remove the stacks and keep saying?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Why the nullify them for Vincere? What's he looking at this game? Because it's not, you know, this is not the build you see on Spectres.
I think it's
sure,
so that he can...
later on nullify, but never this early.
Yeah, I think he's just like desperate for some type of armor, maybe, in that type of way, and then just any types of things so he can dispel Ghost Scepters, kill these backlines, but either way, it doesn't feel like it's that impactful. I think he's just desperate for anything here. Any type of small items. I think they know how far behind they have been this whole game.
That's very tough. 14k down right now. 25-5. I mean, it's just, especially, definitely in these playoffs, the game that's had the biggest kill difference at this sort of time. 25-5. Na'Vi only being able to get 5 kills with a lineup, as you say. You look at like this Roger Clock, this General Bat, this Iceberg DK. These are heroes that were hoping to find pickoffs and kills, and Liquid's just not let them have any opportunities like that this game. The kills that Na'Vi has found have pretty much been in the fights that Liquid's brought to them, where Liquid has happily lost one of the members in exchange for taking down multiple of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, they've only lost their cores the once. I mean, they've actually lost every single hero only one. It's actually a very nice distribution coming out from Liquid.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They've just been very careful. They've been very careful, but very precise with their aggression and just excellent reads of the map. Like they knew exactly where Na'Vi was setting up a couple of their plays, and those relocate ganks, they broke Na'Vi. They broke all of Navi's aggression they were trying to do, and they've just been fully on the back foot for so long now. Liquid could just pick and choose their battles. Boxy level 18 with Ags now done. An absolute beast.
In the river. They found General.
My God.
Boxy, he's found Always Want to Fly. He's got the dive away, but they're chasing. He's got the disarm, and it's not going to save him. The bash coming in at the last moment from Boxy. As the disarm wears off, that disarm just not lasting long enough to keep himself safe. Always Want to Fly. Up to the top they go. It's another one. It's getting pretty bloody hit.
I think Io with these bashing heroes just looks absolutely insane. I don't know, 140 attack speed when you're just, like, especially with a hero like Slaughter, where your bash is just, it's going to happen every 4th hit. Like, it's insane. It actually is just such an insane combo with both him and the Void.
It is. It is. And the fact that both pierce spell immunity, there's nothing you can do to itemize against it.
There really is nothing you can do.
Well, it's the disarm. The disarm's the only thing.
Sure.
But even that's just not enough. And we'll see Vincere. He's going to spend his money. He's just going to pick up a full diffusal. He wants
anything he can buy.
Anything that can help him in this moment. So going back to of course, the more standard build-up.
It feels like last hurrah. Yeah, last hurrah really coming in general. He's got his arcane rune. He's got telescope too, so he's got some nice cast range for his catch. But yeah, real hard as Iceberg. He will reclaim the outpost, but gonna get quickly taken away, and he's gotta be very careful with his positioning. We gotta get TP out though. Mickey just confidently showing himself in the mid lane. He's got the S and Y. He's got the sliver. He's almost got the status resist. They're gonna commit though.
He's got the Aegis. Can they even get him the once? They can't.
Heals?
They can't. He's gonna pop the egg. He's gonna head over to the egg. He's got the chrono down onto everybody else. He is getting stunned, but again, Tiger comes in,
healthy.
Keeps him alive. I mean, this one looks pretty over here with Na'Vi just getting slaughtered here in their base. And there it is. GG's called. Game 1 of this grand finals. And it's a very, very easy one for Liquid. 31-5, 30 minutes in, 21k lead. A worrying start to say for Na'Vi in this best of 5.
Yeah, I think Liquid actually just, they got pretty much exactly what they wanted with their whole draft, right? They see this DK last pick, and even then, they already had the Viper. They have a double break mechanic versus 2 of the cores. They have Boxy playing his Slardar.
Yep.
As we see, they're amazing with the IO, with how they're able to set up their relocates, and they have a Void. I feel like they just got away with way too many tier 1 heroes versus what they're up against this game.
Yes, and if you were to sort of pick out the ones that we're not going to see, I mean, it's, as I said during the game, there's no way we're going to see Na'Vi let them have this combo Slardar IO, right?
Yeah, it's either take out one of them. It can't be given both of them, and especially with like a Void as like in this 3rd, 4th pick too. It felt like a really hard game for Na'Vi to take advantage of anything. After like the first 8 minutes, it felt like the game was just super difficult for them because of how commanding Boxy's lead was.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to Liquid, and it's a bit of a beatdown for poor old Na'Vi. They're going to have to pick themselves up big time coming into Game 2.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Sometimes in a best-of-5 series, game one, you're gonna let something through for the enemy team, and because you think you can counter it and deal with it. I hope for Na'Vi that this was one of those things, and they'll have learned from it, and they will ban out Slardar in the future, because Boxy was going off on that here. Obviously, the IO helped tremendously as well, but Team Liquid it was a very easy first game for them. We promised a competitive series. That did not look like it, Sid.
Don't you just love being as wrong as possible? Everything went wrong. I thought Na'Vi were going to do great in the lanes with Bat. I thought they were going to get off to a hot start. But in my mind, I was thinking so much about how well Bat does against Rubik's Slardar, because that's the default way of laning this and then putting IO with the Void. But what if Liquid just do it the other way around? IO Slardar crushed the Bat lane. He had a terrible game, and Slardar just took off.
I mean, I wish I could say I knew how you felt, Sin. It's just not a position I find myself in very often. I look at Liquid's lineup, and I think, well, as long as we survive the laning phase, we have some of the best heroes in Dota 2. Look at their lineup on paper. Void, Slardar, Wisp, and then you have a DK Spectre Core into my last pick, Viper. Like, it's just, it's near impossible for you to win this game if you're Na'Vi, especially when the bat lane goes poorly. Like, you were watching, I saw Sin's heart sink. He's like 3 minutes in, he's like, what? Bat Rider's losing the lane. My plans have all gone awry. What are they gonna do now?
I mean, that's actually a pretty good point about the game. Like, what do you have if Bat fails?
Yeah.
Like, there's no real fail-safe here. They have to have a good game for general. They got him the matchup against Slardar, which I wanted to see, but it just wasn't good enough. Like, maybe they... In hindsight, when you see this IO Slardar win that lane against Bat Clock, you realize you have a problem. Because I think Bat Phoenix doesn't win the lane enough either. So you would have had to try lane, and you can't solo your Spectre.
And a cool point, Wisp has no turn rate, right? So the sticky doesn't really affect him too much. In addition, Boxy went 2 point sprint really early on. So now they're just, oh, you're gonna Firefly? We'll just run away. Like, you just don't have the levels on the bat in order to make things happen. I think maybe if you have a clock that's able to like pincer from behind, but even then, you're not really threatening kills until level 2, level 3 because of the move speed these heroes possess.
And I mean, also for Roger, we normally expect him to have a good impact in the mid game, an early game. And I think playing behind from a clockwork position 4 is just terrible.
It's really hard.
Like, what are you gonna do? You literally go in and die.
Yep.
That's
especially against these heroes, they just bash you. Your targets of choice. Which core would you like to go on, Clockwork? Slardar, Void, or Viper? All three of them kind of suck to jump when they have a Wisp behind, so you have to find the supports. They've just been positioned really well this game. He never really found a good opening. But this, to me, man of the match. I think this Slardar just completely took off. Yep.
Yeah, we saw Slardar banned first phase by Team Secret, by Mod Golems. They banned Lone Druid Slardar in most of the games that they have played. Maybe it's something that Na'Vi will have to take over as well in their next games if they wanna survive a little bit longer in these grand finals. Now, of course, you know that we have a DHL drop quiz question coming your way, but I'm sure you're curious what you're actually playing for, and that's why I got a box, and I'm gonna let you guys open it up and show up what's in it.
Okay.
Don't drop it.
Don't drop it,
hope
please.
It's got some of Synderen's stuff in here.
What?
The guy requested.
What?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I mean, even if he's trying to go for a joke, what stuff are you looking for?
Okay. We have an ESL mousepad. I actually
Nice.
need this, so I would actually try to keep this to my side. I forgot to pack one. We've got socks. This is...
Also something you forgot to pack. Okay,
thankfully I have
continue.
one pair left to be clean on the way home. A hoodie.
Wait, can you show me the hood? Oh, nice.
Whoops.
I really like that hoodie.
Yeah. It's just sent
So that one will not be in the box
I'll take this one. You
anymore
can have the
either.
socks.
And a mask
I
or
already have that one.
a bikini, depending on how much you like Borat. You can put this on your face and help out our viewers at home. Got pants.
Oh, they get sweatpants?
Indeed. And does
these are
one
nice.
person win all of this?
These are
Oh, hang
nice,
on. Let's pretend I pulled this. And then we have this thing, which I believe is pretty much our grand prize, because it is a i9 Intel processor. I don't actually know how this works.
What I
just
do
have
know-
JJ build my computer.
What I do know is that is the one people will actually win. So don't drop it, please.
This specifically.
That specific one. That is it. That is the one.
With Kyle Germs on it.
Now, yes.
The only
Wait,
one in the
did
world.
you have like a can here somewhere?
No.
Is it gone?
What?
Or you can rub some of this in it.
No. I think...
This is disinfectant.
Don't you guys at
I'm
home
pretty sure
want
we need
this
to
even
fully
more?
disinfect this
Don't you want this more now? I'm like, here, Sin, rub this on yourself too.
No.
Jeez. Okay, look at the question, guys. And the question for the DHL drop quiz, the answer goes !DHL drop and then the letter of your corresponding answer. Which hero only ever uses 4 words in a voice line? Is it A, Ember Spirit, B, Earth Spirit, C, Void Spirit, or D, Storm Spirit? ! DHL drop and then the letter of your corresponding answer. What's up?
I found out what it is. It's on the label. It's an Intel i9 9900K.
Wow. It's a really good
He's a really good
processor.
salesperson. I
Yeah.
totally believe in him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He knows what he's talking
You can
about.
get yours today.
But only if you are doing really well on the quiz and you get this one right as well. We're going to give you the answer for that question after the break. And of course, we're also back with more Dota 2 in the grand finals of ESL 1 Germany after the break.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
With the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining.
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
And of course, the answer to the DHL drop quiz was a Ember Spirit. Congratulations if you had it correct. And of course, you can find your rankings as well somewhere down below. There's a link. But don't click it now because you want to see something else right now, which is the Grand Finals game number 2 here between Team Liquid and Na'Vi. We have the draft on the way, and hopefully we're going to see a little bit of a change into Na'Vi's bans, perhaps. They did not opt to ban out Slardar, though. So according to them, the problem was IO. They go for that first phase.
I think Oracle's a bit of a problem too, especially if you're going to first pick Phoenix.
They were, in all fairness, both IO and Slardar were a problem, but I think you also need to recognize that IO got picked 3rd, right? Or was it 4th even?
3rd.
6th. Depending.
Like,
it's 3rd for Liquid.
3rd pick for Liquid, and then they picked Void 4th, right?
Yes.
In their set. So like a lot of the times in the past, we've had patches where IO has been considered like insane first pick, and then it gets figured out, and then there's counters, and then it kind of gets, put in the back a little bit. And then you get to the second phase and boom, it gets 3rd picked, and the counters are banned. And you now have a great pairing with it suddenly with the Slardar. So I think from Navi's perspective, I personally would have rather seen them ban Slardar. And then in the second phase, if they think it's still a good IO game, they could ban it there. But maybe they're concerned that Liquid's confidence with IO is just through the roof after that game. Just, not give it a chance. And you can solve it with other options.
Yep.
And now it didn't get picked at all. So maybe they have the right read.
I think it's cool because they can just save it for later, though. The Sven is one of my favorite heroes against the Beastmaster, just both in the lane and throughout the game, because you're just so damn tanky. And you're a natural BKB buyer. With the Oracle, we saw them yesterday. Was it yesterday? The day before? The save on Mickey at
2 days ago.
I think 2 days
the
ago.
same frame as he would have died to the Soul Rip of Fada. It's nice too, because you still, they banned Slardar, but I think it makes a lot of sense because you don't really want to play Slardar into this duo, and without the Wisp, I don't think it's as powerful. It's not just an auto win hero, and I like that Liquid is willing to switch it up because Na'Vi now won't have anything to really build off of from what they learned in game 1.
True.
So what do you go as a carry in this meta against Sven? Like my number 1 pick would probably be something like Void together with some sort of backline that has a lot of magic damage.
Well, Void's out.
But Void is banned
Just now.
so they can't do that with their Phoenix. Spectre is a possibility. I think Spectre is pretty good against Oracle, and against Sven, Spectre is one of the heroes that can actually survive and get something done in the fight apart from going on the Sven. Other heroes, Lifestealer with a Halberd build is a possibility for VTune. I'm kind of imagining it's going to get banned here, actually, out of Liquid, but we'll see. Maybe they think Oracle's good enough.
I think Lifestealer's something to look at as well. I think with the Phoenix and the Beastmaster, it's just too strong. I think it's VTune's best hero, and that's also, I would say, one of the best matchups against the Sven. You feast on him throughout most of the game. You got a natural rage counter to the stun in, and there's no more Medusas anymore, right? Like, you don't really want to play OD, even if we did see it banned once. A lot of the typical Sven, Razor, like, you don't play these heroes anymore. So it's typically going to be a melee carry, and Lifestealer just seems the most appealing.
Banning out the Timber, respect ban. You have Phoenix Beastmaster, especially the Beastmaster hates this lane. It's so bad. So I think it's a solid choice. Just, keep things safe. Liquid have shown a lot of potential with the Timber. I think they've won every game they picked it in convincingly. It's been super good. So very stable bans coming out. I'm still looking for the core for Na'Vi though here. Like you've banned PA now. Are you going to ban Lifestealer? And if you do, what's plan B for Na'Vi? Like what's left that VTune has even played in the tournament?
I mean, Spectre, other than Spectre?
Yeah.
Let's see. Terrorblade, CK, Drow Ranger, Morphling. PL. He played a game of PL. He lost that game.
Want PL here.
No.
I don't think he
Please.
won PL anywhere. I mean,
I would like the sound of Morph, actually, if they don't ban that. Somewhere down the line here. Morph is really good against Oracle Sven, so that could be a plan for later. I like it more than Spectre.
Yeah, definitely. I like the idea you're going with, though, because I think finding Insanity in the back is necessary. Like, V-Tune's hero has to be able to kill the Oracle.
So Spectre can also do that, but it's different, right? With when you have the vision from Beastmaster Hawk already, that's where Morphling can really get it on. Yeah, they're going to ban Spec, so don't need to speculate about that anymore.
And they pick up the Tusk themselves.
Speculate.
Wow.
Yeah.
Na'Vi, by the way, has a lot of stock put into banning out Boxy's heroes. What's left for him? Because we've been talking a lot about, like, in the past already, like years past, it would be if Boxy had a good game, Liquid has a good game. Obviously, that goes for a lot of the games that we saw here at ESL Journey as well. But I kind of feel it's a little bit more nuanced this time. But which heroes are left in the pool for Boxy to really have a big impact, and for maybe also allowing Taiga to rotate a little bit more on the Tusk, so that, you know, it leaves Boxy alone a little bit more, maybe.
Yeah, there's two ways of playing with this Tusk. The one is that you pick a laning partner that simply just flat out kills with it, and the other one is that you pick a laning partner that just needs 2 levels, and then Tusk can leave and do something else. So both options are viable. I think it's probably going to be more in the direction of staying together rather than roaming, just because I mean, at this point, right, you don't know anything about mid. So you don't know what the enemy has, whether it's something you're able to gank for. And I think just overall with Tusk in this patch and how this team plays, you really want Taiga and Boxy to play together whenever it's possible. Like, that's really been the team's biggest strength, in my opinion, right? This looks like a Drow setup.
Yep.
Gonna be a Drow coming out. So at least you already have the Tusk against that. It's something.
Yep.
Goes both ways, though. You get gusted when you roll in, but at the same time, you can shard block the Drow. She'll get pike.
Just saying, it could be a Dusa. We don't see it very often.
Possible.
I'm not sure I believe in the hero.
I think we've seen it once this tournament and it lost.
It is actually really good against these 3.
Really good against these 3, and you already have the perfect, like, setup for it. Beastmaster Venge with the Dusa is just so much damage.
Okay.
Enigma.
Dusa is even better now.
That means it's Boxy Tusk?
Boxy Tusk, probably. Yeah.
Also, that denies the Lifestealer. I don't think that we're going to see that picked into Enigma again.
I don't think they wanted it anyway. I'm not really... If that's the reason they picked Enigma was to protect themselves from Lifestealer, I think it's a bit of a misread. I don't think you wanted Lifestealer after the Venge. You wanted Drow or Medusa. So can't be surprised here.
This makes, because now the Enigma's game is real rough. Whether it was Dusa or Drow, it's just tough in the lane, and then throughout the game, like, you're just going to get outranged, especially when you consider there's a Venge on the team as well. Drow has, like, 800 something attack range when all auras are maxed out. You get the Hurricane Pike up. So the big benefit, though, is that Liquid's team fight is now super solid, so they need to close the gap and fight in as concentrated of a position as possible. Whereas Na'Vi, you want a split engagement, you want your cores to be able to kite back and just sort of fire the cannons onto the Liquid heroes then caught in the ruckus.
You need to remember they chose to pick Enigma into Venge.
Yeah.
So
That too, yeah,
you
that's a
already
good
have a
point.
natural counter to Black Hole there, so Enigma kind of needs to either Black Hole the Venge or get BKB and Lincolns.
No.
So it's, I don't know.
You remember when they had Enigma and the Void Spirit previous time, where they were very good at making sure that Boxy was in that case it was the Rubik, to make sure Rubik couldn't steal Black Hole, and even if he did, he was dead right after that. So maybe they're gonna count on their communication and their execution to be superb, so that happens again that way.
I definitely think the win condition in this game in teamfights is that Tusk gets on top of Venge. If you can kill the Venge or force Venge far enough away, that's what gives you a Black Hole.
Yep.
But it's troublesome because I just see so many problems for Enigma right now. We're talking about the Venge, but there's still Beastmaster that has a BKB piercing stun. There's the Gust until you have BKB. It's
this is impossible.
Phoenix can even get eggs.
Yes.
Save a guy who gets Black Hole.
Or just egg stunts through BKB. You just egg, and if you egg, then the Enigma ulti, it creates this weird dichotomy in the fight where you don't want to ult to counter initiate if the egg is already ticked for 2 or 3 seconds, because it's just going to interrupt you and stun your whole team as they come to try and follow up. So it's going to require a very high degree of execution right now for Liquid, and this time I think the shoe's on the other foot. They need a dominant laning phase. They need a big advantage and a Sven Ags ASAP so they can start closing gaps and finding kills.
Do you think that they have already got good lane setups? Because these are our 2 side lanes as far as we are aware, right? Is Tusk Enigma good enough? Oracle Sven as a lane good enough?
I think Venge Drow fares really well against Enigma. I don't know if you can put that lane or if you have to get a little bit creative with some tri-laning action or with maybe lane swapping. But I don't know how well Enigma fares against Beastmaster Phoenix either as an option, or Beastmaster Venge. It could be either way. Yeah, I was mega wrong last game, so I'll be a little more cautious with my read. But I have to say I like Na'Vi again. And I think this time, to be honest, I think it's different from the last game in the sense that there's less volatility in the laning stage. It's not going to happen that Liquid can run over it as much as last game, and they're not as dependent on General having a perfect game.
It's just easier to execute. Like, it's a Drow strat. You know, it all makes sense. You get to a decent lead, you take some towers, and your damage is never really going to be an issue. They have the Beastmaster and the Venge, like they have damage and manipulation. Now you have a Tiny to make plays, an immediate Koifa Storm coming out. So it's really just about Na'Vi trying to gain an advantage and then take fights on their terms. Whereas Liquid, it's all about closing gaps. You want to be taking team fights that start with 3 of your heroes on top of the Drow Ranger and then hope for the best.
And do you think they can do that?
I think they can, but it's definitely going to be tough. I think Iceberg is the X factor here. If this Tiny mid can get a couple of nice rotations, specifically into the Enigma lane, that's going to lead to towers to the Drow, rotations out, and suddenly Liquid could be in a position where they're down like 2 or 3 tier 1s by 10, 12 minutes. I think that they need more time. Mickey needs that 3rd item, and then we're going to see the power of the Oracle and all of these items that can come out for their Sven.
You agree with Kyle this time?
Yeah, I like I said, I like Na'Vi, and I think with the early rotations from Tiny, like he says, getting towers, you have Beastmaster. You get map control. Where's the space going to be for Sven and Enigma to get items if you lose towers early? It's going to be really hard.
It's going to be really hard. Maybe 1-1.
But I thought last game's laning stage was going to be hard, so let's see. Maybe Liquid just stomped them.
Maybe Liquid stomped them, but let's hope for a little bit more of a competitive game compared to that first one of our grand finals. Let's head over to ODPix1 Fogged for game 2.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, and Fog, looking at these drafts, one thing for sure, surely this game, it's going to be closer than game 1, because Na'Vi's draft looks pretty darn good against Liquid.
I mean, we say it's going to be closer, but what do we mean? Because I'm actually really liking Na'Vi's. I think Liquid looks really greedy, to be honest with you. I think Storm, Enigma, and Sven, these heroes, they need some time. I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to be proven wrong, but I'm a little doubtful right now of Liquid's draft. I think Na'Vi's got exactly what they like to play with. This is a hyper-aggressive draft that covers all bases. You've got teamfight, you've got tower pressure, you've got burst, you've got pickoff. I love what Na'Vi's got this time around. I think Liquid's gonna have to bring some interesting stuff to the table to try to trip them up, because this Enigma pick, it feels so forced. It's into a Venge and a Beastmaster and a Phoenix. Like, these heroes, it can be a little hard to play with Enigma versus this.
No, I mean, as you said, I'm ready to be totally wrong on this, but I've got to agree with you that this just looks like Na'Vi's. I don't know how Na'Vi can lose this, and if they lose this, I don't know what they're winning with, because this draft from Na'Vi looks really, really good. We'll start with Liquid fighting first blood. By the looks of it, yeah, with the shard set up, they'll get it. Always want to fly goes down. But you're very intrigued to see how Liquid play this game, as it doesn't look easy.
No, it looks like a pretty hard lane for the Sven. So let's just say this. I'm gonna look a lot on how they're gonna be able to manipulate the early game here with Boxy, because he's playing this 4 Tusk now, and Taiga, he's gonna be playing the 3, as we said. Liquid swaps the roles around a lot like this, and we're gonna see what he can achieve to try to, just shut down these lanes, because I feel like the lanes still even look hard for me for Liquid. It feels like it can be pretty tough in these matchups. Like, top can be pressured. The Sven can get pressured by Phoenix and Beastmaster once those levels start kicking in. Storm, I think Koifa can do okay in the mid matchup on his own. But bottom, I feel like VTune should have a pretty good time versus this Enigma and Tusk. It's all going to be depending on how Liquid can break the lanes a little.
And this is quite interesting as well here. I mean, we're seeing already sort of Tiger showing his hand on what his plan is this game. He's queuing straight up the Arcane into Crimson Guard. So maybe that could sort of lean towards what the idea was with this Enigma. A hero that's going to be able to farm these first lines pretty fast, using the jungle if the lane does end up going pretty tough. And then I imagine there's going to be quite a merit to having the Crimson Guard plus the Sven's Warcry in these fights against these heroes like the Drown the Beastmaster.
Absolutely. It is a very expensive item to go for, though, especially on a hero like Enigma. You know, that's 5,000, 6,000 gold down the line. Where I'm looking at Liquid Draft, I feel like they need to farm a lot. You know, Storm, Sven, and Enigma as their cores. These heroes, they're very greedy. They do take time. We see level 1, the Hawk by General, actually placed in a good position to scout Boxy's movements. He saw the Tusk rotating top, so they're going to play a little careful because they know it's going to be a tri-lane up there that we have seen Liquid do a couple times now. Yeah, very curious to see how this will all play out because, yeah, Na'Vi, this is what they like to play with, this full-blown aggression lineup that they can take advantage of very early on here.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of action. But I imagine it's going to be coming out from Iceberg too. Once he gets sort of his first item this time, he's going to...
Roger.
Very active. And that route, they've got him. Liquid. Finding opportunities here with Boxy and Insania. They've got good catch.
Keeping the tri-lane.
Yeah, with the shards and the root.
And Taiga this time around, we did see them do this the other day versus, I believe it was Secret. And Taiga, I think he suffered quite a lot, but he came in big toward the later stages of the game. He hasn't died. He's got the lane in a good position, and I've seen him actually using his Eidolons to block the pull camp now a couple times. So he's actually gotten some good farm and good levels. Level 3 already on the Enigma down here alone. They will be able to pull the lane back finally, though, on the side of Na'Vi, and now it's where, for Taiga, it's going to be a little bit harder for him to actually get something out of bottom lane.
Sure. Because what, overall, you feel that on his own, it's not easy to lane against a Drow Venge, like these heroes do pretty well against you?
Yeah, they can kill the Eidolons, and they kill you so fast. You step up out of position at all, and you're just taken out. But level 3 already is a fantastic start for him. As top, I mean, they're really shutting down General and Roger, so I mean, this is working for Liquid.
I mean, they have got these creeps that they're pulling around, and they're going to need it. I mean, General, he might just die here. They're going to have the combo from Insania. They're
got the nukes.
They're going to be able to pop him. They are. Liquid. These two.
Yep, and now Roger.
They're going to turn over towards him. Well, they nearly have that as well. Roger, he'll be able to get away. Boxy not quite able to get in and get that last touch onto him, so Roger will live. We're already making a lot happen here, and I mean, I feel like we always see this from Insania, but he's just very, very aggressive with his Oracle so early on in the lanes. He knows exactly how to push this hero's aggressive potential.
And it's Boxy with these moves. Look, even mid now, he's setting up for Iceberg. The shards actually pushes him kind of in. He might be able to get the kill here if Boxy can get on top of him. He's got 15 movement speed faster, but can't quite get the distance. But yeah, Boxy is definitely the one to be looking at. He's making all this happen. He's making this tri-lane up top work, and just how much it's able to shut down General and Roger. General has 4 CS. They're only level 2. Mick is almost level... He's level 4. 4 and change already with almost treads.
This is crazy. I mean, Liquid is just playing this lane so well. And Na'Vi look a little lost. What to do against this with the way that things have started on this top lane.
Yeah, and Taiga, he's playing much more careful today down bottom than he did the other day when he was getting punished a lot. He's just denying those range creeps, getting the lane reset perfectly, and Na'Vi hasn't been able to punish him. He's almost level 4 down here.
Yeah, he's getting a lot. He is getting a lot, no doubt about it. Mid lane.
Iceberg.
Boxy's heading over. Shards. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, an uphill miss.
Oh. Yeah, they won't get him. He's actually able to live there, Iceberg. The shards not quite trapping him in, and indeed that uphill miss, which nearly covered for the missed shards, but unfortunately for Liquid, unfortunately for Na'Vi, it doesn't connect.
Still push him out of lane, and Koik was able to get the rune. Immediately Boxy making another move. I mean, Boxy's just being so active around the map. He already secured the top lane perfectly. Like, General's lane is now ruined. His game is actually just very ruined because of this.
What's he do?
From the Tusk. It's going to be hard for him to recover, and I think that does actually break the concept a little bit of Na'Vi's draft for
sure,
some
but when
time.
you have one of these lanes just lose this badly.
Yeah, like General's impact is just going to be, it's going to be very, very unimpactful now in comparison because Mika, he can actually stay in this lane a lot easier. They can't actually slow him down, and the rotations will kill General if they do bring a third hero. Insania now is caught in the river, and it is a level 2 boar.
We'll see if he's able to get away mid lane. Iceberg. Poking around Koik, but I mean, they're
having to commit a lot, but you're not even going to get him.
He's going to live.
And now Roger.
Dive's been used. Mickey's able to step across. And instead, he just turns and takes the kill. I mean, this Oracle is just causing so many issues for them top. He's getting all the kills. He's 3-0-1. And they're struggling immensely to kill him. Even then, chasing him for a good 30 seconds or so.
Liquid just coming in with, I mean, the planning is just really working in this start here. Look at Taiga. He's 20-12 on last hits, level 5 bottom. He's getting so much. They're not punishing him. They're not finding the wraparounds. They're not moving around any heroes to try to slow him down either. This is all working for Liquid.
This is, I think this is pretty scary for Na'Vi at this point.
Iceberg mid.
Again, Boxy a little short on these shards. Second time now where he's not quite been able to trap him on the escape. Iceberg too speedy.
But he's getting Koik for the runes. Koik for now with the haste rune also picked up.
General.
Up top.
Sania's going to have some control there as Mickey is running him down. There's the first nuke. And there's the second. Insania dominating. As an Oracle is 6 minutes in. 4-0-1. I mean, he's the carry now.
This is huge. I mean, they've really they broke the whole top lane. It's a Beastmaster and a Phoenix who are now going to have pretty horrible times to recover. So now the Sven can actually play the lane for some time, and that's going to give Koikfa the availability to just jungle for a little bit. So, I mean, the greed, it's already paid off. The way that they've set these lanes up with these triple greedy cores, it's working perfectly. Just watching Boxy's movements too in this early game. He gets very deep wards to watch the Ancients already, and he's just setting up in the enemy jungle too to scout some stacks. Boxy's movements so far just absolutely perfect for his team. I mean, Taiga's about to be 6 on the Enigma. They might even be able to go for V-Tune here.
I'm going to step in. He's got the black hole, and there you go. Immediately setting up for the zip in front, Koikfa, as V-Tune goes down.
Oh my god, now Always Want to Fly.
He's able to trap Always Want to Fly off to the side. A TP's coming from Roger, but he cannot help Always Want to Fly. Iceberg's got the combo. Will kill Boxy, won't be able to catch Koikfa though. Koikfa's got a haste rune, he's able to back off and away from it all. As Liquid just continuing to come out on top of these moves.
And top, General as well, getting set up on Mickey as God Strength. They're going to get this kill too. Oh my god, Liquid.
You got 5 kills on this Oracle. I mean, come on. I mean, I feel like you probably want to let Mickey have some of them. That one and the previous one could definitely have gone to the Sven. But
hey, let's be honest though. Is Sven unhappy when he has an Oracle with Arcane Boots right next to him? I don't really think so. It's pretty nice. Like, it's probably one of the nicer things to have with you.
I mean,
he's got them done.
He's having a great time there in Insania.
Yeah, the lane top is going to continue to be tough because Mickey, he's going to have full mana with these Arcane Boots if Oracle does choose to use them on him, which he doesn't. Insania actually greedily used it on himself. How dare he?
And he's getting this much done, and just look how many, the stacks are also there. Like, so much is being done by Liquid right now. There's huge stacks whilst winning all the lanes, whilst drafting greedily. They're getting away with it all.
Yeah, Koikfa now finds himself one of the best items he can as the Storm Spirit, gets himself an Arcane Ring, and look at just continuing to farm these stacks. It's scouted though, there is a Hawk on top of it, but the top lane is so broken. General's still only level 5, they're looking to invade, but they might get punished here with this invasion. Bringing more.
I mean, he's going to walk into Boxy. Iceberg is around. They've got to be careful of the tiny combo. Boxy pushing him off to the side with the shards. Stun to hold back Iceberg. Boxy is going to get comboed down. The Tusk will fall. Iceberg able to find something, but not quite Mickey. He's the big one. Iceberg's still trying to slow down Mickey's farm. But as it is, Mickey actually still gets all the creeps hit.
Iceberg is very strong right now with this level 7, but now Koikfa comes back with full mana, full health. And they can reset and just, it's too tough for Na'Vi to really invade into this right now. They can't contest them, can't take them, and they're even going to lose Always Want to Fly. He steps up too far.
Yep, Mickey. Offer up the stun. Just continuing to farm freely here. 2k lead already for Liquid. As
Na'Vi, they do have their own stacks at least. Iceberg is going to start to farm and set us up. But General, he's shown too far top.
Oh, Koikfa does overshoot it a little bit, but he's still got mana. It doesn't matter. He's still going to get the kill. 4 kills right now, and they're Storm already. Koikfa making the moves.
My god, Liquid is just looking, I mean, it's 10 kills already for Liquid at this early game. This is just so impressive by them, the way they're moving around the map and finding all these opportunities. And they're so enabled, like, it's tough for Na'Vi to just back up and really want to farm because they want to contest these stacks. They want to contest the stacks of a greedy tri-core team, but they just can't at this point right now because of how poorly those lanes went.
Yeah, Liquid's just getting so much out of the map. It's insane.
Yeah. I mean, Taiga just continued to free farm bottom. I said it might take him some time to get the Crimson Guard. With the start that he's had, Arcane Boots, he's going to have it very early.
Yeah, this is... And then, as we say, well, the Crimson and the Warcry, I mean, that is going to make it... That's really going to limit the damage from some of these heroes, right?
I mean, it's going to break the Drow. You're playing into plus armor for Warcry, which is already horrible.
Tries to dive away, and the Maleficent gets him. He'll pop the egg, but
nice
they'll be able to take it. Oh, will they be able to take it?
No, they won't.
It won't. The Fire Spirit onto Tiger, stopping him from really being able to get any hits in at all, as Roger, a successful Supernova, will set up for them to take those 2 kills. A little bit of sunshine here for Na'Vi.
Literally.
Yeah.
Much needed there, too, as, yeah, they get these 2 kills, and it gives, I mean, V2, he's been able to get some time to just farm in the jungle, and they're even getting him, looks like they're trying to get him some stacks started, but it was blocked. Yeah, much needed move from Na'Vi. Roger coming in clutch. But not the place where Na'Vi wants to be still in this game. They want to be the ones applying pressure. And General, every time he shows, Koikfa responds.
He's having a rough one here, General.
He really is. And they can't set up on towers. They want to be the ones setting the tempo, looking to be beating on the towers at this point in the game, but they just can't because of these lanes. And 3K gold advantage, it feels like it's going to grow pretty fast here for Liquid.
And do you think this is something that Liquid maybe talked about coming into this? Because I feel like both of these games so far, we have seen Liquid just shut down General completely.
Yeah, I think it must have been. General really is so important. General and Roger seem to be so important for the side of Na'Vi. For them to just explode and have that aggressive early game, it really does seem like they're doing this intentionally. This tri-lane top to secure the farm and just inhibit Na'Vi's aggression. Like, Na'Vi can't play aggressive now because of how underfarmed poor General is. They kind of just have to wait for Iceberg to have the Blink Dagger now at this point. They at least have V2 still farming very well. It's just this is not the pace of the game that they want to be playing. They want to already have a tier 1 or maybe even two tier 1s taken out at this point in the game. And that's an Orchid already on Koikfa.
Orchid on Koikfa, Mask of Madness and Echo Saber complete on Mickey.
Oh boy. And he's got more stacks to farm. He's about to stack up his Ancients and his hard camp again too. It is watched by Hawk, but like we said, Na'Vi, with the start of the game, they can't contest any stacks, which is just, it's really hurting their draft so much with what they're up against.
Yeah, the levels 2 here. I mean, Mickey's about to be level 12. V2 just about to hit 10, so it's just this massive Sven. I mean, Mickey can turn up, and he can also just continue to play the farm game, get that BKB Ags, and at that point, you know, BKB Ags it's going to terrify the heroes of Na'Vi, especially some of the important cores. V-Tune, he's not going to stand a chance if this Sven comes charging at him.
Na'Vi can't really punish anything at the moment. There's like Liquid is showing in all 3 lanes sometimes.
Oh, excellent shots here from Boxy. Straight through the trees. General, he'll pop the roar to hold back Tiger. Sunray Hill coming in, but Boxy's got the damage. General down yet again.
It really feels like Liquid have kind of broken Na'Vi at this point.
Hey, both of these games
it feels
so
like
far.
it's just a role reversal. Like this is usually what we see, like Na'Vi been doing throughout this tournament, is being the aggressors, not letting the other team play their draft. But it's Liquid doing that entirely this series so far. This is real good stuff from them. Blink is done on Iceberg, so he's gonna have to make a lot happen to kind of bring this game back for his team. Because Liquid, they've gotten away with their greed, and they're getting away with everything here. Mickey is just having a flawless game. Koikfa as well. This is a big concern. They're actually going to be the ones to take the first tier 1 of the game on the side of Liquid versus a Beastmaster Drow lineup. Very impressive.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And I mean, and that's the thing, right, as well for Liquid with their lineup. They are like, do they have to remain active, or can they sort of chill and wait for Na'Vi to make moves? I feel like with the Storm, the Sven, and the Enigma, their scaling is going to be better.
Yeah, they can just chill out. Sure, the Enigma, he has, as the panel talked about, and we've said, there's too many things to counter him. There's the double charges with the Venge swap and a Beastmaster Roar and the Egg and all that. So it'll be a hard game for the Enigma in that front, but he's not itemizing for Black Hole. This is not a Black Hole game. This is just an aura game for the Enigma to walk around with his teammates. And yeah, Liquid, no rush. They don't have to do really anything. Their draft is already done way more than they should have done in the first 15 minutes. It's Na'Vi who really had to set the tempo on this early start. It's a big concern for them of how they're going to fix and bandage this game.
See Na'Vi. Where's the moves to be made? Vincere has got his Hurricane Pike finish, so now at least having that availability of mobility. Feel a bit more safer going in on the action, but in the river, Boxy and Quakefoot. Another catch. Vincere has got the gust. Starting to shoot two of them. Boxy.
Iceberg's here.
That. Iceberg's in with a combo, and they find Quakefoot. Big kill to get there. Taking Quakefoot out, putting an end to his life for the first time this game.
They needed that real bad. V2 now up to level 12. I think, yeah, play around this Drow now. Iceberg just hunt with General and just play around the Drow. Could definitely be a recipe for them to try to get some kills back. As V2, like we said, still very farmed.
Some nice moves from Boxy, but V2's got the counterplay. Slides over with a Hurricane Pike. That's Boxy. He will go down here. Na'Vi able to get themselves a couple of kills. Still there, Mickey going completely ignored, and that is a completed Aghanims here. 16 minutes in, I believe. Has he got the rest of it? He has. So 16 minutes in, Agh's Echo Mask of Madness. This is probably one of the fastest times we've seen on these items from Sven.
Yeah, and he is playing versus Drow. So that Agh's also important, especially with this team too. They have 3 different ways to just get on top of Drow now with just the natural abilities of their heroes. Snowball, Storm, Sven, they can just get right on top of V2. He at least has his Hurricane Pike, so he has ways to reset the fight. Definitely does look a little bit scary for him when Mickey does get involved, and he is going to start getting involved soon.
Oh, it's going to be a real test for Na'Vi the first time this Sven turns up to the fight.
Yep.
How
they at least do have some ways. They at least do have some ways to control him, right? Like, he's not going to have BKB, and even when he does have BKB, they always will have the Roar if General survives in the fights. And they will be able to itemize to at least deal with him, but they're just a bit poor right now to be able to get those items, those Lotus Orbs, and Blink Daggers and all that to be able to disengage from the Sven. But they're going to have to get him.
Oh, Liquid. They're going to group up around mid. They want to go for some action.
They've got the Crimson Guard done.
Yeah.
Like you said, they've got the Aghs on Mickey, and he does have God Strength available, so they're feeling real strong.
Radiant are scanning.
I'll see what they can find. Here's the moment. Na'Vi staying close to one another down bottom. A nice rune as well for Quakefoot to play with the regen.
Ooh.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Na'Vi in some good positioning, though, at the moment.
Yeah, Mickey's just going to show. See what
Boxy.
Information's revealed. Boxy's trying to find some as he heads in. Boxy's going to be dropped down. They're going to jump straight away over towards Always Want to Fly. Quakefoot's in with the backup. Take out the Venge. The rest of Na'Vi start to back away, and Liquid should get the space to finish this tier 1 tower mid.
Na'Vi's trying to buy some more time to get some farm. Roger trying to get his level 11, well, mostly that level 12, so he gets that bigger egg, and General's just trying to get any space. They're going to lose the tier 1, but yeah, anything to get some type of farm that they really do need on these 2 heroes. The Beastmaster and the Phoenix are really crucial for the team fights of Na'Vi.
Oh, Quakefoot. He's going to start things onto Iceberg. The rest of the team's heading over. He's going to need some help, Iceberg. He's not going to get it. There's nothing they can do to save him. There's Iceberg that, you know, with a really important part of Na'Vi's lineup. You know, they need this Tiny to be getting the pickoffs and not being getting picked off himself.
General, Quakefoot, he's got a lot of mana to work with. He's got the Kaya too, and yeah, he finds him as soon as he sees him.
General trying to run. Senya roots out.
He takes the kill.
Another death for General. Oh yeah, of course he is. It's insane. He ain't missing out a chance for some free kills.
Didn't point this out, but he's had the shovel the whole time. He fills up Quakefoot's rune.
Oh.
He's gonna get killed here.
He might get the chance for False Promise. No. Okay, the silence lasting way too long. Quakefoot a little low on the mana.
Ooh, taking big hits there from that split, from that multi-shot.
They can fight. He's not got a TP.
His team's coming over to him.
He hasn't got a TP. They've got to get here soon. And they will be able to do so. Straight Ons Always Want to Fly. The Venge will go down. The rest of Na'Vi still eyeing things up from the side.
Iceberg's here.
See what he can do. He's going to look to try and reach in onto Quake for he's able to close the gap. The combo is not quite enough damage. The Crimson Guard from Tiger saves him. Tiger drops down the ultimate, but it's immediately put to a stop by V-Tune with the silence. Him and Boxy. Looks a bit well done. Maybe not. Mickey's going to come in with the backup, take out Iceberg. Boxy does still fall. Mickey getting outside of the range of the Supernova. Maybe seeing if he can sweep back into this with the remainder of the God Strength. He's charging across. He's going to find the finish. Whoa, here we go. Flying in onto Roger. Mickey cleans up a second.
Ideal timing for Mickey to show up there. And oh, look, up to level 20 talent too. He already had.
Level 20,
level 20 at 20 minutes
in.
Yep, he's got BKB.
That's wild. Yeah. Level 20 at 20 minutes.
Oh man, yeah, this Sven is gonna be a big problem. And I cannot believe that Koikva actually survived there. 10 HP, the Crimson Guard blocking just any type of damage instance from the tree grab and the Echo Saber. He lives literally because of that. That's just remarkable. Liquid just continuing to impress in this series here, up to an 8K gold lead and just really feeling like this game is, it's going to be real hard. It's going to be so hard for V-Tune.
I feel like Mickey, he's got to make some huge errors to not be able to carry this one through to victory right now. He's level 20 minutes in, BKB Axe and some...
Ooh, Iceberg does not look happy there.
Oh, that was some definite frustrations being shown. And I mean, I understandably, right, your second game in, the best of 5 grand final. You've had such a fantastic run up until now. Game 1 was rough, and this game 2, it's looking just as rough.
It's looking so hard. I mean, look how farmed Taiga is. Crimson Guard and the mech now finished. So these team fights, like, Navi does have a lot of explosive damage, but now the sustain from Liquid is very high with him and the Oracle sitting behind heroes. Koikva getting stopped there by Navi. The Hawk is going to go give some information.
Liquid themselves smoked. EKB God Strength ready to go. Mickey, I mean, did they try to go for the Roche? I mean, they can.
They're going to start the Roche.
Yeah, they do. They do it pretty easily with the God Strength. And I mean, they know if Navi comes here, I think Liquid's just going to be happy to take the fight.
Still no Black Hole for about 35 seconds. Always want to fly, waiting to see.
Okay, he's ready to charge out already onto the high ground. They're going to be able to find V-Tune straight away. They're looking for the drown. Mickey, he's able to close the gap in with the stun. V-Tune gets swapped out to the side. Will live, but always want to fly. He does die for his efforts. Supernova's going to be popped down. Mickey, Boxy, they're heading over towards it. Do they have enough hits to take it down? They do. They take out the egg, jump over to the side. It's 3 dead on Na'Vi. General also being found here by Boxy and Koikva as 4 die. Mickey, he's not done. He's over to Iceberg, and it looks like, oh, he's tipping out. Oh, the Malefice! Oh, he was frustrated before. I don't know if we want to see what he looks like now. Iceberg's probably not too happy as they get team wiped, and it's getting rough, and it might be one of those games where we see quite an early GG.
I think so too. This ward they put the ward down, they see full coverage. The sentry wasn't there for Navi to actually take it out. As soon as they see the drow, they just commit everything. Like we said, they have so many different elements to get on top of this drow, just no hesitation. Yeah. The egg actually is very close to popping.
I mean, that was so close to going off as well.
It was a perfect spot the way he used it too. Like they swapped the drow onto the low ground there, and then the egg was covering on a great spot too. But yeah, Liquid just able to collapse on top of it, and now with an Aegis too, game continuing to be just so hard for Navi. Liquid just looking so good in this game, honestly. It's so impressive. Now Bloodstone also for Koikva, more sustain for himself too. And even Greaves for Tiger.
Greaves, yeah, this Greaves and Crimson.
This is insane. Navi just can't fight versus this. They're too far behind on General, right? Like General and Iceberg now at this point.
He set up. He has got the glimmer, but they're prepared with the dust. Immediately out. They always want to fly. Mickey's taking the bottom tier 2 tower.
They're starting to roll. They're just starting to roll through this game. Regen Rune on Koikva 2 on top of his Bloodstone, level 18. These next fights are going to be even more disastrous. As we said, that last fight, that was a fight without Black Hole. That Liquid was able to just go right through and just ravage Navi, honestly. Just take them out with no problem. And out to the high ground.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Full mana, full health on everyone. Regen in the bottle for the Storm.
And what do you do to stop this? How are they going to stop this? Mickey nearly with the goal for a full AC.
They can poke him from afar.
He's not actually going to die.
Alive.
They came with the car. Oh, he lives and he's going to be able to fly over, get the stun onto the two of them. The Transport Boys want to fly, swapping Vincere off to the side. Supernova's going to get taken out. Always want to fly now, caught in the front of it all. There's buybacks from the two of them. Liquid backing out. They've only lost Boxy for this, as they're able to protect the Aegis.
Should be able to get Taiga. Gonna get themselves 2 kills, but it's expensive. And yeah, Liquid just back away. They take that. They don't care if they lose these 2 heroes anyway. Keep
Wait
the
up
course.
God Strength for the respawn, and they can go for another round whilst having the Aegis still to push in. And we're seeing, yeah, the adaptation from Vincere because of this. Sven, he's gone for the Lincolns. He needs it. He's got to have something to protect him from Mickey just diving in on him.
I mean, his teammates are too poor to build the itemization to protect him, so he has to go for his own item. Absolutely. It's, oh my god, a full AC now for Mickey too on top of everything. He's just, it's such an absurd rate of farm that Liquid's really able to get this game. Koikfa's still just waiting for someone to show down bottom.
General, is he going to show? Koikfa's hunting. Oh, he's so close to finding him there, but he won't quite catch vision of him, so General able to sneak away.
Man, I love... I've just been watching Insania, by the way, getting some nice digs with his shovel. He has 4 salves on him. It's the best neutral item you really can have for early game on Oracle. And just constantly dewarding. Na'Vi just never having this vision into the back lines either. And Liquid, they have this high ground ward to be able to watch all of Na'Vi. And just back going into it here. With this new fresh stuff AC, they're just committing.
He's going to jump straight in. They've been able to put the link because they're diving and always want to fly with a swap. They have to rule Mickey, but the false promise comes out straight away to remove it. Mickey's able to fight on, turns over towards the tower. Iceberg in with the combo, but again, Mickey, he finds the target. He's in on a Vincere, quite for diving in as well. Vincere goes down. He's dead for 70. Always want to flies out. He's got a buyback available. They do get the Supernova stun off, but they have no drow, no carry to help them hold this as they finish off Roger. The tower going down, they're onto the racks, Liquid. They've lost nobody here on this push. Still with the Aegis as well on Mickey. 2 heroes dead on Na'Vi. And not going to be able to come back into this fight at least. They're going to look for tier 4s. They can't go for further racks as tier 2s are still up on the other lanes. At 27 minutes in, Liquid just looking to close this one down.
My god. Just jumping in, Mickey still feeling safe. He's still got 40 seconds on the Aegis, and they have so much sustain in their draft.
Always
want to take out this tier 4.
Dying just moments away from his fountain. Iceberg got to put the BKB. Does set up for the Boxy kill. They can commit for more here. This is going to force Liquid to back off, so they'll give a little bit of space for Na'Vi, but now 20k up. 31 to 13. A full set of racks taken away from them on that bottom lane.
And they can just go back up and pick up these 27-minute neutral items, pick up the runes and everything too, and back to pressuring. It's almost level 25 on Mickey. This is just so clean from Liquid. Pretty much no mistakes. Na'Vi just unable to find their footing, unable to find the fights at all.
Even with this draft, as I said already, you look at this draft for sort of minute 0, and you feel like Na'Vi should have been able to get something done or to win some sort of lane, but it just didn't happen. And I think that's incredibly worrying for Na'Vi here in this series. If even with this type of draft that feels like they're going to have some comfort to play with, they've just not been able to get anything done.
Yeah, and like I was saying, this is what Na'Vi, when they were playing versus, in particular, versus like Mud Golems, they drafted a very similar, like this 5-man-esque draft where you can push these towers and everything. Na'Vi broke that draft, and that's exactly what Liquid's doing back to Na'Vi now. So this has to feel bad, because this is just what they like to do. And this is their style. This is their full draft style, and it's just been broken by Liquid. Liquid came with a plan, and it's been so disciplined and perfect for them. Smoked up again. And now a BKB. He picked up another item, it seems like, on the Sven, but he actually didn't. He's almost got another full item coming.
Boxy, he's found Iceberg. Iceberg having to put the BKB, but he can't run. Mickey's in on top of him. Iceberg is being healed up by the Sunray. They will push back Mickey momentarily. The Tiger's in with a black hole. He's able to get it on the 3 of them. Na'Vi They lose all 3 of their lives. Vincire's going to get run down as well, and this one's over again. GG is called.
Holy crap.
A second game and a second beatdown. Similar timing as well, right? I think they've both been around this 30-minute mark. I mean, Liquid, they are having some smooth sailing so far in this grand finals. Up now 2 games against Na'Vi. And 2 games into this series, Na'Vi are still struggling to find their footing today.
They absolutely are. And like we said, this is their draft. This is their style. They broke General. They honestly just put all their tools into just not let General have a good game the first game, not have a good game the second game. It's really working. And this one, Liquid with what looks like a very greedy draft, just make it look not greedy because they just come out so well in the lanes, then they're just able to pick apart Na'Vi when they're split up. This is not looking like the Liquid that we're used to. Liquid closing up games with little to no mistakes at the 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
This is amazing to see from Liquid.
I mean, maybe this was the plan all along, you know, Liquid, they're a fun team. They love to have fun in games, but when it gets to a grand finals, there's no messing around. There's no messing around. There's no room for mistakes. So far, so good for Liquid. 2 games up against Na'Vi right now, as Na'Vi, they've got to come in with some drastic changes if they want to try and slow down Liquid's pace right now, as Liquid leading this best of 5 at the moment, 2-0 against Na'Vi.
We rise up from the dust and clean my throat. All in the past, 'cause the war isn't over yet. You lost one fight, but it's not the end. So get back up and fight again. Take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. Clash of steel spills your blood. A whisper doubt fills your head, but you have to fight again. So take one step, take another. Find the strength for your brothers. Erase the doubt with your battle cry. With your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have
In convincing fashion, Team Liquid sealed the deal also on the second game here in the grand finals against Na'Vi for ESL 1 Germany. It has been I would almost say an easy road, but we outlined a lot of problems that could have happened during this game for Team Liquid. And Amira, Sin, and Carl, and they are gonna explain to us why none of those problems actually turned out to be a problem for them in this second game of the grand finals.
First off, Liquid's feeling themselves, and you can't really expect them to just show up like this. I guess perhaps we should have. They've been on all tournament.
Yeah.
They are ready. They are rocking. And Sind, I think, is going to elaborate on how the lanes just kind of outsmarted what Na'Vi wanted to do. But you get to this point in the game, you have once again these insane heroes. The Drow strat's great, but at the same time, Mickey is enormous. And he has an Ags, and that item is not fair.
Yeah, I got it. Liquid, obviously super impressive. It speaks for itself, right? The way they're winning these games is incredible. Yeah. Something I want to highlight from this game quickly is we were worried about how this Enigma Tusk thing was going to work out, but this is the second or even third time this tournament that Liquid have done this, where they put Taiga on Enigma, send him on an island, and then they tri-lane safely.
Yeah, good luck, Taiga.
And I think the reason they do it is when they see an enemy offlane pick that really needs a good start and the inability to swap, you can't put Drow up there either, right? So you have to put Beastmaster here. You're going to tri-lane that guy. You're going to send Enigma bottom on its own. And historically, when you do this 1+3, the problem is both your supports are going to be underleveled. But what's Liquid really good at? Stacking camps. So you tri-lane safe lane, you win that lane convincingly, you get these double or triple stacks in the jungle, and then either the supports leech experience while it gets farmed by Sven or Storm, or they get to go to lanes and take experience while these two cores are in the jungle. So just insane maximization of the map and just beautiful to watch. Like, I feel like Na'Vi are just, it's not that they, it feels like they just don't get to play their tempo, you know what I mean? Like in both games, the lanes have just gone so poorly that we don't get to see them play their style. Liquid just destroying them in 10 minutes.
The rotations are insane too. Like Taiga's 6 before the Drow bottom, gets the ult off, a nice TP with the haste rune by Koifa, there's a kill. Mickey, nice rotation here, but at this point, the game is already kind of in their hands. Also, like, is this fair? Whee! Is that fair?
It looks cool. Superman!
Kyle, that's how Ags are in Dota. It's not about whether they're fair, it's about whether they look cool.
I mean, come on, it looks very cool.
So it passes as a good Ags.
Great Ags. From a viewer's perspective, absolutely.
Look, what the... I'm sorry, I just can't. It's just really, again, the good team fight, but they're just so far ahead. I mean, think about how aggressive Mickey can play. He's popping ulti, hitting tower. He goes behind the tower, gets Oracle ulted. He can fight. Oh, I still have a BKB. Oh, I'm on Drow again. You know, you're forcing V2 to buy a Linken's. That's not an item you want on Drow, and it doesn't even help him in this game.
All right, so if you've identified that the problem starts already in the lanes, why then, or would it be a good move, would it have been a good move in this case, if, for example, always want to fly, you don't need to help the Drow out because Drow versus Enigma is okay, is doable, I believe. Can you not just send Venge up top and have Try versus Try?
You can, but Drow is going to lose to Enigma. Yeah. And Tusk is insane in tri-lanes. So
especially
I'm not even sold that you're going to win that lane if you tri-lane. That's kind of the problem. I think in hindsight it might have been better, but I still think it's just so dangerous. Like if that lane goes wrong, like the lane did in this game, the game is even more one-sided. Like if you aggro tri-lane here, you flat out can't lose the lane.
And that's why I think that Tusk pick is so sick too, because you also can't really see it coming.
Wait, sorry, you want a Beastmaster against Enigma bottom and then Drow tri-lane top, or you want to tri-lane the Beast?
I guess ideally you'd move Beastmaster bottom.
Right.
And then tri-lane with the Drow.
Beast loses that lane.
The other thing, this is what makes it so sick of what Liquid's doing, is that it's Boxy playing Tusk. So you don't know what to expect at all. Like this could just be a dual lane. It could be Taiga just jungling. It could be Taiga solo bottom.
You can't musical lanes until you get the lanes you want.
Yes, but it's so much more difficult when you're tri-laning. And ultimately, Tusk in the safe lane with 2 other heroes, if you're swapping, like no one can be getting XP. It's not like a typical musical chairs where you can keep a support to get a little bit. You cannot be in the lane against Tusk. You will die, especially with an Oracle behind him.
So we basically have had 2 games where Na'Vi were not able to play the game that they wanted to, correct?
Pretty much.
Well, that sucks for a grand final. Let's put it that way.
It does.
I kind of hope that the next game will be a little bit of a change as well, because even though I said Liquid will probably win the series, I mean, we want to have it a little bit more even than this one. So let's find out what's going to happen in the third game. We're going to come back right after the draft, right after the break with the draft, actually. Yes.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Come on.
Millions of gamers rage quit every day. Mountain Dew Game Fuel's got you covered. Game Fuel is specially crafted with ingredients shown to improve accuracy and alertness. Another one saved by Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
Bitburger 0.0. Isotonic, containing vitamins, and with non-alcoholic freshness. Bitburger 0.0. Always a bit more refreshed.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up.
ball. Still I'm staying the top. Know about the ball. I got my fan with
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GG Bet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know.
Team Liquid is 1 game away from securing their first title under the Team Liquid banner, and they are looking unstoppable at the moment. On the other side, it is Na'Vi fighting for their chance to still have a shot at that title. They need to go for the full reverse sweep if they want to have a chance of hoisting that virtual trophy. It is grand finals time here at ESL 1 Germany, and as you can see on the side of Na'Vi, I mean, it's maybe some fatigue there. Frustration is probably more like. We're going to hop into the draft of the third game here.
Iceberg looked like he came out of a mental boxing match there.
Yeah.
He just got punched real hard. Ouch.
I think I know which way the series is headed, Sheaves. I'm not. You look at the difference in faces. I've seen this before, and it. I don't know how many times. I think the only time the last 2 or 3 years a team has come back from down 2-0 to win is this February at Mad Moon when Nigma did it to Team
And then also before that, Old Alliance did it in Rotterdam in September, October.
This Alliance.
October.
Well, this Liquid.
No. Alliance with Fada. Fada's first squad.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Got it. There's a lot of old alliances.
Yes. It doesn't happen very often. It happens, but it needs a lot of mental fortitude.
Yes.
And I mean, this is something that a young squad, and I know that Na'Vi, formerly Fly the Moon, they've been around. I guess I can't really call them a young squad, but they do have a new coach, a new team. I feel like this is a moment where you're going to be tested, and it's not even necessarily about winning the whole thing. I think for them, it's going to just be important of having a shot at playing their game, because they have not been able to do that yet. And they're going to go in with the Disruptor Lifestealer. So they're going for a completely different route this time around.
I like it in the sense that they have Lifestealer. I think this is what VTunes played best so far this tournament, but I am a little concerned with the Disruptor first too. It's a always want to fly hero. It's one of his favorites, but it just, I don't want to say they're grasping at straws, but it feels like Liquid came, they were prepared, they're playing on point. Na'Vi is just like, damn, what the hell do we do?
To me, it kind of telegraphs what the mindset is right now, is that they're frustrated that they don't get to play aggressively. So now we're literally going to run at you. We're going to pick Disruptor, and we're going to take Lifestealer, and we're going to run in, go, and we're going to fight.
Yep.
And I like to see that, because what I was going to say about Na'Vi is that one thing that can help them in this situation is that I feel like they have these kind of fiery personalities where it's like, okay, they're ready to take that risk.
Yeah.
They're ready to just YOLO it up, do something completely different, crash and burn. It's either going to look amazing or it's going to suck. But it's better than if they just try to make minor tweaks to what happened before and just losing in the same way. So I kind of like this, actually. I'm not going to say it's going to win, because they've been looking like they've been struggling so far in the finals, but this is the kind of stuff that needs to happen. If they get going, get some sort of momentum in the game, then who knows? Maybe they can swing it around. But for now, Liquid look incredible today.
We talk a lot about Na'Vi looking great, but if you think about their run to get to this final, they 2-0, 2-0, 2-0'd. They were ahead in a lot of those games. We didn't really see them struggle like they have so far in the early to mid game. I think Liquid have keyed in on that pretty well. They're abusing them in the lanes. They're not giving General that lead. In fact, they're shutting General down. And he's very much the definition of a feast or famine offlaner. And those are the heroes he's playing, Beastmaster, Batrider. You don't get a good start in the laning phase. There's just not much you can even do to come back into it, especially when that's not your style of play.
We have a lot of bans indeed targeted towards General over this entire series.
I was looking for this Enigma ban. I think this is the way you ensure that Liquid don't pull that one on you again, where they try lane General. Now you're going to look to activate General, get him into the game. So now Liquid can't do this. I want to say it's a one-off thing that they have. This is the only way that we've seen them play 3+1, is Taiga on Enigma offlane. If they don't have that, they're not going to try lane safe lane, most likely. I don't know what he could possibly play alone in the bottom lane, or Boxy for that matter.
We've seen only Boxy play Timber, but Timber also banned. Like, I think that's the other one that might make a case for the similar style.
True.
But banned as well for that reason, yeah.
And Timber with minimal help at least can do it. If he got like 2 waves with a support, you can leave him and start tri-laning, but that is also out. So I feel like Na'Vi are starting to figure out the puzzle. The question is if it's too late.
I have a question. At what point would this be a good game for Lone Druid? Because we see it banned first phase, because obviously Quakefa is an absolute beast on it.
It's pretty counterpicked here.
Yeah, it's
yeah, you don't feel like it's a thing here?
I don't like it against Phoenix Lifestealer. I think there's too many problems. And I also don't like it paired with Spectre. I don't feel like that's the
I love what Liquid's got so far, Ben. I think this is just such a solid draft. The DP with the Spectre is like one of my favorite 1-2 punches right now. It's got great matchups. We already saw them play DP to great effect against the Lifestealer. Like, you know they're ready when you see them snap picking like this throughout the draft.
Could be a Boxy Invoker coming up, and they play that strategy again. Put the DP off lane for Quakefa with either Rubik or their last support. Not really seeing any solutions to Phoenix currently for Liquid. Not that was a major problem last game, because they kind of just trashed them around the map. But if it does come to an organized team fight, obviously Disruptor plus Phoenix is very deadly. You try to kill the egg, you can get caught in Static Storm, you can get glimpsed away. You can get zoned off by Kinetic Field. Pretty natural synergy there. We'll see.
What's the general hero? That's the question. I can see them going for like an LC, but it's just very unconventional. And you need something with frontline. Like, you pretty much need to pick a strength hero. Of course, the Mars. That's something Liquid will have.
Game, I think.
Yeah, second phase.
Yeah.
It's something Liquid has a lot of experience against, but this team fight now is pretty nuts from Na'Vi. You got the Phoenix Mars combo, Disruptor with the kinetic field, like the massive AoE control. Liquid gonna need to think about a BKB offlaner.
General has played Mars 6 times this tournament. 5 times it resulted in a victory.
He's a really good Mars player. I think his best heroes right now are probably Mars, Pangolier. Beast and Bat are more game dependent. Like you said, they're really hit or miss. I want to say Mars can be very hit or miss as well, but at the very least, even if you have a bad start, if you have a team that plays well around Arena of Blood, you can be an enabler. It's kind of like if Void has a bad game, if Chrono is amazing in the game, you can still win.
Yeah.
If Beastmaster has a bad game, there's not much you can do. You have a Roar, right? So
they left Wisp in the pool.
They did. We have an IO in the pool.
It's a lot of sustain, a lot of stacking damage reduction. And Na'Vi, it's that same scenario where it feels like Vtune's going to be responsible for a brunt of the just sustained DPS within a fight.
Do you feel like, because Spectre is not your typical combination for IO. Does it matter? Is it just good regardless of which core you pair it up with?
I don't think they're going to be laning together. I actually think IO will either be laning with Quakefa's DP top, or they're going to put DP mid and last pick a hero for Boxy that IO lanes with.
And the thing about Spectre with Wisp is just that, Spectre turns damage taken into damage output. The tether into mech is like 1200 healing, and it's just more damage. Spectre stays alive. You can't. How many times did we see it at TI when OG made that miracle run where they're just trying to kill Spectre, Ana lives, or he dies, buys back once, and like the fight's just over because you take so much damage from trying to Zerg this guy down. Viper's still in the pool. It's a possibility if you want the break mechanic, but if you don't take that, I just feel like Na'Vi fall off so hard into the mid-late game that Liquid once again just need one team fight, one advantage, and then they're in a winning position.
I think the key if you're playing against IO Spectre is if Spectre is tether, just don't try to kill the Spec.
No.
Like, kill somebody else.
Kill the Wisp.
Go on the IO, go on the Rubik, go on even the DP. If tether is used, you know that save is not coming out on another hero. And that's what you kind of want to force tether in a way so that you can select a different target.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Vessel being the godlike item of this game for Na'Vi. Yep. So maybe a mid hero that buys Vessel naturally, like Ember Spirit, could be a possibility. I'm not sure what else I'm really thinking for Iceberg with Vessel. Invoker's banned. It got banned by Liquid. They banned the Quap, who could have also bought a Vessel.
Played a couple Pugna games, Kunkka games, Nature's Prophet games.
Kunkka with Vessel sounds really good, actually.
Kunkka's quite nice. Because you want that catch, too. You don't want to be playing with just Mars. I guess you have Disruptor, too, but I want them to have a hero that can frontline. I think it's necessary to set up the rest of their lineup. And you're right. You just need a Vessel. You really just need a Vessel.
Kunkka's just great. Like, even if the lane matchup is a bit hard, let's say you're playing against DP, that's probably the biggest concern here if Iceberg can handle that lane. But even if you lose the lane slightly, let's say you lose it like I don't know, 10 CS, minute 10 or whatever. I don't know if that's slightly. Call it what you want. Kunkka can always go and get stacks in the jungle, and it gives them a way of starting fights on their terms. And if Liquid try to help, they have Glimpse against the relocate. And they have Static Storm against the relocate. And they have glimpses when the enemy team runs away after they get X. I think that's the logic here.
It's a different style from Liquid. I think they just recognize what you're talking about, because this is not a teamfight lineup anymore. This is all about the skirmishes. You pop DP ult, you pop Haunt, try and get a kill into a tower push, but they're going to just try and play split around the map. You've got Wisp and Spectre double global with a Bat Rider. So by just effectively playing off map as Boxy, you threaten everywhere on map.
So far this tournament, it has only been Quickfa playing Bat.
Oh, true, and they can just Boxy DP, yeah.
The really good thing about this Bat pick is that it can go mid, because now something like Kunkka actually looks really, really rough. I think Kunkka can do okay against DP. I think against Bat Rider, it's miserable.
Yeah,
so
it's a good point too, because you always say you want Bat to have two favorable matchups. You don't want him against Lifestealer, but now you're in a situation where Na'Vi, you want to pick the hero that wins the game, but if it can't lane against, oh god.
Is one of the heroes that Iceberg likes mid.
Okay.
Into
I think
Bat.
he sets a high tempo with that most of the time. I remember having some criticism of him going for the wrong build some game, but it's a comfort hero.
It is. I'm not completely sold on this. I actually like Na'Vi a lot up until this point, but I'm not sold that Nature's Prophet is a solution to this game.
Well, on the bright side for all the Na'Vi fans, you did say that Na'Vi had the better lineup the previous two games. So if you're now saying that Na'Vi doesn't, maybe they have a shot.
No, honestly, what I like regardless is that they want to go, right? It's Nature's Prophet teleport. It's a Disruptor Glimpse. It's a Mars jumping in. Get fight started, take initiative, and get out of the laning stage intact this time. And there's a good chance. But Liquid's looking really good, of course. So
later this game goes. Like we saw yesterday, PA against the Lina. Spectre versus Nature's Prophet ends up the same way. At a point, you just pop Haunt, find him, kill him, and like that's the mid player of the enemy team who's just dead.
Well, let's at least see if for this third game, if Na'Vi can actually find their playstyle, or maybe Team Liquid is just gonna clean 3-0 sweep here in the grand finals. Let's find out with ODPixel and Fogged.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, now we're up to the third game here between the two sides of Na'Vi and Liquid. 2-0 lead at the moment for Liquid. Fogged, we thought we'd escaped the 3-0 stomps when we saw that Team Secret weren't making it to the grand finals this time. Have we escaped them, or is Liquid about to do it here again?
Liquid's drafted themselves another strong scaling lineup. Bit greedy again, so if they do get away with the greed, it can look real strong, but Na'Vi, this is going to be the test, I feel. Maybe I said this also last game, but last game, they broke General and Roger to the point where they couldn't have a game. They couldn't actually get their game plan online. I feel like this one for Na'Vi, they've shown a lot of promise with this Phoenix and this Mars, just when they're able to take all these fights and run head into you. And with this Disruptor, we know how good these CIS teams do play with it. Let's see if they can battle versus Liquid this time, because they did give up that IO again.
They did. They did. The global potential certainly there from Liquid when it starts to make moves. What are you seeing?
Look at this adaptation. They don't want to actually have the Nature's Prophet mid versus the Bat. They're going to put the Lifestealer mid. So this is a matchup that we've seen, in the side lanes for the Lifestealer. You just play around that Rage.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, right? I mean, Vincere should be all right, right? And as you say, he's a Lifestealer. He's not going to die to the Bat. I mean, he's not going to die, but is he going to have an easy time, or is it still a little tricky left on his own?
I'm wondering how tricky it actually might be, because Rage, it is an 18-second cooldown.
Sure, you have, when you don't have the Rage, you got to be careful, right? So it's kind of a game where you're trying to farm and then you're popping Rage at the moment that the Bat tries to actually go for a kill on you.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen it in the mid lane, so I'm curious to see how it's going to work in the mid, because in the side lane, sometimes you get some help, and you can actually play around your Rage timings when you do have that downtime. Let's see if, I think Quickfa might be able to play around this one a little bit. I think Vtoon will get farmed, because he's got the base damage and this attack speed and all that, but I think he might be threatened a bit. Every time Rage is down, I think Quickfa's going to push the limits on him.
Yeah, and you think, like, Liquid, they'll keep it like this? They won't try and, like, swap Boxy and Quickfa's lanes?
Maybe they will just swap it. And they're actually going to. Yeah, Boxy's going to move toward mid, so then he's going to have this really good matchup versus the Lifestealer. And then this is perfect for Liquid. This is very ideal.
This is, something that Liquid can do, as we were talking about earlier today, because Boxley, he's more than happy to play the mid role. He's been put in the mid lane multiple times now throughout the tournament, and he does fine.
Yep. And we'll see how V-Tune does in this matchup. He's still got good sustain. I mean, it's still this Lifestealer mid who's got all this sustain from the right clicks. Harassment's going to be there for Boxy, but I feel like V-Tune should be able to farm now. He's going to be felt to farm in this matchup anyway, but Boxy's also going to get free farm. Bottom, this set matchup, though, they can actually set up a lot of kills onto Iceberg like this if he's not careful with his positioning. But the nukes from the Disruptor could help a lot. But yeah, IO plus Batrider is very threatening. The move speed, you can just get on top of these heroes very quickly and burn them down. Always want to fly doing a great job there with that harassment.
V-Tune.
And they're actually swapping lanes. V-Tune, he doesn't want to actually be versus the Death Prophet, and Liquid's going to follow. So just musical lanes coming out here.
I guess overall a little easier for Na'Vi to make the moves with, well, I guess Iceberg, because he has got the 2 teleports, but...
Yep. But Boxy walked, so he saved his TP so that he can make the role reversal if they do switch. And
who's going to concede
move.
to this first, these musical lanes? That's the question.
I mean, V-Tune is hiding himself. He's TPing back toward mid. And Iceberg's going to start TPing bottom. Musical lanes all around here. Boxy, we're probably going to see him maybe look to move as well. Yeah, V-Tune almost level 3. Koifa still level 1. Haven't looked up top yet, but Mikke getting aggressive on Roger. Can they actually get the kill? They can. They get the first blood.
They will. First blood for Mikke. General's able to take down both Vincere and Mikke's courier in return. First blood for the Spectre.
And it looks like Liquid is gonna... It looks like they're keeping it like this for now. So Koifa is gonna be super slowed down. Now he can't actually take advantage of Rage downtime. It's already level 3 Lifestealer. He's like level 1. And he's already got those 10 stick charges. So, yep. Swap's working out for Na'Vi, and already General is getting a game. That's what we saw. What Liquid did the last 2 games, they just prevented General as well as Roger from having good starts. General is going to absolutely have a game now.
I mean, it's just a great lane, right? And he's not up against the tri lane.
Nope. And he can pressure. He definitely can. It's it's great for Liquid that they got the first blood from Mikke, but yeah, General and Roger are gonna actually be able to have a good impact now. Bottom. Some pressure onto Always Wanna Fly.
And onto Iceberg.
Not even Iceberg here.
Very aggressive. He's got Crit Swarm up in a second.
Actually gets him.
Boxy. He's got it. Thunderstrike is down as well as the tower hits. And he will die. Will die there. Always Want to Fly having enough damage with the Thunderstrike. So they get the trade.
And yeah, I mean, Koikva's now just getting ruined in mid. He can't do anything to V-Tune. He actually just has to start playing cutting lanes and just playing that type of mechanic versus this Lifestealer from all these lane swaps. Bottom, Taiga will be okay. But Navi's actually getting to play their game, as they really didn't get to play in the last 2, so...
Oh yeah, this is, already...
much better.
Infinitely better here for Na'Vi. They're up to a lead hit 3 minutes in. They've managed to force things the way they wanted it. And they're getting good farm on all 3 cores so far.
And they're really slowing, they're really shutting down Koifa. He pulls the wave to meet them on V2. He denies all the creeps from Koifa, even though he's trying to get any type of farm.
Both lanes now bottom. They kill off Tiger. Top lane General's able to blow up Mikke.
Much better. And we see General double bracers too. He's going to be confident up in this lane. He's going to be going for the bottleneck so he can stay sustained. And they're going to continue being able to slow down the farm of the Spectre. Yeah. Can't say how much better this is really for Na'Vi. As bottom though, they will lose Iceberg the second time still.
Just enough damage there coming in before Iceberg was able to TP away from the 2 of them.
Those deaths are actually quite concerning. The Lifestealer is free farming, but this Nature's Prophet, he already has a tough game across the board with what he's playing against naturally. Spectre and Batrider are going to be able to eat him alive throughout the mid-game and later stages. Him having a tough time in lane is a bit concerning for Na'Vi. Yeah, V2, and he's taken over the mid lane. He's actually pushed Koikva. Koikva has to just go jungle, in fact.
Yeah, he's just not been able to get any of the CS in the mid at all. How well V-Tune's been able to deny against him. V-Tune also stepping up to take that 5-minute rune off Liquid's half of the map.
And he's even using his illusions to block the camps so that they don't respawn.
Oh, damn.
Blocking both of them. Oh, he actually missed the secondary block.
He couldn't get that one in time. But the intent was there. Yeah, it's a good idea from V-Tune.
Insania. he'll go down as well. The Orb of Venom slow kicking in. Seen this picked up a lot of times on these offlane Mars, and yeah, Na'Vi.
This is starting to play out how we've seen Na'Vi's victories come out for all the wins that they did have up until the grand finals. You know, General just popping off from the start, 3 kills on him. Vtune getting perfect farm in whichever scenario and area Na'Vi's able to find for him.
And it's the mid lifestealer too, so he's free farming, but he's also getting insane levels. He's already level 6 on this lifestealer too, so he can look to make moves around the map early on because of this spike here. And he's got the Infest with that Nature's Prophet too. Taiga. Bring it to Always Wanna Fly. Can't quite punish him though.
And yeah, so as you said, well, overall at the moment for Na'Vi, the only worry really is Iceberg on the prop and what sort of game he's going to be able to make for himself.
Yeah, and what he's going to be able to actually provide in the game too, because he is just versus these natural counters that he's going to have to get an early BKB to try to protect himself. But even then, there's just so many things that just go right through it. As Always Wanna Fly, he steps up a bit too far versus Boxy.
Fairy Fire.
Fairy Fire.
Going to keep him alive, and with the Sprout down onto Tiger, Iceberg's trying to turn. Tiger, he's on the run, but the creeps are hitting in, and Tiger, he's going to pop as dies there. Iceberg covering a little bit with that sort of kill. He's still hunting for Always Wanna Fly. Can't quite find him, though. Always Wanna Fly able to juke him out and get away. Boxy's still trying to chase him down, but he has no mana left.
Nicely done. Decent stack on the bottom side too. A little double stack here at the ready if either team does want to contest this. Koikfa could look for it. Koikfa not even going to be able to get that rune. Which had been sitting there for a minute up top. Vtune just walks in and takes it. I mean, he's really just... He's trying to deny all the creeps too when Koikfa does Firefly. He's doing just a great job, Vtune, really, in this matchup. 49-12. Slowing down that start of Liquid. 2K gold lead already for Na'Vi. Level 6 up on General, too.
Immediately making the move onto Mickey. They drop the arena and the spear down. Mickey, is he going to be able to live through this damage? They're diving in on him. Mickey turns with the dagger, but Iceberg TP's over, has that extra bit of damage to offer to take out Mickey yet again. Na'Vi really putting the pressure onto Mickey, and I mean, this game, it's just a complete difference from what we've been seeing from Na'Vi so far this grand finals. It looks like they've just... I mean, what is the big difference, do you think, from this game compared to the other two with how Na'Vi's being able to get such a good start out of this game 3?
They actually fixed their lanes. They actually moved their lanes around to be able to respond to Liquid accordingly. Top still will lose Iceberg to the double ult combo. But yeah, I think it really is just because of just slight movements with musical lanes and just giving themselves actually a real lane up top. Having Liquid have a dual lane bottom, they actually can just do a regular dual lane top and be able to play the game.
Vtune, he's charging in up top with the DD. Koikfa's got to be careful of how close he gets to this. And already there's the slow from the dive. He's not got Firefly. Vtune is going to be able to get it on top of Koikfa. And with the DD, he's going to have no trouble taking him down.
And this is such a nice natural move for him because he already killed the mid tower so early on. And
it's another tower for him. There's Vtune Lifestealer.
He's definitely going to be a big problem for them to deal with.
Bottom.
There's Boxy. They have another ult on General in a second.
Set up. Look towards Boxy here. Boxy with the exorcism out. Na'Vi will respect it a bit, starting to back off. General has got the combo if he wants to try and commit, but a little scary whilst Boxy has the ghost up and Tiger with a potential tether.
He's fighting Tiger, though.
Tiger, though. The silence does come out to stop the spear follow-up straight away. Tiger still taking heavy damage from the Thunder Strike and the right clicks of Iceberg and Always Wanna Fly. They've taken the IO out.
They're kiting up Boxy. His exorcism is about to start ending, too. Always Wanna Fly. He has glimpse at the ready in a second, too.
Yep, Sprouts out. And General, he's heading over. Spears up in a second. Boxy is going to get pinned against the tree line. Na'Vi take down the two of them.
Na'Vi's just on all fronts this game. Already up to a 4K lead. And Vtune, he's just leading the charge up top. He just parks himself in the lane. They can bring 3 heroes bottom. They can't actually rotate to help out bottom for Boxy and Taiga because of how behind they are in this early game. This is looking like a totally different one.
And this is going to be the game where we will certainly see Liquid tested. You know, sort of coming into this series, it was these sort of openings that were the reason why I think a lot of us felt that this could be a tough series for Liquid, because when Na'Vi do get this sort of advantage this early on, they don't lose these games. Na'Vi have not been making mistakes that have allowed them to sort of lose these sort of early game leads.
No, they continue applying the pressure, and Liquid, it is a Spectre. He does need some time to back up and farm the jungle. He does have to hit some Ancients. He does have to hit some stacks, and now with these early towers taken out from Na'Vi, they can look to invade. They have such a good team fight too around that invasion that they can definitely bring it to Liquid in those triangle areas.
On a V-Tune. Gonna look to charge in straight away on Poxy. They've dropped the Static Storm down. Poxy is in a lot of trouble. The relocate will take Boxy out, but the glimpse timed perfectly to bring Tiger back into action so he doesn't get out himself.
He does save the core though, so Liquid will take that, but the pressure immediately. Na'Vi with the Nature's Prophet here, they're gonna take out the third and final tier 1. That's gonna inhibit Liquid's movement around the map so much, and it's just gonna make all their moves obvious.
Super fast, yeah. 3 tier 1s, 11 minutes in. Very fast pressure from Na'Vi.
And they just have such good team fight around it all too. Is whenever if Liquid does try to bring the battle to them, they'll fight back. And now they actually make their way into that triangle, like we're mentioning. They can just take away the Ancients. Spectre not going to have the time to farm those, Mika.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be able to contest Na'Vi here by the looks of it, unless they bring everyone in. They are bringing the 4 of them over.
Quakefa's coming over too, and it is just 2 heroes for Na'Vi right now. V-Tune does have to give some respect because there is a BKB piercing disable. Does have to give respect whenever the bat is there versus Lasso.
Until Quaifa has the blink though, limited catch.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be pretty easy for V-Tune to see them come running at him.
Iceberg looks like he's going to be the target for Quaifa. He's already setting up toward top for him. They have the haunt too if they want to. Iceberg? Definitely going to get ran down here.
Instant haunt. And Iceberg. No way of playing his way out of this one.
They save the lasso for themselves too. Mid, always want to fly, is looking for the glimpse. He's just short of it. Can't quite. And now the relocate from Liquid.
All right, it's going to bring Boxy over. Always want to fly is on the retreat though. The combo. As the relocate's just taking them straight into all 3 ults, perfectly placed down by General Always Want to Fly and Roger. As soon as they come in with that reload, Static Storm, Arena, and Supernova, the combo is done, it's perfected. And it's a relocate gone wrong.
Not be prepared for it perfectly. Quaifa top. He's also going to get attacked there by V-Tune. But yeah, just that's one thing Liquid has to be very careful. Like they don't really have the team fight this game to match in comparison versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi with this, we've seen them a couple times this tournament, either with Mars, Phoenix, and Willow. Mars, Phoenix +1. They're really good at predicting those type of movements, and they were just set up perfectly for it. Yeah, relocates have to be very careful under that egg. If they don't have Quaifa especially leading the charge, leading an initiation.
12-5. Na'Vi really giving Liquid a bit of a taste of their own medicine after the struggles that Na'Vi had in the first 2 games. Bottom lane, Iceberg.
Iceberg. Oh, the flame break pushed him away, but they do have the lasso still. He did save it from before. And they will be able to set up for another kill. So Quakefa's still getting quite a bit done here with these boots of travel. And as we said, Iceberg's got to be that big target every single time. If they know where he is, they're going to gun right for him with that bat. He has to be a little bit more careful with his positioning. And I think he just can't show in lanes really so much as this Nature's Prophet right now.
And his game's not going to get much easier as well. But going for this Orchid build, going on the aggressive. No sort of Blade Mail or BKB. But I mean, I would imagine he's going to have to build something defensive afterwards, right?
Absolutely. Actually, yeah, that is a good call. I mean, the Orchid, it doesn't really have that many incredible merits this game. The Spectre he's gonna be building Manta, and the other cores. I mean, silencing Death Prophet's always nice, but Boxy, he's already going for an item to counteract that. I'm pretty sure he's getting an early BKB this game.
Yeah, BKB's around, right? Quaifa as well.
Yeah.
So instantly. Yeah, I mean, how close is Iceberg to the Orchid? He's okay. He's
pretty much has it.
He's going to have it.
See if he can get some kills and pickoffs and break them from getting those BKBs at their timings. Because, I mean, Liquid, when they do have those BKB timings, it is going to be strong with the 2 of them. Because then, as we said, Na'Vi, they have those big ultis that make their team fight so strong. BKBs just make them not really do much of anything. The Disruptor, the Phoenix, the Mars, it's going to make them a lot weaker in those fights. Blink already done on General, so now if he's able to actually bait with Iceberg a lot of the times, they can set up some nice counter ganks. Iceberg can now show in lanes and have General sitting behind him waiting for the movements of the Bat Rider.
There we go. Smoke up to come in with the big blink reveal. See what General can get.
Sania.
Well, they'll jump themselves in onto him, and they'll settle for the Rubik.
The relocate comes in behind. They're going to glimpse out the Death Prophet, though.
Okay, Mickey haunts back over. Looks to always want to fly, but the static storm's down. Again, the combo. The storm, the egg, the arena is trapped Mickey in. He's trying to run away from the egg, but the supernova stun kicks into action. They won't have the damage to kill him, though. So they've got to start backing off. Liquid, can they chase for anything here? V-Tunes had the time to turn up. Quite for having to be careful as V-Tunes starting to run him down. With the boosted travel speed, Quakefa should be fine. I'll make it out of there. Liquid just lucky to not lose anything more then, as again, just Na'Vi laying down this team fight combo and not really much else that Liquid could do other than try and run.
I feel like Liquid's actually pretty happy, all things considered, with that one there, right? Because of the way that hole kicks off. Like, Spectre lives. The Boxy situation is a bit of concern there, though, right? Exorcism pop, then he just gets glimpsed to the opposite side of the map, and he has no way to get back into the fight with this team. So nice glimpse coming out from Always Want to Fly to move that position. And they still are able to invade the Ancients. V-Tune's still stealing a double stack here. So still applying that pressure and still forcing Liquid's reactions, which is exactly what they do want to be doing, especially before these BKBs do come out. Setting up for Quakefa up top. Very quick move from Always Want to Fly.
Iceberg and General heading over. I don't know if there's any way that Quakefa can juke his way away from this. As the spear's out, Silence as well. He's got a bit left on the Firefly.
He's actually out of vision now for them.
He is living.
Radiant's middle tower.
See how long
he's hiding.
He's able to. Ah, there.
Yeah, he'll get hit by the
General.
spear.
Great spear down the tree line. Catches Quakefa out.
Bottom. They find Insania as well too. Quick, easy open wounds finds him.
And that's going to be V2's man to pretty much done. So now no longer worried about the silences from the DP catching him off in the fights, and also having some sort of way to confuse Quakefa if Quakefa's ever trying to run him down and go for a quick lasso.
$6K gold lead. Na'Vi continuing to do a good job of applying this pressure, which they do need to apply because they are still playing versus this scary Spectre, who Mikke is getting good space. He's still not the same as that Lifestealer, but they still do want to be dictating the pace of the game, making these aggressive moves.
They have the ults ready to go again, Na'Vi, so a good time to maybe try and do something. Is it the same moment where Haunt is back up once more? So they're not making a play onto the Spectre. Mikke is very likely to join in response.
Yep. They just have to be careful about how they do set up the moves to not get outnumbered, because the thing is, like, Liquid can always just bring 3 heroes, maybe even 4 because of the boots of travel from the bat. So they have to be very careful of how they make those moves. Liquid definitely still wants to get a little bit more time. They're very close to those double BKBs that'll help their fighting just so much more. Na'Vi looking to take advantage. Haste rune on General. No offensive words scouting this area out here. They've got a good read of Mikke's movements at the moment. Even with the scan now. Gonna sweep over to the triangle.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, they're right on top of Mikke.
Found him. And they go with a combo. Mikke, he's able to make his way out of the static storm, but the arena's out. Straight to the wall he goes. The General's spear. As the exact one they're hunting for, Na'Vi. They get the jump on the Spectre, then they know that there's absolutely no chance that Liquid's going to try and turn and fight back.
Yeah, and they get him before he does get the timing. Still pretty far from the Manta, still about 1,000 away. And also they cover the spear. I love that General does this. I've been watching this a lot too. He does get the bulwark off, so Insania not able to get the steal off today. Yeah, Liquid just still on the back foot, still trying to farm these BKB so they can take the fights. They will have the one finished, and I believe Quakefa's is about to be done too. So that'll be big for them to fight into this, but Na'Vi, they're getting so much out of the map from these ultis right now. Roger, he's level 12, and he's got the Spirit Vessel done for some time now versus this huge healing lineup that Liquid has. This is going to be big.
Yeah, these level 2 eggs are going to be hard to deal with. We're seeing already with the team fight setup that Na'Vi have, it's very easy to just place the egg down with Liquid having no chance to take it out.
Yeah, BKB is going to help a lot, though. Like, the tethered target with the BKB, like, if it's boxy, he can actually kill that egg with the attack speed.
Yeah, that's true. Actually overcharges. Definitely something to take into account.
Ooh, they see Mikke again. There's a glimpse at the ready, too.
They're going to be able to do it a second time in a row. He's going to be pinned to the tree. He's got his blade mail out. The tether's coming in, but the static storm's down on the two of them. As he'll buy back Horn, the exorcism's out. Can Liquid turn this?
Can they catch? They need to get something big out of this buyback here.
The glimpse is going to be there onto Mickey. He's sent back. Always want to fly. He's going to go for the TP out, but he's not making it. They will use the lasso to guarantee the disruptor kill, but Na'Vi definitely able to really limit their losses there into a scenario where the Spectre's buying back to haunt in.
Aye, that was... Liquid just used a haunt, a lasso, and a buyback, and an exorcism to just kill like mostly the disruptor. They also do get Iceberg, but... That's a very expensive one for Liquid, and Na'Vi just continuing to go aggressive here. Boxy. Vtoon is just stalking him with that TP coming in from
Boxy.
Iceberg.
I mean, he's got a BKB, but he's not got a TP. Boxy. So, well, he's standing his ground at the moment with the Siphon. Seems to be doing it quite well.
The IO is moving toward him. Taiga starting to make the way over, but they see the IO. They see Taiga with the ward. He actually can't go bail out his buddy as Boxy is trying.
BKB, but he's still dead. He's absolutely still dead. The physical they have certainly comes in. It's 20 to 9.
Owning these fights.
They are. This is it's really turning the series on its head. This game 3, just as much of a beatdown as game 1 and 2 have been. But the other way
it's
around.
looking like the Na'Vi. Yeah, looking like the Na'Vi that we're used to seeing with this disruptor making these aggressive plays. Yeah. Dictating the pace of the game, not letting Liquid just back up and get this type of farm. I mean, Vtoon, Manta, Deso, and Armlet is about to be done. Then they can start looking to threaten Roche too, where Liquid, they can't contest for a long time. These BKBs, they've come out now, but maybe a bit too slow as Mickey. He's been slowed down so much from these last few deaths.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're actually scanning, expecting that Roche at the moment already.
Yeah, definite space for Na'Vi to consider it with how quickly they're taking over the jungle of Liquid. This tier 2 tower on the top lane going down.
And Koikfa without this, he has his BKB, so with team fights around him, it's a lot stronger for Liquid, but they have no way to catch. They have no way to start the fights, and Na'Vi has just so many different versions of being able to, with the glimpses, with just General jumping in, with the Phoenix, just so many different ways for them to do so. Yeah, until Liquid does have the blink on Koikfa, it feels like it's going to be hard for them to make their own play. They're going to have to do a lot of reactive plays for the most part here.
There we go.
Yeah, there goes the Roche. The Deso's online.
They do have their ults up, Liquid, and they're starting to move over. Haunts at the ready.
Okay. Manta also done on Mickey. Na'Vi's expecting these moves, though.
Na'Vi's going to come over with a
actually got a counter smoke. Oh.
See if General.
They're looking for Spectre.
Oh, if they can jump Mickey.
They still have really good vision up in the northern side of the jungle.
Got the high ground, Liquid. Quaifa's going to put the BKB General straight over. They'll jump out with the Infest. They're looking to burst down. Insania goes down. Lasso, sounded General. General falls. The Supernova off to the sidelines. Nobody can reach it. They're able to keep the egg alive. The stun connecting onto Mickey. He's now trapped in the storm. The kinetic field. Mickey goes down. He's out for 80. And now Na'Vi, they're ready to back off. Iceberg, TP's out. Quaifa's desperately trying to chase for more. Knocks back Vincere with the flame break. The stolen glimpse used will bring him back into range.
Okay.
Of Tiger and Boxy. A big catch there from Insania with the glimpse.
And I mean, pretty decent fight there for Liquid. It does cost them some buybacks, but not too bad around the area. The way it all kicks off, all the ults from Na'Vi being used, but they get Vtoon. They get the big kill.
They do, and they stop Na'Vi from being able to take the Roshan for now. Bottom lane. Quaifa. Is he going to be able to stop this? No, Iceberg. Out with the TP. Quaifa not with anything at the ready.
Look at how General just gets full focus. The silence catches him. They throw the lasso, so no Mars ulti. The egg is pretty much perfect there. Vtoon able to stick on these targets.
Yeah, I mean, it's because I guess that's what it was at the start of the fight, right? It was the stolen static zone, right, from Insania.
Oh, yeah, good call on that one.
The first one was that when Mars came in, that's what messed up the whole initiation for him, the static storm. Because the second one we did see coming out was definitely that of Always Wanna Flies. Good eye. Yeah, I didn't see that there. Insania making some nice moves there, playing around with the Disruptors toolkit. A good glimpse at the end as well. I mean, it looked like it was going to be close to the Rage coming back up, but wasn't available.
It was.
And now Na'Vi, they're going to try and go back in and finish this. They're still obviously at quite a lead, and Vtoon is still incredibly big.
They got that. Without Exorcism, there's no way. Like, Haunt might be very important, but we're really seeing that Boxy's actually doing the majority of damage inside of the fight still. Mickey's not quite online just yet, so without Exorcism, no way they do contest.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Vincere. Aegis at the ready.
Oh, this ward is actually full duration ward here up on that high ground. 15 seconds left on it. It's done so much work to scout all of Liquid's moves. Mech finished up on Taiga, so he is quite a lot stronger now on the IO. He did get this very late this game. Usually we see it between like 14 to 18. He just finished it up a few minutes ago. So they will have that big sustain kicking in that, I mean, could have actually saved quite a lot in the last few fights.
Boxy trying to poke a Vincere.
B2?
Getting a little low. Just have to jump over towards Iceberg. Mickey doing as much as he can with the space that's left on the map, with Na'Vi pressuring the high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Koifa starting to get on the search. He has the Blink and the BKB. General is showing in mid, but he's got teammates very close.
That's a bit of a tough one to go for.
They've got their ults back available, though, for Liquid. So if they do see Na'Vi split up too much, they can look for opportunities to go for this. Na'Vi, though, not going to give him that chance. Sticking all together.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Seeing the next item coming out for Roger pretty soon. Shiva's. It's going to be another one to counteract that healing, which Liquid's draft is a lot about the Spirit Siphon with the IO. It is a lot about just over-sustaining in the fights and just going for the long-duration team fights. That's what Liquid really wants, and that's what they're really thriving for, is just a long-duration fight versus Na'Vi. Because Na'Vi, they do start to get weaker versus those long fights. Lifestealer, sure, he thrives in those long fights, but the Phoenix, the Mars, these heroes do suffer if they do get to that point where Liquid is able to survive the initial jumps. And they do find a catch. Actually going to use everything.
Ah, it's going to work. General. He'll go down.
Gets the ult off, though.
Can they do anything with this? Always want to fly. Comes in from the side. He's been able to trap Mickey. Mickey trying to manage his way out of it. But Mickey, he's falling low, and Mickey's going to go down.
He's just dead. Ends up not being worth it for Liquid at all as they set up for that kill and they lose their most important hero.
Yeah, I get. What was the case with Tiger? Was he didn't have to tether back up to take him out, or?
I'd have to re-see it. I didn't actually get to see what happened with Tiger there trying to save him. That was weird.
That's a big one. I mean, as you said, they threw everything in to kill General, only to end up still losing the Spectre yet again. Now Na'Vi, so they've still got this Aegis to play on Vincere.
Oh, and look at this DD top. Koikfa, he's going to be able to swing over and maybe take that DD away from them at least. Yeah, he will. But yeah, Mickey, that's a couple deaths now in a row for him. Not getting the goal of just sticking around and surviving throughout these. Iceberg on the prowl, but Koikfa, he has vision of him. They have to relocate back up in a second too. Taiga, he's going to pair with the Spectre. At the same time, General is TPing on the outpost to set up onto Boxy, it seems.
So Koikfa, he's
going to jump.
Straight away with the setup. Relocate comes in. Iceberg immediately torn apart now by Mickey with the Manta. So they can make
he's going to be a tough game for Iceberg.
Yeah. Not really much you can do against that.
Still set up around him if they can get the spear initially. Boxy sees them now, though, and Boxy is also level 18, so he does have max level Exorcism.
Yeah, now, Mickey, he's got the Basher complete, so whoever he does get on top of in these fights, they're going to be, it's pretty hard for them to run away from the Spectre.
Yeah, he's going for he's counteracting the cores. He's just itemizing to deal with the Nature's Prophet and that Lifestealer on the Spectre. I mean, it is a 9,000 gold lead for Na'Vi, but you can start seeing Liquid. They're getting some signs of hope for themselves with this lineup. Na'Vi have to start punching a little bit harder here just to stop Liquid from having this room.
They're going to come in with another big move with this smoke. General leading the way with V-Tune inside and ready to pop.
Liquid all playing together here.
Can you get the jump here, General? Boxy's there. Straight in they go. Boxy, how's his reaction going to be? He's going to put the BKB. Get the telekinesis up onto General. General also silenced. Sentry dropped down. They've come in with the haunt. The egg's out, but they're looking to focus it. Can they kill the egg off in time? Quite for trying to hit in as well. They're going going to be able to get it. They get the supernova taken out.
V2's alone.
V2 is silenced, lassoed, locked down. Uh-oh. He's down the once. Can they do it a second time here? As they'll surround him. Iceberg teasing with TPing over. V2's going to try and turn towards Boxy. Boxy still having the exorcism going.
Strong.
Iceberg comes in with the silence onto the bat as Quake was pushed over to the side. But Iceberg's dead. V2's still trying to work with Boxy, but the heals of the exorcism bring back Boxy to full HP. Mickey has the badges. He surrounds the lifestealer. V2's trying to kill Quaitfa, bring him down with him. Will get it. Quaitfa goes down. V2 turns general. Big Spear pushes Mickey over towards the side. Boxy gets the silence out of the two of them. But V2, he's living through it all with his armlet toggles, and now he's able to try and chase for another. As they catch Boxy, V2 will claim another. This lifestealer surviving throughout it all, despite it looking to be a fight where Liquid were going to have the chance to take the lead.
I mean, V2 just holding his ground. He spent his gold before as the fighter before the fight was happening. Got the Scotty, so he actually was able to stick on Boxy and just play around it really nicely. That Manta actually saves him at the end there. I feel like if he didn't have Manta there, the Desolate damage would have actually killed him. But having the illusions to not allow that makes him have this extra survivability. I cannot believe that V2 actually can take the fight for his team there. It looked like Liquid was going to clean up.
V2 keeping it clutch here. On par with the performances that we've come to be so used to seeing from him in this tournament.
Oh, Insania gets a big steal. He has the Infest stolen. That's actually massive with the Spectre. V2 trying to take advantage of the fact that Boxy's still dead. Really trying to push forward here down with this ulti on cooldown too. I feel like they have to find Insania if they look to make an aggressive move in the next fight. This Infest could actually change the fight. Relocate for the bounties and Taiga.
Only going to get the one on
the one.
Still, easy money. It's quite fat.
I mean, V2, if V2 wasn't able to hold his ground,
he's in for a bit of a surprise here. General V2 will jump out. BKB's not going to do anything for him here. As
V2 is just really holding his ground and really showing how damn good he is in this tournament. 11-1-5, just being that rock for the team that they really did need, it looked like in that last fight. It was looking a little concerning. But now with a good window here, 60 seconds, no Batrider. And able to actually get some nice wards and D-wards in the triangle area, take over that high ground of Liquid.
With AC and Deso, Na'Vi can probably even try and push for the high ground. Basher done as well on V2.
God, he is just so farmed, and he's also getting those items very accordingly to play versus that sustain lineup of Liquid. We now have the Scotty on the Lifestealer, the Shivas, and the Vessel on the Phoenix, so counteracting a lot of that healing in the fights.
Yeah, Mickey trying to get the Butterfly online will be pretty good considering this is a game where there is no MKB. It's not part of V-Tune's build, so if Liquid can hold and Mickey can get the Butterfly done, you know, they are going to still get this Spectre to a point where V-Tune's going to struggle to deal with the Spectre. That's not if V-Tune hasn't, at that same time, got the money to just switch out one of his items and pick up an MKB, which is, with the way things are going, very likely with how much farm he is getting.
I mean, the other thing is, too, is like Navi's supports are scaling much harder than Liquid's at the moment. Sure, the Io and the Rubik, they have these crazy... They also have these crazy scaling just because of their toolkit, but look at Phoenix right now. Phoenix level 20, and Aghanim's on Disruptor is on the horizon.
Yeah, these ults are just being a huge issue for Liquid. We've only seen them, I think, the once actually be able to deal with the Supernova.
And Roche is back up. Na'Vi, with these aggressive moves, can always get these Roshans for free, too. So Aegis and Cheese, Liquid's going to have to just deal with playing into that in most of these fights.
There's no way they come over here. Yeah, with this Aegis and Cheese, Na'Vi's going to be ready to push high ground. There's no real reason for them to wait any longer with how big they are, how strong of a force V-Tune is going to be on the front.
Yeah, I think the only other thing they could look to wait for is that Aghanim's on Disruptor, because it is only 1,000 gold away. If they can look to help always want to fly get that one, it is such a big pickup. It can just prevent those BKBs, prevent the saves, Mantas, etc. Could be huge. Mika, he is going to commit the gold for the Butterfly in a second, too.
So the Butterfly gonna do a lot against the Lifestealer's physical, but Still, if he does get caught in these ultimates, it's going to be heavily on Tiger to make some clutch saves. Otherwise, the Spectre will still melt.
And it's very likely that all these ults, like General, now he has his own BKB too. Ooh, he was actually stalking Koif, almost found him top. He has his own BKB too, so these ults, they're gonna get off. Like, unless they just killed him instantly during their initial lift, General's gonna get his BKB off. He's gonna drop that ult. V-Tune. Oh, Insania tried to play there. I see what he was doing. The Infest was ending, so he jumped inside of the Spectre, but then, he doesn't have Infest anymore, so he actually just pops out. He doesn't stay inside Spectre. Yeah, Liquid trapped in their base at the moment. Na'Vi getting a lot more farm and always want to fly. Aghanims in 100 gold.
He's already been hitting
these fights.
Excellent ults, so you know that he's going to be able to get that catch. It's quite far.
Get the lasso. V-Tune is pretty far up.
Drag him in.
He's pulled under tier 4s.
Okay, now where's the... What's the plan here? What's the plan for
break the
Na'Vi?
blinks.
How do they save him? He's able to rage and run, and that's actually enough. He okay, pops rage, he gets out there, but always want to fly, goes down.
Always want to fly,
without
he's
the
dead.
chance to pop a static storm. They've got the Eul's control onto V-Tune, Supernova, and the arena is out. Quite from Boxy able to get their way out of the Onimus, though, with the BKBs. Boxy getting bashed. Tether coming in. Is it enough fields to keep him alive? Forced to the side. Boxy, he's going to be alive. Boxy will survive as he makes it up to the high ground and away. V-Tune turns towards Quite with the rage, takes out the bat. He's onto the high ground. Okay, up in the blade mail. Glimpse back into the spear.
Glimpse into the spear?
Beautiful combo there from Na'Vi. Iceberg's coming up with the BKB and the Sprout. Has he got the damage to take down Mickey? Not quite. Mickey's able to live. He's out. Only just. Will survive. Boxy jumps upon General with these catches, locking down Boxy. He's dead for 80 seconds. Insania is burning down General, and he'll get the kill in return. General will fall. But Liquid, they're without 3 members right now. Both Spectre and Rubik healing back up. Tiger's going to be back in 10, but Na'Vi's pushing on. They take the tier 3 onto the barracks, and they're going to get them. Liquid can't stop this, so Na'Vi get the mid-racks.
Different repair kit. Repair kit is back up, though, Insania. He does have it.
Run for another one hit. It's V-Tune.
He's going right through that, though. Right through the repair kit.
This damage on V-Tune with it. Especially with the AC, or there's going to be a buyback coming in from Sunray. They've got the burn. I mean, Insania, he's doing so much damage, but V-Tune's able to turn. He's life-stealing his way back up.
The lasso
locks him down. They're still trying to finish him off, but V-Tune's still alive. He's
still alive.
Finally ticks out. They do get the kill upon him. Iceberg, he's teeping into the front lines, posts the BKB, but Mickey, he's got the bash. Iceberg, he cannot run from this Spectre. Mickey's going to be able to clean up another here with these consistent bashes onto the Prophet. The damage, though, certainly done. Mid-racks have been wiped out. Top lane, barely the range rack standing. And Na'Vi certainly paying a bit of a price for that push. Still, though, it is an incredible lead they still hold. 21k advantage and significant base damage done now to Liquid.
Yeah, and just really good ways of disengaging out of a very scary situation with V-Tune under tier 4s. They pop the Haunt to cancel the blinks on the backline of Na'Vi, but V-Tune can get to the range. He can get close enough to Mars and Phoenix, so they pop their egg, they pop their wall. And a pretty good fight there by Na'Vi. They got what they came for. But I mean, Mika, he did survive during all of it, which is pretty big. And he did get the cleanup kill onto V-Tune. He did get quite a bit, and he's level 25 now as well.
Yeah, we see him going for BKB himself. I mean, is this just a pretty impossible game to play just without the BKB?
Yeah, it really does feel like it. It's just too much damage. If he's ever just getting Sunray burned down too, it's percent damage. He needs this type of protection. I mean, I'm watching Insania a lot in these next few fights. With this Aether Lens, Telescope, and Stolen Sunray, it could be the difference maker.
The egg?
Oh, egg is actually just down.
It's going to work. The arena's out straight away onto Mickey jump. He's caught in the Static Storm. Tiger is healing him up a little bit. Is actually going to be enough. Mickey's trying to run. He's able to put the Manta in the blade mail. The Glimpse is there. They always want to fly. Has the control. Gets Mickey back into the front lines, and they're able to kill him off. Again, fantastic combos here from Na'Vi. Get them the big kill. Spectre's out and down. Boxy also caught out.
They just throw all their ults as soon as he does walk up. And, I mean, Insania with a pretty... I don't know what happened. His Sunray was pointing backwards. I feel like I've seen that a couple. He literally just Sunray backwards. That Sunray heal could have actually maybe saved Mickey when they were full committing on him. His Sunray was literally pointing completely sideways, and he was trying to turn it, but it wasn't able to do anything in the fights. And, yeah, Mickey just dies without getting any extra heals.
Repair kit, again, going to do nothing. against the damage that V-Tune's doing as they're straight back into the base of Liquid. And Na'Vi looking to clean up these final racks. As Insania is trying to slow things. The Horn's going to be out. They're going to jump straight away onto V-Tune. They've got the rage, though. He's off to the side. Silence coming a little early whilst the rage still persists. V-Tune, he's able to jump into the Phoenix with the invest. Roger takes him back to safety with the dive. They'll get V-Tune out of there. Liquid desperately trying to chase to find something out of this. They use the 2 buyback. They'll get the way out of the static storm. Mickey, they'll find the bash onto V-Tune. Mickey, he's still looking for a target to get on top of. They've lost Tiger. They have to lift up onto Roger. Roger will go down. They get the Phoenix. What more can they find? Boxy, still with a bit of time left on the Exorcism. He turns with the Siphon onto V-Tune. Silence as well. They surround him with the illusions, but V-Tune, he's punching into Boxy. Has to back away, though. The physical damage being a little too much. Insania blinking in, trying to chase. As V-Tune continues to retreat.
Slow.
But Dagger, lift, have they got the damage? No, General pushes back Mickey with the spear. Silence does come out to V-Tune and the Siphon. The silence of the Siphon. Boxy was able to get it off before he heals himself up. They've taken him down. The Sunray's burning Mickey, but he's out to the side, and now he's actually in range of General. Boxy cleans up another double kill for the Death Prophet. 3 heroes dead right now on Na'Vi and Liquid. They're not done. They're continuing to hunt. Silence out again. Boxy. These controls, the silence.
Iceberg's going for Megas.
So much here. He's trying to close it up, and he will be able to find that final Rax. So Iceberg doing the damage here to the base and gets the objective complete.
Liquid somehow take the fight, though, with Mickey leading the charge, getting these chase kills. But yeah, the base is damaged. Oh, but they found the item.
They found the item. Illusionist Kate. And as we have come to see before, Liquid don't enter their final form until they've been mega creeped. And they've just been mega creeped.
And they did take out V-Tune again with this monster of the Lifestealer. I mean, they're mega creep. It's going to be quite a hill to climb, but let's see. This is where, like you said, this is where Liquid really starts to play the game.
BKB done on Mickey.
And they do have BKB done as well, too. I mean, he's still getting these good timings. He's still getting saved in a lot of these fights still, but it's tough for them versus this dual core of Na'Vi, but it feels like this tri-core because of this, how much damage these ults really do. This Sunray, in particular, out of the egg. And just the static storm control is still too much for Liquid to really deal with. They're going to have some crazy performance for Mickey to bring it back and take these fights.
And Insania, if he's got a lot of money, any big items that he could be buying as the Rubik?
That's actually a good point. It doesn't, I mean, Ags is always good. He doesn't have anything like amazing. Stealing static storm's too hard. I mean, he wants buyback. Yeah. He used it before though, right?
Yeah, so we'll buyback. Most buybacks on cooldown right now.
I mean, it's Ags or Aeon Disc is usually the only choice. He's going to go Ags. So.
For Na'Vi, I guess, no reason to rush it. You managed to get the Mega Creeps out, wait for Rosham.
Wait for Rosh, yeah.
Play it safe.
Now they just have to play very careful here now. Just don't look to make mistakes. Just let the waves do their thing. Let them keep Liquid in their base, and you just maximize your farm. Get all your next few things. I mean, they are still getting quite a bit, too. It's like they still have some stuff. They have a lot to gain. Like, General is still huge. He's still able to get a lot more, too. And Iceberg, I mean, that is insane.
He just comes in and makes some treants.
What the heck?
I mean,
all right, well, I mean, he gets away with it at least.
He's just like, hello, popping by. Have some treants in the base.
And now Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard. Fights were already hard. And how many 25s do we have as well? 4 level 25s on the side of Na'Vi as well, including the Phoenix being one of them.
And what they take?
Now Refresher Shard on the Phoenix. And, a DD for V-Tune.
Oh.
And they're going to smoke with it. And they're going to look to close this game.
Yeah, they could probably just rage and hit the tier 4s. I mean, have they got fortification? What's fortification? Yeah, they have got fortification.
They do.
But Na'Vi's going to take these final towers and the Ancient pretty quickly if they get the chance.
V-Tune's going to kill heroes also very fast if he does get an Abyssal. Like, if Insania is too far up, he'll get the jump though, Insania.
Immediately, and they get the last one, but the BKB was off on time on Iceberg. They'll dive in with the Supernova. Arena's down as well. Mickey trying to finish up Iceberg, but the cheese has popped. Iceberg back up to full HP. Tiger caught in the static storm. Both him and Quake for a down. They've lost Boxy. They're down to the final 2. Na'Vi should have the space here to close this one up as only Insania and Mickey left alive. Na'Vi, they're looking to dive the fountain. They're going in. The spear will push Mickey kind of back to a bit of a safe safer place, but it's not safe enough. They just dive in the fountain, kill them all off. GG is called, and Na'Vi will be able to find the win here in Game 3. As this is, it ain't gonna be another one of these 3-0 grand finals, that's for sure here. As Na'Vi swinging it back big time in this third game now, picking it up to 1 against the 2 of Liquid. And this is what we're expecting from Na'Vi, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, Na'Vi, they showed up with their bread and butter. Their true time, tested everything, you know, this Disruptor, Phoenix, and Mars. You know, we can replace the Disruptor with a couple heroes because they've done it with the Willow a few times and with the Willow, Phoenix, and Mars, but they look so good when they're playing this 3, and V-Tune, really just looking at him as the X Factor. If he died in that triangle in that fight, we could have seen a different story in this game, but he kept himself cool. He played so well this game and kept himself so far ahead. Just phenomenal play from him and from the team of Na'Vi.
I really did. Just some smart approach from Na'Vi and not getting too much in their heads after 2 very tough games against Liquid. They come into this one and straight from the off, the way they were switching around lanes, forcing things to their advantage, it pays off massively, gives V-Tune the opportunity to have yet again another incredible game as the carriers. Na'Vi, they'll get this third game now. The series standing 2-1 in favor of Liquid, but this could be the beginning of Na'Vi swinging back and getting a couple more in a row. We'll find out.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Every word, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no odor. I've been an outcast, when you're scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts we move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G. M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human. If you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the walls, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dogs on a vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. Where y'all leaned up, took in a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. One in the front and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk. I just walk up, 100 bands cash, trying to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far and we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, 100 with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my club, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop.
grand finals to be a game where Na'Vi could truly play their own style, their own game, and boy, they could. It was aggression from the gates onwards, and obviously, we've been talking about it all week. Vtune absolutely shined on his lifestealer, played mid against a bat. We're going to talk about how this game played out because it is a match. It is a series.
Hey.
We actually got competitive series going on now.
They finally got a laning phase that didn't look absolutely terrible for Na'Vi. I mean, Vtune just owned Koifa. I mean, can't really do when just Koifa is the bad versus Lifestealer, but that sets the pace of the whole game.
Whenever you play bad against Lifestealer, you kind of hate it because you can never pressure this guy, and Bad Rider's bread and butter in the lane is one of two things. Either you pressure the guy or you cut waves and you out-farm by farming the jungle. But it's really hard to do in the mid lane. And basically, Na'Vi kept rotating lanes until they got this Lifesteal versus Bat, and I think Lifesteal even had a 2-level advantage. He was level 5 when Koifa was level 3. It's an unplayable lane for Bat. Lifesteal's going to have completely free farm. So, yeah, Na'Vi got off to a way better start, like you said, and they took initiative, right? That's the big difference that we didn't see in the last two games. They were struggling to find any footing after the lanes. This game, you're ahead. You have all these your heroes and glimpse. Go, 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 you know?
This felt like them venting their frustrations a little bit. There are a couple times, you know, we're killing this guy.
Yeah.
You can just pop every ultimate. Like this, they will be able to blow spells and ensure that whatever area they claim is theirs, it is. And Liquid, the weakness of this draft is while they have tons of global mobility, their team fight just isn't there. So you can get pickoffs, you can skirmish like nobody's business, but when a Mars ult and Phoenix ult drop down, there's a Disruptor ult, like there's nothing you can do to counterplay.
There's nothing. I loved the first pick, Disruptor. I don't know, I feel like it always was a little bit of a CIS staple, and especially Luke 4 always want to fly as well. It's just, it starts the draft off saying, okay, it's enough. We're gonna be ahead in the laning stage because you never want to play Disruptor from behind. So they knew what they were going for, and they got it. I thought the Disruptor was the key hero. I know Vtune did amazing, but I feel like Always Want to Fly here deserves a little bit of the credit too.
Another hero that deserves honorable mention, I think, is the Nature's Prophet, because I in particular wasn't completely convinced that this was the good last pick here. But what I didn't realize was when you pick this Nature's Prophet, your last pick core can go to all 3 lanes, and that means you can enforce this lifesteal against Bat matchup. Because Nature's Prophet can play any of the lanes, so you just keep moving until you get the matchup you want. Iceberg isn't having an outstanding game here. He's getting caught a couple of times, dying. It really doesn't matter because the game plan is progressing, and he's pushing in the waves non-stop so they can make the moves.
He got the mega creeps too.
Yeah, he got the game in the end as well, yeah.
Important note, Na'Vi got abused in the laning phase because they couldn't swap around. They didn't get what they wanted. A Prophet ultimately guarantees you get the matchups you want because you can freely teleport around because you've got the built-in TP as well. It's much easier to swap around. It also gives them natural tower pressure, something they were missing in the earlier games. And to go back to Fly, I think when you're playing Disruptor, especially as the captain, it's just so much easier. It's so much fun. You can just say, I'm setting up. We're going to kill a guy here. Hey, it's that guy. And you got all this time. It's no problem. Set it up. And it's really nice synergy with the Vtune Lifestealer as well, of course.
We also do have to mention that even though it looked great from Na'Vi at the start, there were some setback moments. We still had a little bit of the Team Liquid magic in some portions of the game where they defended against high ground and were able to get kills off the back. And actually for a little bit, it almost looked like they were the ones gonna turn this around and come out on top, as we have seen Team Liquid do multiple times when they get into situations like this where they're so far behind.
It's just a lot easier said than done. When you look at the Na'Vi lineup, it just comes back to the team fights. Phoenix, Mars, as long as both of them get their spells off, it's just... I don't even know what you do. And Vtune is an item ahead pretty much this entire game. We saw Liquid trying to target him. Some really nice armlet toggles throughout most of this game, but yeah, I like the Manta Scotty build too. I guess it's something that's more common nowadays, but I think Vtune specifically really utilizes this armlet into Manta build better than anybody that I've seen thus far. And when you're playing against these forms of silence, like the Bat Rider, it's just so difficult for Liquid to stick to him, because if you don't kill Lifestealer, he's going to kill you.
Lifestealer is all about bridging the gap between rages, right? That's what every Lifestealer will try to do. He'll use rage, then when he's out of rage, he will infest a teammate, wait until rage is ready, and go again. When you have Manta style, you have a secondary way of buying those precious seconds. You counter the silences. It even can be used to split push a little bit more effectively too if you want to do that. So just seems like a very solid build in there.
Yeah, I love most of all that this game was not Team Liquid messing up. It was Na'Vi playing to their strengths and doing very well. Now I hope that the fourth game will be both teams being able to get to play their game. If both teams get out normally on the laning stage, maybe a bit more back and forth, but I very much enjoyed that third game of the series, and I can't wait for game number 4 to come around. However, we do need to wait a little bit because we will be right back after this break with the draft.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
With the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.
Escucha, loco, siéntate y relájate un poco, que en esta vida el tiempo es loco. Puedes perder momentos preciosos y sepas que cuando pides ayuda yo me levanto. Todo lo que tengo lo comparto, y aunque me sienta triste yo canto, ay canto. Vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de veras y que lloren cuando mueras. Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza, sigue
ESL 1 Germany 2020 Online is brought to you by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, GGBet, Corsair, Acer Predator, and Bitburger 0.0.
Two teams that are hungry for the championship here. We have Na'Vi and Team Liquid going head-to-head here in the grand finals of ESL 1 Germany, and we are in the draft for the fourth game of the series. It is 2-1 in favor of Team Liquid, but if Na'Vi can pull off a performance like they did in that game we just watched, I think they'll be golden for forcing out the fifth game of the series as well. We are well into the draft, and I love seeing them steal the Slardar away from Team Liquid. I think that is awesome. They get the Disruptor with that again. We do get to see for the first time this series Taiga's Earth Spirit, though.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. If you look at that last game, it feels like both teams have figured out what's going to win here today, and that's initiative. You want to be able to take fights at all times, whether it's against one guy or the entire squad. Disruptor Slardar, arguably the best hunting duo we've got in Dota right now, and the 4-position Earth Spirit is quite possibly the best, I guess, killer too. I guess it's probably your top 3 in some ways. It's catch central.
Yeah, I would say across the tournament with Taiga's individual performance, I actually think his Earth Spirit might have been his weakest, and that doesn't mean it's bad. It's just he's been playing outstanding in every game.
Yeah.
But his Earth Spirit, it's just a hit or miss hero. Like we've talked about this. I don't remember if it was on broadcast, Kyle. You talked about. I think it was with Z-Freak saying it doesn't matter if I'm playing amazing on Earth Spirit. If you miss that one key roll, you just killed yourself in the fight. So it's always going to be a little bit dangerous. And this is something completely new, by the way. The Grimstroke. Coming out here for Insania most likely has not been played by him, I believe, all tournament,
Correct.
at least not
also,
in top 6.
For Taiga's Earth Spirit, it has been picked 6 times for Team Liquid for Taiga, and won 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. But this
Good
is
record.
the first Grimstroke for Team Liquid this tournament for sure.
It's one of their old school combos. This was a Insania special for some time, back when they were picking a lot of Coddle as well. It was in his repertoire, top 3. Big fan of it. And it also activates a lot of Mickey's hero pool, but more importantly, it allows them to play with even more aggression. So look for Mickey to be on something that's perhaps a bit more active. I'm not a huge fan, and it looks like neither team is. I believe it's left unpicked, unbanned. Yeah, no Spectre. It's too slow for this series. It just feels like it. Neither squad's been able to pick up a win with it, and I'm not surprised.
I think there's something about this Grimstroke that it's the first game Liquid play against Slardar and the first 2 Grimstroke. I think there's something going on here that they consider this a counter. Slardar can't use sprint if he's soulbound. He
really
can't get. He can't get away from his teammate, right?
Someone else has to be just as fast as he
can
is.
use it.
He can use it, but he can't get away. He's kind of tied to the move speed of his ally. So
Unless you get an IO.
Yeah, I guess.
And then you're tied to
they can both ride off into the sunset perfectly. I do think that hero might actually get banned though, but we'll see. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's why they want this Grimstroke. Or Insania's like kind of out of ideas. Like he doesn't want to pick Rubik again. I guess he doesn't like the matchup against Slardar and the Disruptor and his Oracle's banned. He's been playing very few heroes.
It's not ideal with the Earth Spirit either, I don't think. They kind of fulfill the same role within the game now. Because you want to have at least something that I think boosts the effectiveness of your cores rather than just having 2 innate spellcasters.
Right. I think that's a fair point, that Grimstroke leads better into the second phase, that they can pick combos. And yeah, I would love to see if the Soulbind is thought of in that way, because there's no immediate synergy between these two except the Inkswell into roll. You have nothing that you double down with Soulbind.
What happens if you go Ags, right? Or sorry, if you pick Sven, and then Ags stun a Soulbound target? What happens?
I think he just stuns the first guy and doesn't jump again. Or maybe he stuns the first guy and jumps again.
Yeah, I think the second one, what he says. I think you...
Because you're guessing.
No. I think, if you guys are soulbound and I charge you first, I will charge you, but instantly also charge you. And now...
You're trying to get away, Kyle?
Like, it will be basically
clone
a
yourself,
zip.
and then...
No, it will be... I think it will be...
Yeah,
Okay,
he'll
well,
probably
what-
stun the first guy and then immediately stun the second. That's what normal
What?
Hammer does.
Hey.
They banned it.
We'll never know. Too bad. I'm surprised to see the Faceless Void being banned out against Na'Vi, though, because our Australian colleagues got to talk to VTune during one of the group stages that they won, group stage games. And VTune said he does not like Void. Faceless Void, this is. And it's banned here.
Well, maybe his captain does.
Yeah, there's
you better play
it. You don't get a say in this, VTune. We have a Juggernaut coming out from Team Liquid. If you guys want a faster core, I guess Juggernaut fits that bill.
Very good friend of Grimstroke. Benefits massively from the move speed, can chain the stun into, or his spin into a stun, and you can't really avoid it because he's magic immune while spinning. So at this point, I think you have a couple of options. Either you try to get the Slardar away from this lane, or you might have to go very early boots and a level in sprint, so you can try to outrange the Jugger. Alternatively, maybe a very specific kind of support can counterplay this, but there's not many options.
It's quite nice when you have an Earth Spirit, you want to have a core that you can kill with. So you already guarantee that this Grim Jug lane, if Tiger rotates up, doesn't really matter if there's levels and sprints, a boot, whatever. That's going to be a kill, like with a double stun and the spin. So now if they pick Boxy or Koifa, something that also has kill threat, it just becomes a much easier game for the Earth Spirit to play. You don't want to be forced to play in just one area of the map. And they go the Wisp on Na'Vi. Huh. Another game we see it.
Yeah, and the IO Slardar, that was the reason why Team Liquid was able to run away with the first game of the series. We see it being very successful. Do you guys think it is indeed the Slardar IO lane as well? They'll run that as an off lane?
I think so. And I think it's a decent solution to the problem, right? Slardar gets boots. You can probably outrange it, run away.
It's quite nice. I've always liked it against Jug too, because Jug is very much, it's not really a sustained DPS carry until you have a bunch of items. It's all about the Omni Slash. So if you tether mech during it or get a relo out, like you can always spend a support's big cooldown for the enemy carries. And that's a trade that pretty much anybody's going to be willing to take. So like we're going to need to find some way of like just grabbing another kind of semi-carry. Storm, not bad, but I'm a bit concerned. Same reason we saw in that first game. Like, you're just going to have limited damage output on the side of Liquid, especially against BKBs. And Na'Vi with Wisp Slardar. Like, we saw this in game one. This is a terrifying combination of heroes, and they still haven't revealed the heroes that are actually going to deal the damage, specifically whatever they get for V2.
I mean, you have to consider they gave it away willingly, and they play this strategy themselves. I think 2 or 3 games this tournament they've played IO Slardar. So
they know the
if anybody knows what to do about it, it should be Liquid.
Yeah.
You're going to pick Anti-Mage?
Anti-Mage.
Interesting.
You guys like it or no?
I got the cojones on my man VTune, man. I've seen a lot of incredible Dota 2 players, Burning, Ame, Arteezy, Resolution, all in grand finals. Say, give me Anti-Mage. And what they all had in common?
They all lost?
They lost.
They did play Anti-Mage in one game this tournament so far. It was their first group stage series versus Cyber Legacy, where they were able to win with the Anti-Mage. And ever since, we've not seen it on barely anybody.
I mean, it is amazing against the Liquid lineup. I wouldn't say it has the best synergy with its own team in this game, but awesome against Storm, awesome against Earth Spirit and Grimstroke. You have all that innate magic resistance. Against Jugger, you get a Manta. You can probably just get out of any sort of bad situation in this game. So
it's just
Na'Vi weather the storm. I kind of like it again.
It's just, I do agree, but like this is the VTune show now, all of a sudden. Like everybody else
What do you mean all of a sudden? It has been the VTune show for quite a bit.
This is, like, I don't know. They linked up. They're like, we're giving you our power. Just please win us this game. Because it's effectively what AM does at like 30, 35 minutes in. You can get huge. As Sin said, like none of these heroes really deal with AM too well. If he gets BKB, he's unkillable.
Yeah, basically.
And it's just, what does he have to really help him out? There's zero team fight with his lineup right now.
One of the things that we like about VTune is that he is very, like, he starts fighting with his team fairly early, right? Can he even do that on an Anti-Mage?
He can do it against Storm. I think you can TP counterplay a Storm gank, but for the most part, you kind of want to be left alone to farm. And what I believe we're going to see from Na'Vi in the last pick is something like a Tiny for Iceberg. Like, you want the kind of early game, heavy momentum-based mid-hero that just wants to find kills and just make space on the map, really.
So how is Team Liquid going to solve this? They have the overall last pick. They are lacking a Boxy hero, it seems.
What does Boxy play that's really good against Anti-Mage in lane except Slardar?
Void
LC?
Spirit is still in the pool, but I don't know if he's considered good.
That is a bad matchup for Void.
Okay.
I think
Timbersaw's decent. There's the tiny.
I think LC or Timber. I think you've got it.
Plays a lot of Mars as well.
I prefer LC here just because then you have an easy cleanse for the Slaughter amp, and you cannot get rid of, you can't block duel as Anti-Mage.
Yep, that's true.
There it is. Good call.
Oh,
nice. You need to have an answer, right? Like you have one hero, it has to be something that no matter what Anti-Mage buys, with the exception of Lincoln's, I suppose, you will be able to duel and kill the AM. And if you don't have that, this game gets really tough to win. Liquid, a more balanced composition. They need everybody kind of get a good start. They need a lot of moves made. Feels like Na'Vi. Iceberg, get a few kills, buy time for V2, and eventually he can take the game for you.
Yeah.
So you think it's a little bit easier for Na'Vi to execute their draft this game?
Yes and no. I think AM is just a game. That's a finals losing hero. And if V2 can take this one, like, you know, hats off to him. He's like my new superstar carry for sure, if he's not already. But like, this is tough, especially against the boxy LC.
Yeah, I like the Legion last pick. I think it's ballsy, but it has a lot of synergy with Grim. There's a double duels. There's the Inkswell. It lines up very nicely. Don't really have a clear favorite in this one, honestly. I think it's really close.
That's good.
So, yeah. Not gonna choose anyone.
All right, no, you don't have to. We're gonna see how this plays out on the field. Let's head over to a commentary team of Odie Pixel and Fog for some more Na'Vi versus Liquid.
Here we go, game 4 now, the best of 5, Na'Vi versus Liquid, and Fog indeed has talked about the panel. We're getting an anti-mage game coming out from V2. I mean, what are your sort of thoughts on the AM coming into play here? Is it going to be a good game for him, or do you think Liquid's got ways to trip him up?
If he can get away with the game, if he can get away with the first like 25, 30 minutes, it can look like first 25 minutes. If he can get away with that, it can definitely look like a pretty solid AM game. I think there's some things he can get tripped up from though. The Grimstroke in particular can be a little annoying. The silence, you actually have to pre-click your E, otherwise you actually do get silence. It doesn't, you know, if it's in midair and you click E, it doesn't do anything. It's already going to hit you, it's going to connect you, silence you. That can be one of the more annoying things. And I mean, we're going to see how that lane does go too, because Legion Commander versus Disruptor, it is that strong Dispel. So we'll see how much pressure they can apply onto V2. But if he's able to actually get away with the farm, this looks like it could be an AM that can take over in later stages.
Let's see what he's able to pull off. And that's, you know, sort of outside of the AM, there's a lot of strong things going on from Na'Vi's lineup, because they, as the panel said, they have been able to get their hands on that Slardar IO that we did see Liquid have a very easy time with in the first game of the series.
Yeah, but it is because of what lane that they were up against as that IO Slaughter. And Liquid, they should know how to play versus it. If they're the masters of this IO Slaughter, right? Their Grimstroke Jug, that's their idea of how to break it. Just that kill threat always on general.
Here we go.
And again, a 5-man.
Smokes out, and they're able to start things off. Tiger looking for the body blocks on, always want to fly. Allowing the rest of them to come in, and they'll be able to do so. As First Blood goes the way of Mickey.
Good start for the Jug, and we're going to see him queue up the boots instantly. So I think they scouted that General has Windlace, and it is this Slardar plus IO lane, so they could, you know, the speed maybe in some situations could get them away from that spin and that Inkswell combo, but if Mika gets early boots, I think this could turn out to be a very, very hard lane for General. And they're actually going to look to move stuff around, perhaps. I think Roger might play with the anti-mage, and they might put always want to fly top, because he actually has the nuke there, and then he's not just full countered by Legion Commander. We'll see if that is the choice, though, as we see the battle for the rune.
Oh, Tiger off the mark with the roll. General's going to be able to put the crush, get the bouncer in. Na'Vi actually
get the slow on him, but they can't chase.
Yeah, I think that they're going to get 3 of the 4 bouncer runes there, Na'Vi.
Yep, so you always want to fly. He is going to stick up here in this top side, so they are doing exactly what we talked about. It's going to be just the full sustain lane bottom, Disruptor, so he doesn't get countered by Legion. And then that should prove pretty good for V2. I think top lane, as we already mentioned, it's already going to be hard for General, so I think this actually is the right move from Na'Vi. Yeah, let's see if General is actually able to get too much up here, because this does not look like an easy lane. Usually Slardar, he can actually turn and he can hit and beat on these heroes, but with constant kill threat on him, it might be tough for General up here.
Let's see what he is able to achieve. I mean, I guess, yeah, both of these setups on this top lane have pretty good kill potential once they hit the... Oh, I guess kind of level 3 is going to be the big one for Liquid, the 2 points in the Blade Fury.
Yeah.
With Insania's backup. So it's going to allow Mickey to run down either of these two heroes. So definitely going to want to put the pressure on as much as possible onto the Jug before he gets there.
Yeah, they just need to hit him all the times, because as soon as level 2 hits as well, like even 2, 3, etc., every single level that comes out from this Grimstroke, they're going to make moves. If General steps up too far on the wave, he's going to get spun and comboed on, and it's a lot of slow, it's a lot of damage and control to keep him under. Taking a look at the other lanes. Yeah, we're already seeing it. Vtoon, he's gonna likely get free farm down here versus this double melee. It's a good lane for him too, with the IO behind him. So that's exactly what Na'Vi wants in this game.
No, I think he's going to be fine. I think the only sort of liability down here for Na'Vi is if, you know, Roger gets caught out position and they're able to just get on top of him, but
yeah,
probably not going to happen. I'm sure Roger's going to be very careful how he moves around Vtoon, and Vtoon's going to be sort of just putting the pressure on, and anytime they do roll in, suddenly Vtoon's going to turn, start breaking through all their mana, and the plays are going to be very limited for Liquid's duo.
Yeah, definitely agree. This is a really good setup here for Na'Vi having this down here. They're going to look to try to make some pressure onto Roger here with the level 2s. But the mana's gone. Boxy.
Well, Roger able to step to the side, and now, you know, what have you got? Boxy's got a Mango on him. I mean, they're going to have to play like this, bring this sort of burst sustain down. Otherwise, any sort of time they try and get aggressive, they're just not going to be able to do so again for quite some time, because the mana's just going to be gone.
No, this is just going to be full out free farm for Vtoon, which, yeah, like we said, for AM, this is going to be really good for Na'Vi. This is exactly how they want the game, and he is in some good matchups versus that Storm Spirit in particular, versus Jug. He has a lot of different ways to play around these cores.
See, top lane.
Top lane.
Remember the combo there to try and chase down Always Wanna Fly, and they've got the damage to kill him. Take the kill. And this is you know, what Na'Vi's got to be very careful about. These two, this Grim Jug, you know, absolute killers in this lane. So anytime that the creep wave's in a position where Na'Vi's having to step far away from the tower, there's a high likelihood that Liquid's going to be able to just run them down with this combo.
Yeah. General did do exactly like what Synderen was talking about, though. He's actually got the third point. He puts the point in the sprint. He's got the boots in the wind lane, so he might have movement speed to be able to disengage from that spin. And he actually is getting away with some stuff top, which he's getting away with more than I thought he would, in particular versus this Jug and Grimstroke lane that was intended to shut him down.
I see Tiger. He's headed over towards the mid lane.
They could definitely look to punish. Quakefa's having a good start here. If Iceberg moves too far, he could kick him under tower here.
Really far up here, but Tiger still hesitating to go. I guess just waiting for the 4-minute runes, really. This is his main job.
Yeah.
Waiting to see.
Uninsured.
Okay, they get the setup. There we have.
Kicks him under tower.
And it's starting to get a few tower hits in onto him. Pots the Fairy Fire, but and they finish him off. Tiger, he's got another roll in a few seconds. Iceberg not going to find that rune spawn, as it will be up top. Tiger, if he hits the roll, he'll probably have the kill here.
Quakefa getting aggressive on Always Wanna Fly as well. Might be able to get him, and he does connect it.
He hits it.
He'll get the kill.
A big one there, chasing Iceberg out of the lane for a decent amount of time and being able to kill him off. Trying to turn with the avalanche, but as it was, the stun's still connected with the roll.
He looks like he was trying to fall. He's going to fly as well, but yeah, he gets the connection, and I mean, that's boots now for Taiga as well too, so he can keep looking to roam around to these lanes. Gonna kick Quakefa off to a good start. And I guess we didn't touch too much on about Quakefa's game, because he is playing versus AM, so it always immediately looks very scary. He's not too bad this game. There is some stuns, but the IO and the Disruptor can suffer a bit versus him, because he can just get on top of him. Sure, the glimpse, pulling him out of his ability's annoying, but yeah.
And he does just have to be so careful against that AM. Like,
he does.
You know, especially a Vtoon AM as well. You know, Vtoon, he's been very on the ball. He's very focused. This player, he's not going to miss opportunities like the Quake was going to present when he comes balling into the midst of the fights. Vtoon's going to find him.
Kick back, up top. Always Want to Fly. A quick, easy kill. So they are enabling Mickey to get this increased farm, and he does need it, especially in this game, because Vtoon is just getting away with full free farm. And as we said, this is a pretty damn good AM game in the mid game. This could turn out to be Vtoon just getting full free farm and them unable to really contest and slow him down at all. Just from this type of start here. think they're trying to enable Koikfa as much as possible because he's the one that actually has to hunt and slow down the AM. If he gets a good Orchid timing, he actually is the one that can do so.
Yeah.
With Taiga rolling around, they can pose a lot of threat.
We go 6-minute rune. Taiga able to kick Iceberg away. Protect that rune for Koikfa and his bottle.
How's our stacks for Liquid doing? As we know that they always do stack. We have a triple stack on both fronts at the moment. In their usual spots there when they do play Dire.
On top lane.
Up top, General, he steps up a bit too far.
Taiga again with these moves. 1-0-3, 4 of the 5 kills, really down to Taiga and his involvement.
Yeah, Taiga and Boxy, when they play these type of roaming heroes, like we saw, but the Boxy Tusk earlier, they're very active. They just always are constantly looking from lane to lane to make these type of plays.
Straight back to
it
mid.
is seen by this ward this time around, but he's applying pressure, which is exactly the way Liquid needs to play. They don't want this game to ever be to a point where it's slowing down in this farming, because that's just where AM thrives so much. They need to be making aggressive moves and enabling Koikfa to get good Orchid timing.
Mid lane, Koikfa. He's playing around with Iceberg. Toss not enough to kill him, and now Iceberg...
Taiga's behind.
He's able to wrap right around and be there once again.
My God, Taiga. He literally just walked through the tower, actually. Placed the ward, walked through the tower, and rolled onto him there. I mean, such aggressive plays. And they saw him the whole time with the ward, too. That he still was able to do it because of the way he did it. It's nice angles of approach there.
And Taiga
6-0 already for Liquid.
Getting a lot done. Still, complete free farm for the anti-mage.
Yep.
But Mikkei's definitely going to be able to give the AM a run for his money this game. Both of the carries going straight for the Battle Fury. We have seen Mikkei on his jug sometimes go for the Manta into the Battle Fury, but I guess he feels this game he can absolutely get away with the Battle Fury first because he knows that the enemy carry is also going to be doing the same.
And he's not threatened, I don't feel, by the supports at all. Like, he's got spin, so he can always play around the glimpse, and then that's the only real threat for him, really, from those two supports. General isn't really going to be that big threat as a Slaughter, so I love this choice for Mikkei to go greedy.
I think there's no reason to believe that he isn't going to get away with this. It's very hard to see what sort of moves they can make onto the jug. Even with Iceberg.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Iceberg, really, who can make those moves, and he's very slowed down because of Taiga's movements. And I think that's exactly what Liquid's trying to do at this game. They know that Navi's gone for a very greedy style here with this anti-mage, so they can take advantage of the map a lot here. And there we go. They're going to start farming these camps up here for Koikfa, get himself enabled. Massive stacks.
Jelly for the Storm. Always a lovely one hit. Is he giving the second charge to over to Mikkei? Yeah, over to Mikkei. Yeah, this is going to give Koikfa a beautiful burst of gold, and it's going to put him on track for a very good Orchid time in this game.
Yeah, and that's the key for them to actually start being able to actually hunt V-Tune.
Yeah.
And I feel like on Navi, it is going to be a lot harder for them to ever actually set up for these hunts with their lineup because of how these lanes are going to go. Because of General being slowed down, it feels like he's pretty crucial to actually have that Blink Dagger for them to get catches before before Disruptors level 6 in particular. Their catching is quite weak early on until they do have that Blink on one of these heroes at least, either Iceberg or General. And yeah, Liquid's just going to play the farm game. They're going to just play this greed with the Storm, with the Jug, with all these stacks from Insania.
I mean, we see them come and sort of look up towards this top lane, but Mikkei, he's just able to turn on them as they take out
committing
General.
the Omni.
Yeah, just I guess used to secure it. Wasn't sure if always one of flows maybe to come in with the static storm, but not quite 6 on the disruptor. But it's still, this top lane will always want to fly in general. We're walking towards Mikkei. They're not able to do anything. Maybe now with Iceberg.
He doesn't have spin mana. He's actually short.
He's able to. They've got him.
He was actually 2 mana short, even with the stick when he pops it. That was such a heads-up play by Always Wanna Fly.
Koikfa, he's come over, but there's a lot of heroes here. No glimpse, of course, for 30 seconds. Yeah, they're going to bail out of this one, but yeah, a big catch there, being able to find some sort of opening in Mikkei's game. He
a catch that you would feel would never happen because of the Jug spin, but yeah, he's just literally 2-3 mana short and he gets the kill. That's such a heads-up play by Navi, and any time when they can slow down the Jug, it's everything for their game, because then the anti-mage gets his time to just get enabled and get that Battle Fury at this faster time and just outpace and outfarm that Jug.
And it is going to be a very fast timing on this Battle Fury from Vincere.
It is.
already seeing the sort of the numbers that he's hitting.
Koikfa, he's 400 gold away from his Orchid already now, though.
Okay.
But always want to fly bottom. He's got his ult, setting up for Boxy.
Straight down onto him. As they
And the
really
reload.
relocate to make sure that he's incredibly dead. Vincere secures the kill with a Man of Void. And with that in mind, and maybe even the chance to push for the tower, we'll see how aggressive they want to get. Okay, they won't. They'll take the Tiny back out to the mid. Iceberg to resume farming as he himself closing in on the Blink Dagger. A few hundreds go. Yeah, the Battle Fury is going to be very quick on Vincere, but yeah, so quite with this Orchid, he's going to have quite a good window to try and play aggressive and find that anti-mage whilst Vincire's trying to get the Manta style. I mean, how good do you think is Liquid's potential to hunt down Vincere?
It is quite good now for the moment, especially before these Blink Daggers are online. Iceberg, he's about to have his finished up, so he's going to have to be very aware of the counter ganks and just be in a very good position to do so with this versus that AM. Because Koikfa, him and Taiga, they're going to smoke immediately and look hunting. They're going to just start beelining, looking for this anti-mage every single time. They have a decent ward down, too, at the moment, kind of watching in between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 mid. They're going to just settle for Iceberg at the moment.
Find an easy one on River, or maybe not, because Roger's able to come with the tear that provides some heals. Is it enough?
A lot of heals.
Keep an Iceberg alive for long enough to get the combo off. He will still fall, though. As Liquid, they get the pick off. Despite Roger's best attempts to keep him safe.
V2 wants Koikfa. He's blinking after him.
See over back in the jungle, they get the glimpse onto Tiger. He is still looking for this, but the Orchid's out.
They get the Orchid.
He steps straight into the silence. Oh, he took a risky move there, Vincere. Also at this point where he hadn't quite spent out on the Battle Fury, he goes hunting for that Storm kill. And I mean, that was a big risk to take and a painful risk as well. They're losing his life in a game where he's having such a clean start as the anti-mage. That's sort of your classic pub AM mistake there.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He really wanted to get the Mana Void, but the ward on the high ground, Orchid comes back up, and oh man, that's a huge blunder there. Because now we talked about how when the Jug is off the map, it gives time for the anti-mage to farm. Now Mickey, he's got the timing. He actually has the Battle Fury finished before the anti-mage, and he even has a DD rune to keep going farming. And they're going to get stacks going for him, as we know Liquid loves to do. They already have stacks prepared even. He actually already has a triple stack ready.
I'm sure, Vincere is going to be much more careful how he turns up to fights now.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're going to see these situations where he's solo chasing into Liquid's half. Top lane, Insane's been caught by the combo of Iceberg. As the rest of them will make it out. Nobody else up here, so Na'Vi's going to have the space to take the tier 1. Staying down bottom, Boxy and Koikfa pushing on.
And they will be able to finish their double Blink Daggers off of this too, for Iceberg and for General. So they'll be able to match the movements, and they'll be able to counter gank versus that Storm's movements a lot of the time too. But we do see, Liquid, they're taking bottom tower out, some mirror movements. And yeah, make it just a little bit better timing on his Battle Fury. He'll be able to farm a little bit faster, but V2, he also just cleared a triple Ancient stack for himself too. So Na'Vi, they did have some.
So yeah, now the farm game on between Mickey and V2.
They couldn't finish the tower, though. They actually did not finish the tier 1 top.
They didn't, even with the four of them up there a moment ago. All right.
I mean, that's pretty huge. Taiga, he might get punished and killed because he shows his face up here, and then they will be able to get the tower.
Okay, I mean, maybe that was the plan. Why take the tower if it's going to be a place where someone might come in and try and soak up some XP, get the kill and then the tower?
Sure. Koikfa, level 12.
Straight to the AM.
They're looking to get invasion. They're looking, again, it's just going to be a constant hunt for V2, and oh, they see him for a second.
He's got back up of Roger.
Up with him. They cut the tree, they put the ward down. They're looking.
Try and get the grab on Roger. Tear this IO away, but actually a little scared of committing any further with the TPs coming in from Iceberg. Glimpse onto Boxy. Straight into the Static Storm. Will pop the blade mail, try and hold his ground. Iceberg coming in with the combo, takes him out, and generally he's able to wrap around and get on top of Insania. So Na'Vi respond to Liquid's attempts to try and invade and get aggressive onto V-Tune, but we're seeing just good preparation from Na'Vi, having the IO around and making it a little hard for them to actually make those moves onto the anti-mage.
Yeah, now, I mean, Roger now has he actually has a mech at such an early time this game. At 15 minutes, we had the mech come out very late for the side of Liquid last game. This one is very nice timing for them. And a great counter gank. We see how hesitant Liquid is. As soon as the initial doesn't work, Koikfa has to be very careful. That mana pool, it's everything. Especially versus that anti-mage, so has to back away as soon as they botch the initial jump there. And Jug and AM looks like they're going to be kind of matching themselves in that farm. Boxy definitely suffering, though. It feels like he's going to have a really hard game of what he's really going to bring to the table for his team besides just to press the attack. Not going for the blink. He has this blade mail build, so he's not going to have that same impact that General will. Because General, he has a blink dagger. They can look to actually make a lot of plays with him because they have this IO pairing, too. The relocate's always threatening around the map.
And we're seeing these sort of games as well. Quite has to go for this BKB next, really. You know, against these heroes, you're just not having any sort of a game as the Storm.
Not too much. There's just a lot of stunts now when they are getting all their levels online and everything, and just the mana burn in particular. Can't just kill your whole team with a mana void. Still keeping themselves at a pretty good pace here, Liquid. AM, though, you know, he's starting to get that space, V-Tune. It's really all about that Manta timing in particular for him, so he doesn't feel threatened by Koikfa, at least in this game early on. Insania with some nice little sneaky smoke movement bottom. Looks like he's setting up here for potential moves if they do see when V-Tune splits up. And these sneaky wards, you always want to have like one ward in your jungle, one ward in the enemy jungle when you're playing versus a hero like Anti-Mage. So you can see he eventually, you will be able to find some grab on him when he does look to jump on one of these camps. Like Koikfa, he's playing around this one down bottom. He's just waiting.
And they're getting quite a lot of space around the map here, Liquid, right now.
Mm-hmm. But for Na'Vi, it really is, it's all about V2, right? It's an anti-mage game, so it's everything is for him. Koikfa still in deep territory here.
He's playing around his vision.
Such a scary place to be.
He's gonna go for cutting the creep wave.
Iceberg is here with a blink, but yeah, he zips and TPs.
Just making sure that they don't really have an opportunity to push onto the tier 1 tower bottom for at least another wave or so. Limit the objectives that Na'Vi can try and take.
Yeah, I feel like Liquid is a little bit scared of these blink daggers at the moment because they can get picked up on so many of their heroes in comparison. Without Boxy with blink, Liquid can't set up for the same type of aggressive moves right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
How's Taiga's Spirit Vessel going? He's almost got it. So they're trying to, you know, of course, there's that IO, get their Spirit Vessel going on Liquid. But a very even kind of farm style game here. It's going to be this Jug versus AM just matching each other.
And is
dead even on net worth. Literal exact net worth. Oh, I changed just there. Oh, that was nice, actually.
I mean, is that okay for both of these carries, or is there a carry out the two that you kind of want to be ahead of the other on?
I think you're both feeling pretty okay. I feel like Navi's definitely feeling really good for the anti-mage because he's now not getting hunted and he's got Manta online. So that window of like 6-7 minutes where he's terrified, it's just gone. He only died once during it. I feel like for Navi a little bit happier, but I mean, we've seen Mick with this Jug. He's been able to match a lot of these times versus these super late games, versus these Spectres, versus these Voids. So I mean, he's still keeping at that space very nicely.
And how would you sort of rate a Jug against the AM down the line? Like,
I mean, the thing is that he can kill the whole enemy team is the thing, right? Like versus 4 heroes, the Jug can just reign supreme. I think AM, he can have some troubles in this matchup. He can get tripped up a little.
Definitely stepped into a more passive side of the game. Bottom, Boxy. He's definitely dead here. No mana, no escape. More money for V-Tune.
Big comebacks here from Na'Vi in the last 10, 12 minutes. Liquid has not been able to find themselves a kill. It's all been Na'Vi.
Middle tower is under attack.
Still, the gold overall does continue to rise for Liquid.
Yeah. Ooh, look at Mika's positioning. Iceberg, he's gonna get omnied. Sneaky play from the Jug there. They will find Insania on the other side there. General now up to level 12, so level 2 Corrosive Haze will be online.
They've got the tower, met by the creeps, so they'll try and push down this tier 1. V-Tune, just continue. Identical build here, other than the treads for the face. But the big items at least, Battle Fury, Manta, Basher coming out from both of the carries.
I mean, it really is going to be a lot of just this carry versus carry, but Liquid, they're getting quite a bit more on the map, just being able to farm just on this tri-core. All three of them are farming. Like, even Boxy, even though he suicides himself down bottom, he got the wave so far in that even when Na'Vi gets these kills, they can't even take out the bottom tier 1 because of how far it was pushed. So they are splitting that wealth for Liquid very nicely. And yeah, this AM, like we said, Na'Vi, they're still farming on the AM, but Tiny and Slardar are starting to stagnate a bit.
I mean, because Na'Vi, when you look at sort of the 4 heroes outside of the anti-mage, as you said, obviously their job is to keep VTune safe. But can they actually afford to play aggressive without VTune, or do they just not really have the power to get those kills easily if VTune's not around?
I think it's scary because of the counter gank. If they don't go on the Storm, Koikva's going to counter gank that. And then they don't have their anti-mage to counter gank the Storm. So it's just weird because they don't want to pull VTune into these ganks. They want him to just be playing his own game. They always do have this nice potential for Roshan, though, on Na'Vi, which is, you know, because of that Slardar. But on the same time, too, it's similar for Liquid because they can just do it with Healing Ward at a different type of sustained. It's very interesting kind of matchup here.
Koikva's got his BKB too now, so even if they do get a jump on him, he's going to have the chance to respond.
They're getting some big time. This is a big timing here for Liquid too. With this BKB, they've the Basher also on the Jug at level 18. This could be a big window for them to solidify their lead versus Na'Vi.
Okay, to try and find the setup on the front. Also, Omni slash backup in just a few seconds. This could be a tough fight for Na'Vi as they get the jump in. Static Storm will go down. Mickey over to the side.
Iceberg gets stunned.
He's going to go down. They take out Iceberg. Koikva does fall, and now Vincere is going to turn over towards Tiger. Another kill picked up by Na'Vi. There'll be a buyback from Iceberg. He's in with a combo. Catches both Insania and Boxy. Boxy's trying to run, but the bashes are there. Vincire's on top of him. Boxy, he's almost certainly going to fall as they have the crush. A triple kill for Vincere. I sort of had eyes on Mickey running. And what happened to Koikva, Fog?
He didn't BKB. He jumped in, just got crushed immediately, and then Manta AM just cleans him up completely. A huge mistake from Liquid, and now the corrosive haste into Roche. Now it's an anti-mage with Aegis. Whole game has changed.
Absolute Vincere, a triple kill and a Roshan for this anti-mage. It's going to push him very close to pretty much the level 18. That was, I mean, it looked to be as the perfect sort of setup for Liquid, coming in like that, getting the jump on Iceberg, having the item pickups that they did, but just not able to execute it in the fashion that they needed to, with Koikva making a huge mistake.
Yeah, huge mistake from him, really. Just zipping into the back. He didn't click BKB. He just dies. And they've actually decided to give Iceberg the Aegis, since he did use the buyback last fight.
Okay.
Not giving it to VTune. He's feeling confident in himself. I mean, that's massive for Na'Vi there. Gives them that gives them everything they needed. Now they can just actually play a little bit more relaxed. But Liquid, maybe if they, if they feel that, they might be able to take advantage of the relaxed state of Na'Vi because they get this here. Still looking to play active. And Mickey, he still is, like we said, he still is super farmed.
Yeah,
he still is matching this AM.
Anti-mage, yeah.
They still are at disadvantage. Just, yeah, this is a big blunder there by Koikva. He has to be very careful. Because now it's also, you didn't use the BKB, you died, and now Anti-Mage is on his way and almost has Abyssal. So he has this counter for your BKB very soon. He already has the Basher, so Koikva definitely has to watch out. 1 or 2 more mistakes of that, and that could just hand Na'Vi the game.
General and Iceberg, they're coming over. Mickey. General's going to go in on the backlines, but he's instantly silent. Static Storm's down, controlling Insania for now. Mickey turns over towards Always Want to Fly. Boxy walks in. They've lost Insania, but they will be able to pick up Always Want to Fly in return. The Omni Slash coming out. Big bounces onto Iceberg. Iceberg will go down. The lockdown's there onto the anti-mage. Mickey steps across. They've taken out General. They've taken him out the once. Can they get Always Want to Fly here? Over they roll. A second one for Mickey. The double kill is Mickey's cleaning up a bit. Silence out onto Vincere. They've got the damage. Mickey's on top of him. Vincere's going to go down.
He just jumped in.
Maybe feeling that he could finish off the kill, but with Mickey around, Mickey's just able to step over.
He has to be, when Earth Spirit and Storm are still alive, he has to be very careful of the silences that can still come. He jumped right in, gets insta-silenced by, I think it was by the Stone, by Taiga, and then he's just dead. They have enough control for him. I mean V2 just slipping up big time.
We just saw, a great fight with V2 coming out top. Now it's Mickey's turn to sort of take the crown here. As
he's got Abyssal himself.
He has, and he's taken down to tier 2 here as well on the bottom lane.
I mean, V2 has to be really careful playing around these silences. Like, When these fights kick off and Taiga's still alive, this Surge Spirit, it gets stronger and stronger too. Like this silence, it gets to a point where it's ridiculous. It gets to a point where it's like a 6.5 second silence if he gets to level 22. And I mean, Taiga's surviving in all these fights. V2 cannot make those type of mistakes. And that was them with the Aegis and with, I mean, how many buybacks was it from them?
2 buybacks from General and Roger. General and Always Want to Fly.
Ooh.
Always Want to Fly dying a second time.
I mean, that kind of just General and Iceberg's game is kind of just over at this point, and Koikva's still growing, Boxy's still growing too, and he always has that control for AM. I mean, this is going to be a tough call now for V2, and that's such a big mistake.
Yeah, Mickey, as you say, full Abyssal, and that bit of action as well. It's pretty much put Mickey. I mean, he's about to hit level 22, whilst V2's only just entered into level 19, so nearly a 3-level difference now between the carries.
It's just how quick these things change, just when one of the carries survives a fight. Okay, V2, and he's committed the gold, so he's got the Abyssal coming out. They're still looking to play aggressive.
Always Want to Fly, stepping in. Boxy is going to be able to find him. Instantly getting the duel off. An extra bit of damage here for the Legion. $8K lead now for Liquid. V2, I mean,
this nice,
well, what's the plan now? Can he still turn up to the fight? So at this stage, does he have to go sort of back into farm mode?
I mean, he has to turn up to the fights is the problem, because Liquid, they're gonna look to press this advantage here. He's gonna have to turn up, but yeah, it's definitely gonna look a lot harder for him now. He's fragile. He's only 2,000 HP. He's got the Abyssal Blade fully finished up, but he doesn't have like a Scotty or anything for this high HP fool to tank all this damage that Liquid has coming out on all fronts. It's not just the Jug. Like we said, it's the Jug, the Storm, the Legion, the Earth Spirit control. So many things V2 has to watch out for. And his 2 cores, they can't contribute nearly as much. I mean, in fact, General he's starting to get to the point where Taiga's going to surpass him.
Navi.
Iceberg stepping up.
Koikva, yeah, he's ready to go. I mean, Boxy and Insania, they're coming in with the wraparound. They're able to get the jump onto the back lines. Boxy finding Always Want to Fly. Takes out the Disruptor before any sort of fight can kick off.
Deep ward finding them the kill there. It looked like Navi was about to jump onto Koikva too there with General as well as V2. And they can definitely pop Koikva in most of these situations if he's not careful too. They still can insta-kill the Storm. They just have to be careful not to get cleaned up afterwards. That's, as we said multiple times now, Liquid, it's more about the full team, where Navi, it really is starting to get to the point where it's all the weight on V2's shoulders.
It really is. And he's got a lot to pick up after that last fight, pushing him behind the farm of Mickey's Jug.
Their map is just, it's shrinking very quickly. As the Storm just gets more and more farmed here, they get the map control for the runes too. Koikva has an Arcane rune. His teammates can't farm. They actually just have to sit behind V2 and let him push the lanes out, because anyone else who shows is just going to get killed. Even when they're, look at how careful they're playing. They have no vision really on the map at all, just that one ward bottom. Look at Liquid's coverage. The sentry coverage, the ward coverage, it's just not giving Navi opportunities to have any vision. Besides that one ward, of course, that we see.
Yeah, I was going to say, they have literally, like, what, 10 sentries down on the map right now.
Yeah. I mean, this is what Insania's been doing a lot of their games. Yeah. Just ward coverage up the wazoo.
Here we go with the smoke. Navi, seeing what they can catch. It's going to be caught by a scan. Though. They know to expect something coming in from this direction, Liquid.
Yeah, and they'll just back away and put themselves on the high ground, putting themselves in a very, very safe position here. And the team's gathering for a smoke themselves now.
And they know that Navi just tried for something.
Yep.
See if they can hit back. As Boxy and Taiga lead the charge.
They've got the lanes pushing in a nice place too, and it's about to hit 30-minute mark, so runes and bounties.
Boxy, who's going to be able to find? He's going to get the jump. Oh God, he's going to get the catch. Boxy! He's got him in the duel! As V-Tune, he'll fall, dead for 75. Oh, no. Boxy again with the catch. As they finish off Roger, Koikva's ready to zip over for more. Rolling in, Taiga closes the gap onto Always Want to Fly. Iceberg will turn with the combo onto Taiga. It's not enough to kill Taiga off. Iceberg goes for the BKB TP out. He's the only one to make it out alive as Navi lose the other 4 members. As again, these smoke movements and Boxy just always finding the jump to start the fight off for Liquid.
And they couldn't even get, the reload? They had to try to get the relocate save off, but they couldn't. They can't actually get VTune. And I mean, VTune shows him. He reveals himself. He gives them literally full information of where he is. He gives them the free jump. VTune making some big mistakes this game, getting punished by Liquid.
Oh!
Okay. He just got it off the courier, I believe, so he just clicked it. Whoops. But now, I mean, they're going to get a Rax advantage, and now, I mean, this is just impossible, it feels, for V2 now. He's going to need some type of miracle.
They're going to be down pretty much 20k right now. And this Rax gone.
And so many items now being collected from Liquid.
Look at the glimpse. Answer Mickey
He tossed him out of it. He tossed him out of the glimpse.
No, he didn't.
He tossed him out of the static.
Oh,
yes, he did.
He did, and now Boxy's got the duel onto Always Wanna Fly. Always Wanna Fly is going to go down. Vincere just come in, has to bash out onto Boxy, but Mickey's coming across with the Abyssal. Straight onto Vincere, they go rolling forward. Vincere's able to blink out to the side.
Okay.
BKB popped by Quaitfer. Mickey turning over to Iceberg. Iceberg's BKB shortly about to come to an end. Mickey committing with the bashes, but now Vincere in general, they're trying to turn it onto Mickey.
Silences.
They've been silenced. Tiger pushing back Vincere. Vincere's got to run. General's down for 50. They can't touch Mickey as Mickey just pushes on full HP on the jug.
He just holds his ground. He has the healing ward down for the whole fight and just fights them, and there's too much silence and there's not enough damage. Na'Vi.
Liquid. That's the second set of racks here. They'll back off. Happy to sort of enjoy what looks to be maybe a slow and painful victory. But Na'Vi's going to have to wait out against unless Vincere can do something magical, but he's falling so far behind now. 5k difference, 5 levels difference as well. Mickey about to hit the 25.
Oh, and he has 3 deaths, and it feels like those 3 deaths were... he kind of forced them a little bit there. The first death going for Koif under the ward, the second death too, and then the second death where he blinks in, and the third death where he reveals himself on an outpost. V-Tune slip him up a bit, and Liquid really capitalizing on it. Now they're just so far ahead. This anti-mage just cannot carry the game by himself. They're going to need some type of throw from Liquid.
Maybe something about this anti-mage hero, you know, that sort of Carl was touching upon. You know, how there have been grand finals in the past where some of the best carries of all time have said, hey, give me the anti-mage. And then it's something about it in grand finals just... It seems like it's almost a curse.
Yes, even into a Storm Spirit. It's just a tough hero to make work. We've been seeing it fall out of favor for that reason for a long time. Yeah, we're seeing Liquid all grouped up at the ready here. BKB's on, I mean, even Earth Spirit has one now, and Aghanim's on Insania, so the stronger your anti-mage is, the stronger my Dark Portrait is as well, and AM is one of the best Dark Portraits you can make.
Oh,
this is just Liquid covering all their bases.
Trying to surprise him here, but the courier scouts it all out. There's Roshan.
Smoke coming out.
It's up in 15.
Liquid's gonna smoke and just run right into them and like look for the fight. This fight is so hard for Na'Vi. I mean, look at the lanes. The base is starting to get pressured now by creeps.
Na'Vi, what's the plan? What's the plan, Na'Vi?
Liquid's just gonna... They're just gonna run right in with all these BKBs, and this fight for Na'Vi looks so damn hard.
V-Tune, he's got to be careful. Blinking away.
Hey, Koifa.
River. Tiger's going to start. There's a DD. Vincire's going to be able to get it. Vincire's able to jump in and find it. Koifa is in. On to General. General goes down the leash. It's on Vincere. They've got the dual control. As again, they're in with the taunt. Omni slash out. Vincire's set for 80 seconds.
He's gone.
He's out of the game. Roger is as well. Double kill for Insanius. He's cleaning up with the Dark Portrait. And there it is. GG is called. Liquid will take this game. And with that, the series, the championship title, it's theirs. As they are your ESL 1 Germany 2020 online champions. And my goodness, do they deserve it. The work that this team's put in over the months, and now they come in and they've done it, folks. They've absolutely done it. The 3 wins they've had here have looked phenomenal. They had the one game where Na'Vi were able to hit back hard and give us some of the magic that we've seen from Na'Vi before. But this game, along with the first 2 of the series, it just looks like, well, when it comes to crunch time, Liquid don't mess around, folks.
They've improved every single game throughout this tournament. It's been some top tier stuff from everybody on the team. Insania just with some hard crunching and hard prep for this team, and it's really paid off.
It really has. It really has. Their potential when they're not coming in with the chaos, it's unrivaled, and it shows here as Liquid with the 3-1 Well, take this best of 5 grand finals, and Team Liquid are your ESL 1 Germany 2020 online champions.
From getting knocked down to the lower bracket, they eliminated Team Nigma, Viking, Team Secret, Mod Golems, and here in the grand finals, they leave Na'Vi behind them and take the championship. Team Liquid has not yet had a first place finish since they took the flag of Team Liquid. And this achievement is so important for them. And they did it with style as well. Brilliant victory from Team Liquid here at ESL 1 Germany.
Finally get the big one,
They
Shees.
finally do.
It was a long road, a lot of ups and downs. Squad stuck together for years, and this is a hell of a victory for them. They looked like the best team in this tournament. As you said, look at the road. You can't ask for better. This is as close to a royal road as you're going to get here in Dota 2.
They did it the hard way.
Like Liquid always does, no matter who plays for them.
Yeah, impressive stuff. I think this is probably one of the single most improved teams in the last few months, I would say. I didn't go in with huge expectations from them, but just these last few days have just blown me away.
Yeah.
It's really been incredible to see them grow. And like you said, basically from game to game, just getting better and better, more and more confidence. Good stuff.
Yeah, we always talk about improvement and growth through series and through a tournament, but this squad has actually grown. Like, okay, we were a little harsh on Liquid at times because they do give us reasons sometimes to doubt them. And we did talk about that. We felt like their peak might have been before TI9. And I think maybe this online period is helping them find, their identity, themselves.
And don't, I think, take anything away from the organization itself, right? They've been boot camping. They are professionals. This is their career, and they've been grinding at it. Exactly. They expanded the coaching staff. They hit the gym together. They focus on their mental health along with their physical health. They try to optimize. I really liked everything I've heard from Insania regarding their mindset, basically just play with no fear. We can see them do this. And I also just love the fact that they last picked the LC because it 1-to-1 says, VTune, you will not be able to just win this game single-handedly. So many sick duels and just, really no weaknesses. Just an excellent series so far, played by Liquid.
If you hit the gym with Koikva, you're going to get strong.
That's true.
If the whole team is hitting the gym with him, it's going to be...
Golems did prove strength heroes were the way to go. Maybe that's the secret.
Translated into the people on the other side of the keyboard.
You get a strength player, everything he plays.
Maybe that is the road to success.
Just get buff.
Get
gonna
buff. Win. It was a fantastic grand finals, and I had a lot of awesome moments in these grand finals. So we have for you also the Mountain Dew Game Fuel Power Plays that you can vote on Twitter. It's at ESL Dota 2, so make sure you vote there. But of course, you can't vote until you've seen the clip. So let's jump into our first one. Our first power play, we're gonna take you all the way back to the first game of this best of 5 grand finals. And if you remember that game, this was a game where Team Liquid was, they were not taking prisoners. They basically shut down this top lane in particular. And you see here, General Fall, Boxy getting a double kill. It was the Boxy Slardar show. Of course, that is the first Mountain Dew power play. What is the second one?
That's yours, Kyle.
Is it? Are you sure?
You know what clip this is, Kyle.
Oh, my favorite. Mickey with the 6 stun in, jukes the egg, and then just this clip right here, package this, Ice Frog at thedota2team.com. We're going to see this nerfed soon, I am fairly certain, at least the cast range.
It looks cool.
It doesn't... Wow.
Looks cool, Superman. The next thing is you get a cosmetic for it.
Yeah, so this is from the third game where finally Na'Vi get back on the board. And this fight actually looks like a really good opening for Team Liquid. They've got 3 kills, Mars being one of the first ones, but this is really the VTune show. He has the Aegis here. He comes back to life. can't really question Liquid's decision to try to stick around and get the secondary kill here. You see them going in, but V2 is just staying alive through absolutely everything. We get a re-teleport in from Nature's Prophet coming in a second here. They're gonna kind of be a little bit disconnected with who they're going on, but the main key thing in the fight here is just V2's ability to weave in and out and not die. And eventually, I believe he does get an extra kill here and get out, if I remember correctly. It looks bad again. He gets Koikva.
Open wounds, plus the Paladin Sword is so busted. That's another thing that might need to be looked at. I think that the Lifestealer, it's similar to that Timber saw with the GG branch, with Lifestealer and Paladin Sword. It's just too good.
Yeah.
It's just too good. He kept this even with tier 4 items on the ground later in this game.
Yeah, in the 4th power play, Kyle.
Wait, stop. Who came up with this?
You did. You said, I want to do 2 and 4.
Oh, this was just the immediate initiation by Koikva, but like 6 stun from General, just really good awareness just to get him on the back end, and boom, V-Tune's there. It's a shame that Na'Vi lose. Someone had to lose this series, but I am seriously just so impressed with the way V-Tune played this. I thought that maybe they'd turn it around and force a game 5 after this sequence, but in future fights, Liquid learned their lesson, and they said, we're going to duel the Anti-Mage, and we're going to kill the Anti-Mage, and that's exactly what they did.
I think it's very telling in this game that V-Tune probably played his worst game of the top 6 in this Anti-Mage game. He had a couple of crucial mistakes that we haven't seen from him, and it just results in a loss. It's how they set up the game to be played. It's how they drafted. Yep. If Anti-Mage makes crucial mistakes, you're going to lose. So it's a bit of a shame to go out on that, but it's also really hard. Like, you got to be confident to pick AM there. You're taking a risk.
Yeah, indeed. Don't forget to vote, of course, on your Mountain Dew Game Fuel Power Play. It's on Twitter at Dota, ESL Dota 2. It's A, B, C, or D. We should have mentioned them by letters, not by numbers. Oh,
same thing.
Confusion. But you guys know which one is which. We'll come back to the winner of that Power Play first, but I want to talk to a different Power Player at the moment, because I believe we have in the virtual studio Insania with us.
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was a fantastic series. I have a couple questions, but I want to know from you guys, because, you know, for us, we see you guys play a lot, and you never do really terrible, but you're also never, like, under the Team Liquid banner, you've not yet taken a first place. So what for you is like the big difference that made this tournament the one where you basically beat everybody?
I mean, I think for us at least, we realized that, you know, we've been playing with a lot of fear, I think. A lot of times in the past, we played with the fear of losing, but we finally like overcame that hump, and we just decided to play to win. And that was like the big thing, I think, that made our games feel a lot easier, and it made us feel like we have a good idea of what to do. I think we actually had a lot of struggles going into this tournament. A lot of personal stuff happened to a lot of our players, and, you know, they battled through all that. And, you know, I think like going through that kind of like personal stuff kind of helps you, I don't know, maybe manage your fear a bit better and just push it aside and just try to play your best Dota and, you know, really just play to win.
So what you're saying is you're not in your full form yet.
I mean, I think we had a pretty good tournament run for sure, but who knows? Like, I think we learned something new about our team, which is like the biggest thing here. We unlocked like this fear thing. It's out of the way now, I think. Hopefully, like going into future tournaments, we can keep playing this way and we can keep playing to win. I'm not saying it's always going to lead to the same result, but I think it will help us improve a lot and keep us like moving in the right direction.
Okay, this might be a really difficult question for you to answer. I understand if you can't. If you had to pick one player in your team apart from yourself who has improved the most during this tournament, who do you pick?
Oh, wow, that's so hard. I mean, I think everyone played extremely well. But I'd say probably the player I'm the most impressed by is Boxy. I think he's been absolutely incredible throughout this entire tournament. The thing is, I could say this about pretty much anyone in my team, but like he's put in a massive job. I think Mickey has been pretty flawless too. We put a lot of faith in him, and we stacked a lot for him, and you know he put it to good use. So, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of my players don't really maybe get the attention they deserve. They are really, really good players, and I think sometimes people like to give credit to the captain for a lot of the decisions we make in game, but they have a huge say, and I think for this one, the finals day, Boxy was our mountain, and he really carried us through it.
Well, Aiden, I've known you since we were both teenagers, and it has been a hell of a road for you to come all this way. I just want to know, what do you think like the biggest lesson that you've learned over you're now, like you're just savvy esports veteran now, which is kind of wild, but you know, from switching over to Han as noobs, and now you're here, your first big tournament win. Well, what's it feel like, and what do you think got you here?
I mean, it feels amazing. But like I said, I think the biggest, it really was the fear factor. I think, like, I don't know how many tournaments we've gone into, and then, like, you run into this wall, you run into this team that you think is really, really scary, and then you start playing with fear instead of just playing with confidence and thinking you have nothing to lose. But this time we, like, fuck it, just go throne, go throne. We kept calling go throne over and over again. And, like, the rapier yesterday, it wasn't like, oh, we know for sure we're gonna go throne and this is gonna own them. It was more like, you know what, let's just risk it. Let's go for it. It's going to work out. And even when we dropped the game against Navi here, we were like, all right, you know, it's bound to happen. The way we're playing right now, eventually we're going to get punished. Eventually something's going to go wrong. And we're eventually going to lose. So we were prepared for it. We were like, I feel like our mindset was really, really strong. And our mentality was very, very good in this tournament.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like that showed in the way that they played pretty much the whole week.
It really did. It has been an absolute pleasure to watch you guys play and improve, and of course take the championship here too. I know that there are a lot of people that are very supportive of you at home, watching the tournament right now, and I want to also give you some time to address all the fans at home
Awesome.
right now.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'd like to thank my parents. I know they're watching at home and they're like super excited right now, probably jumping around like crazy soccer fans. So big shout out to my parents, my little sister, for all the support. There's a lot of people that I need to thank. I mean, honestly, probably the biggest person to thank is Victor for believing in our team despite our like very disappointing results throughout the, I don't know, last year and just the beginning of this year. And the opportunity they've given us to be a part of Team Liquid and enjoy this amazing training facility and all the resources that they commit to making us be able to be the best team we can be. I know it sounds like super sellouty, but genuinely, like,
I've been in that facility.
It's amazing.
It is phenomenal. So I've already sold it on the panel here as well. No worries.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's the best thing ever. So yeah, huge shout out to Team Liquid and all the people that, you know, work around our team. We have our manager, Chloe. She's amazing. Our new analyst, Jabs. I think we probably wouldn't be here without him. And then a massive shout out to William Blitz. He's, I'd say, probably the best coach in the world. He's very, very good at making our team click. So he deserves a lot of credit for this win too. And yeah, the list goes on. I could keep talking forever, but yeah, I'll just run it out at that. Also, I need to give a shout out to Snakebite42, who messaged me on Instagram and said that I suck. No, you suck.
Put him in his place. Snakebite42. There you go. All right.
Got the shout out of a lifetime for saying you suck. What do you know?
Oh, look at that. Look at that. It has been, I mean, the way you're describing it as well, it was an absolute team effort. So we're going to let you celebrate with your team. Congratulations once again, Insania. And we're looking forward to seeing you play in your next tournament.
Thank you.
Congrats, Aiden.
Congrats.
I just want to make one quick comment.
Yeah?
Love that interview. I love Aiden. I've always been rooting for him. One of my favorite lines is that a good leader should take less than his share of the credit and more than his share of the blame. And you notice he didn't once say something about, I'm the best, it's all me. He thanked everybody else. And I'm
but
just...
you can't really thank yourself.
Well, sure.
Thank me for a good tournament.
That's just really good to see. I just love watching this team play. And I think that anybody at home, like even if you're a fan of OG, of Secret of Nigma, you can't help but give a little smile when you watch the Liquid boys take one home.
Yeah. Especially, you know, the way they do it. It's entertaining to watch to the very end. A lot of their games, which makes all pro plays also very explosive. And let's take a look at which one is the one that you guys voted as the winner. I know this competition goes very fast. You had your chances and the winner is in. Oh, that is a very easy win for the V-Tune clutch out in the triangle, dire triangle, the one that you talked about, Sind.
I mean, that truly was a power play, though. It was like 1v3, and we're going to see it again here. This fight, it looks pretty grim. This is a chance at a potential comeback in this game for Liquid, but V-Tune is showing really, really serious mechanical prowess in this tournament. I think he has a great understanding of how far he can go in the fights. So obviously using the Aegis to his advantage here, and then managing to survive after this. This is the really impressive part of the play, is his understanding of exactly how much he can get in. So he starts going on to Boxy, Rage is running out, I need to reset, he runs out, Iceberg comes in, Iceberg kind of just gets killed. It's like, okay, Iceberg, you know what?
I was here!
The decision to go back in here is what's the most impressive to me. Because like when you see it play out, it's like, yeah, you're pressing your buttons, you're hitting heroes, but it's the feeling that you can pull this off after your Nature's Prophet dies. That's the most impressive part of the play. You're 1v3, you have 20% HP, and you know that you can win this fight. That's difficult stuff right there. And really well played by V-Tune in this game, which was the one game of the finals that Navi did win.
Yeah.
Game number 3.
Indeed. I am actually kind of sad that I can't see Team Liquid and Na'Vi on the stage and see Team Liquid lift the trophy, you know, in an arena, in a stadium. It is, you know, I kind of feel like they got robbed of that moment, but hopefully it will come in the future still. Now, this was a great competition, of course, Power Play, but we have more competition. We have had another competition running the entire tournament. That's right, I am talking about the Mercedes-Benz MVP. That is actually one Mercedes-Benz going to the MVP of the tournament. And everybody's been able to vote throughout the entire tournament. And also, Talent has a vote as well. So we put our votes in as well. And I believe we can kind of start revealing a little bit of who takes the trophy. Now, we're going to start with number 4. The 4th MVP, so Vincere, great player, but he did not win the MVP. He only got 4th. It just put it on the...
Come on, good what to do. I've never held a trophy before.
That is very sad. We have number 3 is Iceberg, who also played phenomenal, and I do also believe that there is some form of... there was a little bit of... you know, rallying the troops on the side of the CIS crowd for their boys here. We have number 2 is Matumba Man. Got a lot of votes while Secret was still in the tournament, but who?
So many votes.
Yeah, he's got a lot. Yeah, he got a lot of votes. But who won the MVP? It is Insania. He might say, you know, people always say he's the captain, but I want to thank everybody else. But he wins the MVP. Because maybe he just is. In this case, he is. So he wins the trophy. Without Kyle, thankfully. But
imagine you win the MVP trophy and that's what you see. That's the celebration. There's this creepy guy leaning in behind it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Aiden.
And that is not just a trophy, it is also a Mercedes-Benz. That is really cool.
Yeah, I think fully deserved. I personally would have selected him. There's a couple of reasons. So first of all, I think you get a bit of insight into it when you hear this interview and where you heard Taiga talking about him yesterday. Taiga was like, my biggest credit for us winning these series and getting this far is Insania, like his mentality, helping our team do a good job. I think there's all the drafting going in, which is like probably a ping pong mainly between Insania and their coach Jabs. And just this individual play, really stepping it up, focusing on this whole stacking strategy, bringing that to the table, playing individually amazing on all of his support heroes. Just standout player for me this tournament. One of them. There are many around the bit, actually.
Not just that, I think even before this event, just the years that he's put into this squad, it takes a lot to get your players to buy into you. Especially, like, I mean, the mistake at TI9, the fact that the entire team still rallies behind him.
He was not MVP at that event.
I want to be like, people have tried to poach Meke for years. For years. He's Team Aiden, Team Insania, and it's paid off. And I think that's pretty damn impressive because it's hard to keep a team motivated and keeping their faith in you. I've had experiences with that.
It's also one of the moments that you mentioned at TI9, the mispick. I know they released the in-game comms, right? Or the in-booth comms, I should say, for that specific moment. There was not a second of doubt or blame or anything. Everybody was instantly, oh, we can do this with it instead. Like, they rallied behind that. Like, there wasn't, you know, it was without hesitation. It was just go and follow the leader. And that's another thing that Taiga obviously mentioned in that same interview, where you have one person making the call, and it doesn't matter if it's a good or a bad call, you follow that one person. And in this case, following Insania has led to a grand finals victory here over Na'Vi. Team Liquid, they did it the hard way. They are used to doing it the hard way through lower brackets. And they did it in style in the grand finals. There was no doubt about which team was the better one in this best of 5.
Oh, absolutely not. I think it's really important in these grand finals. Like, there's always the possibility of the comeback, but when you come in and get that big of an advantage, like having a 2-0 lead is so difficult to fight back against. Like, if we imagine this being a best of 7 and a best of 9, who knows what Na'Vi could have pulled out, but they lost those 2 games really, really quickly. They got stressed out. They got caught off guard. And once they started figuring out, okay, this is what Liquid's doing, they had 1 life left.
Yes.
And, you know,
too late.
It's kind of a bit too late in this finals. So
I think if it starts 1-1, maybe it's obviously going to be a different series. But that's just such a hole. And you can see Liquid's confident coming into the series. You give them a match point with 3 tries, like, they're not going to break.
They are indeed not. It has been a phenomenal performance from Team Liquid. And overall, we've seen a lot of great Dota 2 matches. I want to hear you guys' final thoughts on the tournament as a whole, because coming into this, obviously, we had kind of other expectations in terms of who got to the finals. But in general, like, how has the Dota been treating us, you feel, Sint?
I think overall, the biggest, like, the headline for the tournament is underdogs, right? Like, it's just that it's not just that the finals result is different. We also had Mud Golems getting third, right?
Yeah.
Like, the teams that got really far in this tournament were not expected to. So it's just awesome to see that the competitiveness is getting that bit tighter, because that's something a lot of people have been complaining about, like, oh, Secret's winning everything. And it's always these, like, big 3 or 4 teams that make it. New Blood is doing well.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Pretty much, that's my takeaway, too. Like, it's just good. I think it's a good sign for the long-term health of the sport and the game that I love. I'm happy to see a group of guys I've known for almost a decade take home a title, finally. And I'm just looking forward to seeing some more Dota. I want to see Mud Golems participate more. I think we'll see Na'Vi make it to a podium a little more often. CIS Dota maybe isn't dead. V-Tune, a potential superstar in the making. A lot of bright spots on the horizon.
Definitely a lot of bright spots on the horizon, but this bright spot right here, you know, we're gonna have to say goodbye, because once we have crowned a champion, that's it. That's the end of the tournament. It's the end of ESL 1 Germany 2020. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much from everybody on the back side and from us, of course, as well. And we hope to welcome you back next time around. But we're not gonna leave you empty-handed. We're gonna leave you with some moments that deliver.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, still breathing. of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Oh. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. Yeah. You see it through. Seeing the stars reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to
Hey liebe Leute, ich bin's, eure Melli und willkommen zu einer neuen Folge des Gamers Guide. Hier spreche ich mit unserem E-Sports Mental Coach Edgar Chicara, wie man auch nach einem Loss motiviert bleibt. Viel Spaß beim Video.
Watch out.
Well, hello and welcome to a new episode of Gamers Guide. My name is Melly and with me is Edgar Chicara from PsychCheck, and today we're going to talk about
How to stay motivated after failure.
exactly, because that's probably something all of you have experienced at some point in your gaming career. And well, how do we achieve that?
We need to know why, and first, we lose motivation. So the reasons that we give after we fail is actually what impacts our motivation, the emotions that we feel as well, and also our expectations. So when we know why, then we know how to change the reasons that we give.
I mean, probably all of you out there have experienced at some point in your gaming career where you're sick of losing, and that's where your motivation just leaves your body, and you sit there and you're like, I'm not trying this again.
Yeah.
Why is that so?
So one of the reasons is because of the way that we give explanations to why we fail. So there's basically 3 different categories of explanations. One is whether it's to do with me or if it's to do with something outside of me. Another one is if it's controllable and if the thing is uncontrollable. And then the last one is whether we feel like it only happens to us or if it happens to other people as well. So those are the main ones.
Are there unhelpful ways of explaining failure?
Yeah, definitely. Normally the unhelpful reasons are one that aren't supported by what's going on. We always think that our head knows the truth, but there's no evidence behind some reason that we give. So it's easy to blame, let's say, a game, maybe certain lights in your eye, the weather, but we need to basically sit down and actually see whether this is true. And another thing that may impact it is also, mental health as well. And there's a need to focus on, let me address my mental health. Let me, really understand the thoughts I'm going through, what this means, how it impacts me as well, not only as a gamer, but as a person. Sometimes it's helpful to address that first and then address other psychological aspects as well that will help you with your game in that way.
And Technica has also services to help you with mental health, so do not hesitate to reach out. But before we close this episode out, and before I try this again, could you give us some advice, Edgar, how to stay motivated even if you feel like there is no way in you overcoming that obstacle in front of you?
Yeah, definitely. We need to know that our thoughts aren't always true. There's not always evidence behind it. We need to understand that we need to challenge our thoughts, basically, right? So when I think, no one else experiences this, only me, look for the evidence behind it. and also focus on what you can control. Don't focus on, you know, the lights, the weather, whether you woke up in a bad way. Focus on what you can do. So this is like effort. This is building your knowledge as well about the game, practice and all of that kind of stuff, and know that that's the reason why I didn't perform at my best. I can control that, I can change that, and I can build an action plan over that.
Well, Edgar, thank you so much, and I hope you guys found this helpful, and I'll get back to work, right? Let's see if we can make something out of it. And guys, see you again in one of our next videos. Take care. This game, like, seriously.
You got it.
Oh, wait!
We thought we can go in front of it.
Whee!
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game, but something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off, or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chances, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Stats with the most region possible. This is 600 starting gold right here. If you do half the steps, trust me, you will get better.